of the bad boy types. That's what I think it is. Like aggression, for example. Like there's at least in our neural circuitry and our body chemistry and everything else, there's not all that much difference. It may be impossible really currently to tell the difference between the capacity for aggression and the capacity to achieve a goal, or the likelihood that somebody can achieve a goal, like a man could achieve a goal. And that may be, those two things may be inseparable, right? Like aggression is necessary. Well, minimal necessary force. That's a principle. Minimal necessary force. And but force is part of that, and necessary force is part of that. That kind of operating principle. And it takes something awfully like aggression to bring to bring to bear the necessary force. And it takes being civilized to or some other kind of virtue to make sure you've got the minimal part down. But anyway, that's for whatever that's worth. That's my take.
I appreciate it, man. Happy holidays. Thank you, Jefferson. Miss Fifi, I love your PTR. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Can you guys hear me? This app has been glitching on me.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Happy holidays.
okay. Happy holidays to you too. I'm gonna take a stab at it. I'm a Gen Xer here, and I think of course, he's a handsome guy. He's actually from my area here in Baltimore. I'm in Baltimore County. Um, it's like bad boys. They're like forbidden, forbidden type of things. Just like guys go for the chase, women kind of go for the thrill. You don't get anything out of it. It's all fun and games until it's not. And I think everybody, if he's picking me, I must be something because I'm with this dude. So I think it's been like, especially as it pertains to Luigi, if I'm saying his name correctly. I think this has been going on for years in terms of women with those bad boys and want to write them in jail, marry them, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think he did a bad thing. It's not good. And hey, he can be fine all he wants. He's gonna be fine in jail. Okay, that's about it. That's all I have.
JB, are these girls young? Like the ones that are following this kid? Like because I just can't see older women like doing this. I'm just really curious. I want to know the demographic. Like, are these girls like teenagers? Are they in their 20s? Like, because the girls I'm in my 30s, baby. I don't see us doing this. I'm sorry.
They're young. Yes, they're young. You're right. And I think Miss Fifi made a good point too that no one has brought up, and it is a lot simpler. It's fun, right? I mean, when I was more into bad boys, I was in my early 20s, and it's because it's exciting. They're desirable. They're a little bit more unavailable. They get a lot of attention. It feels good to be maybe wanted, and picked or something like that in a way that is not at all desirable. And they're a little bit more thrill seeking, reckless, like not good long-term partners. But they're not, there's that trope of the nice guy finishes last kind of thing. It's the other side of that coin.
Well, PP, let me ask you a question before I go to Uncle Weedman. Did you maybe subconsciously, when you were dating these bad boys, think that, well, maybe because you're a nice lady, right? Did you ever feel that you could change them and maybe help them?
No, I think that's a little bit overplayed. It's it's just more of like you're kind of fun, like you're in the excitement, you're in the moment. Romance is fun. I I don't know. I don't think I have that I can fix you type of thing. I think that's deeper and maybe more specific to a person.
Thank you, PB. Let me say good morning to Unc and Weedman. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy holidays. Unc,
Hey, what's good, JB? Hey, good morning,
hey,
everybody. Happy holidays.
yo, Unc, let me ask you a question. Thank you for the happy holidays. And listen, me, you, and Weedman, we come from the street, so we have a different mentality, right? But you've definitely seen some fine women with some ugly ass dudes that were bad boys. Why do women like bad boys, Unc?
because they got bankrolls.
So it's a money thing.
Ain't no such thing as an ugly rich man. I don't care how many women on the stage fixing to say, "Oh man, shut up! That just because a man got a lot of money, if he ugly, I don't mean, yeah, okay. Well, I'm a ugly man with some money, and I've dated women that I know wouldn't give me the time of day if I didn't have some bread. Period.
But are we talking about ugly men or criminals? Because I'm confused. I thought we were talking about men that commit crimes, like not just aesthetically pleasing. I thought that's what we were talking about. I
Well,
mean,
if that's what you're talking about, then here's the deal. Whether they're criminals or bankers or accountants or auto mechanics or whatever they are, if they ugly and they got some money, however they got their money, a woman don't give two flying fucks. However they got their bread, if they got some bread, how they look is irrelevant. And then I'm just talking about my experience. I'm not speaking for all men. All I'm saying is when I was young and broke, woman wouldn't give me the time of day. In fact, some one girl socked me one time for even talking to her. And as soon as I got some bread, everything got different. It got real different. Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
got
Unc.
now
real
she
different.
socked you.
He might like to be
Yeah,
socked though.
because she felt like, who did I think I
I
was?
about to
Look at
say it
me.
sounds
I'm
like you like it a
fine.
little bit. Did you
I'm
like
fine.
being
You
socked
got the
up?
nerve to try and talk to me, really? And you ain't got no money. Y'all see them videos where the girl be talking crazy to the dude. She's sitting on his Ferrari, Bugatti, whatever it is, and she don't know the car is his. And she talking to a dude, get away from me. Ugh, really? As if. Soon as he go to open the door to get in the car, what happened? This your car? Oh my God, really? Could you give me a lift? Can I ride with
Yo,
you?
Unc, let me say this, bro. And I usually agree with you, and I agree with you right now. And I'm gonna say something polarizing, ladies. Just give me a chance to unpack it. Most women, not some of you, but most women don't give a fuck where men get their money from. They don't care. They're not gonna question it. And that money definitely makes them more attractive. But let me say good morning to Weed Man. Joseph, good morning. Happy holidays to you and your family.
How you doing, bro?
Morning,
Happy
take
holidays.
care.
Hey, bro.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Nothing, just chilling, man. Sitting here smoking, rolling my joint. So the question, I guess, is why women like bad guys. I think, I've been
Bad
married
boys,
for a long
but see,
time now.
but see, I was gonna say that you got lucky. You found your woman, and you guys have been together since Jesus Christ. But why
Right?
do
Yeah, 20
women?
years.
Yeah, why do women like bad boys?
But with that being said, what I think and what I pick up, I would say, without anything that would be offending any sex, I think the risk. I think there's a level of risk that and this is the same for men who aren't risky men, right? They put themselves around that environment and they kind of get a feel off it, right? It's fun, it's exhilarating, there's it's, depending on who you're with and what you're doing, there might be levels of power and control, right, involved with that relationship. So there's a lot that actually comes along with dating a bad boy, right? Like my uncle, the leader of a biker gang, he's got a wife up in Kentucky, right? And I'm pretty sure she feels a certain kind of way versus my father and his wife, and kind of how their dynamic is when it comes to the bad boy, because they're both bad boys. But the wives are clearly, attracted to a different type of thrill or risk or whatever excitement. Yeah, or mental illness. P. I mean, to be fair, 100%.
Well, thank you for that,
But
Weed
you
Man.
can't jump over Jay, you can't jump over the fact that Unc sounded like he was a surfer boy out of California. He's like, as if.
Man, why are you
No,
gonna poke the
I was
bear?
just
See, now you
I was
have
just
started.
saying how they talk to me, the responses that I get from women when you initially start talking to them, and then they realize that you the kind of dude that they can walk into Louis Vuitton and buy that $17,000 purse, right? Not with their money, with your bread, and they ain't got two nickels to rub together. So they walking around with a $17,000 purse on their arms, but they ain't got no money.
You have no money in
Hey,
it.
Yeah.
but what that was part of being a bad boy back then, though. You ain't had no money. The women spent their money on you. You had sugar
Man,
mamas
no, no, no,
and shit
no. They
like
no,
that.
they didn't spend their money on me, man. A woman wouldn't buy me a biscuit. She wouldn't buy me a
Man, I
roast
had women
fried
trying to
sandwich
buy
Mm,
me
without the roast.
cars, bro.
wouldn't buy you
I
a
had women
biscuit.
trying to buy
Also,
me
wash
everything.
wash
Well,
it
what you
down with
gonna do for a piece of cornbread?
Wait, hold on a second. Let me say good
That's a
morning
good
to
reason
let me
for the
say good morning
pause.
to Hillary. Hillary, good morning. You look gorgeous in your PTR, Hillary.
Oh, thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. You know, I think one of the things that you guys are saying the girls are doing for excitement and whatnot. Do you ever think about maybe the fact that these are women who probably have a lot of trauma in their lives and therefore are looking for somebody, anybody to protect and take care of them, and they see somebody who's done. And I mean, this goes for women who just like the guys in jail, who all of that stuff, the ones that go for the serial killers and everything. It could be more than just a little dangerous, but more to the point that they want a man, an alpha, somebody who they know for a fact would protect them, and that is some of the attraction to it.
Well, Hillary,
I
let
was
me ask you
gonna
a
say,
question.
cause JB, I agree with you that a lot of women, when it comes to the money shit, it doesn't matter where you got that shit from. Because at the end of the day, if I'm used to a certain lifestyle, if I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth, or if I grew up struggling, and even though this man, he might be, he may not be I don't want to go to the degree that he's a killer, but let's say he a drug dealer, right? Or let's say he just doing some nefarious shit where he robbing people and stuff like that. It may not be right. But at the end of the day, he putting food on the table. And for some women, if you're not used to a man doing that, you will accept that because at the end of the day, he's your lifeline. He's your livelihood. So yeah, you're right. There are some women that will overlook a lot of stuff when it comes to the money because at the end of the day, if that man is providing and he's showing that he can protect time and time again, she's not gonna care about that. I agree with you.
Well, let me say this before I go to be masterful of yourself. So when I came home from incarceration, I'm not gonna lie, I was intimidated to tell women about my past. I just came home, I was scared, and I have to be honest with you, not one woman that I've spoken to gave a shit. When I told them the truth, I was like, listen, this is where I came from, this is what I did, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't have any money. But now that I got money, it's a whole other ball game. I agree with what Unc said earlier. Be masterful. How you doing?
Because you had the magical penis.
Oh, that. Thank you for that.
Hello.
Hello.
Shoot.
Long time no speak. How you doing? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Good to see you, JB. Hello, room. Thanks for having me.
So let me ask you a question. Why do women like bad boys, in your opinion?
So, I wouldn't put it in the same category as Luigi. I the bad boy thing, I would agree with a lot of the other a lot of the other women said. I think it really just has to do with instinct and survival, knowing that you have a man that would be willing to do and fight, do things outside of the norm to fight for your nest, you know what I mean, your home, and not be afraid, right? It shows like an element of fearlessness. And I think that that's sought after for security, just psychologically within women. So I think that that might be a little bit of that, but I don't think that that's what the Luigi situation is. I've seen a lot of people. Um, I'm going to make a big claim, and for people who it will be, it is controversial, I think. Um, but I think that any woman who is at any level sort of either condoning or admiring in any capacity Luigi, I feel that they are, as another woman had said or another person had said on stage, they're severely lacking in not only emotional maturity but an understand like a need for revolution. They understand that there's a problem in society because it's not just the women. I've seen it with a lot of men too, especially on Facebook, and a lot of the men in these on these threads, in these debate rooms, which are generally male dominated, and you see, the men that it's like 50-50. They're going back and forth, and that it makes me so curious. And you see men come up with these logical in seemingly logical explanation, or I would say, I wouldn't say logical, I'll say reasonable in their mind, that there's an element of reason that they've justified why that this guy should die and why he is a hero. And so I think that that's more of what the Luigi thing is. But I think that those people are dangerous people. I think, and I'll move to say that, and I'll end there, that anybody that is admiring him without understanding the true connectedness of how the entire system works and what it means to misrepresent somebody, like a CEO saying that he's a murderer and justifying a murder as a heroic action, while I think it misrepresents the entire moral reason of why we were upset at the CEO to begin with, which is a profit, a callousness, and a profit-based system. He wasn't an intentful. The CEO wasn't an intentful murderer. There was no intent of, like he wasn't a terrorist. And I think that there's a lot of risk misrepresenting that. And the people that are advocating for that, I think they're just hungry for a change. And at this
Be
point,
masterful. Let me ask you a
yeah,
question. Let me ask
sure.
you a question. You and I'm asking respectfully. Do you think if Luigi looked like Danny DeVito, he would get as many fans, as many female fans?
To be honest, yeah, sure. I think that there probably wouldn't, but that also then goes to show like what's the explanation for the male, this extreme amount of male. Would it be different for the male? And so asking me that, would it be different for the male support as well? I don't know. Can I ask you that? Do you think
Yeah,
as a
yeah,
male
yeah.
that there would be, if he looked like Danny DeVito, there would be less men um uh, moving to call him a hero as well?
I
John
don't think it would.
Wayne
I don't think.
Gacy, Charles Manson. Look at all of the extreme love letters and devotion those freaking wackos got. I mean, those good dudes were ugly. I mean, ugly. And look at all the women that threw themselves at them once they were incarcerated.
So
Does
what you're
anybody
speaking to, I
remember
think.
Prison Babe from back in the day, like from a few years ago? That he was like a black guy. He had really pretty green. He was fine.
Yes, yes. Oh
His
my
name was
God,
like
yes.
Jeremy something, and everybody with the internet like went crazy over him, and women was like, "Oh my god, I want to marry him." Like I forget why he was in jail. I forget what he did,
He
but
got a modeling
They tried to
contract after
call they
that.
tried to call that motherfucker my twin, bro. Oh my god.
You do look like him.
In other pictures, probably, yeah. But
Well,
listen, I think
okay.
what B Master, I wanted to say this because B Master's kind of touching on something different. I think I spoke to it when this first happened, and I also think I told you that this was going to be a white boy that was better off. I think I gave that synopsis in here when you asked a couple of us. I'm not sure, but I don't. Honestly, I think that yeah, because he looks good from a non-homophobic standpoint, I think more men do support him. Looks has a lot to do with everything. It's kind of the first thing we deal with. However, understanding the argument that's taking place here, um, is pretty in depth. You're looking at society turning over kind of a new leaf, a dangerous leaf. And I wrote an article on it the other day. I think I told y'all or Jay you about it. It's called something in the Jacobins. If you guys don't know about the Jacobins and the French Revolution, you should definitely go learn about them. They are pretty much what we know is starting modern day terrorism, and in the way it's done, not just in a physical fashion, but also in a systematic fashion, eliminating your opponents and getting them out of and pushing people out and stuff. So go look at that. They're called the Jacobins, and they came around in the 1800s, if I'm not mistaken, during the French Revolution. I had to learn about it in school for global terrorism and domestic terrorism and the resemblances in where society is heading today and where we're heading based on the actions of people and the social engineering is definitely down a slippery slope. So I don't know if it's looks, male or female. I think society as a whole is now being pushed to a much different place.
Thank you, Lee man. So to answer your question, be masterful. I think men who resonate with Luigi resonate with the message. I think some women resonate with his message, as crazy as it is. But I think some women also look past. They don't give a shit about the message. They just see a fine ass young man, because that's him in MG's profile. They look at that. They see the six pack. They see the smile. They see the caterpillar eyebrows,
oh,
and they're
that's
like,
him.
that's him. What do you think,
He
Alpha?
alright. He
He,
alright.
I.
What? This man
Not
is
my type.
cute.
Not my type.
Well,
And another
again,
thing about it is people just want to touch fame. I mean, honestly, like it doesn't really even matter what it is. If you've got a name out there for even a few moments, people just want to touch fame. They want to be part of it.
I agree with that. Let me welcome. I don't know how to say your name, sir. Mumai.
It's the way
How you
it's
say?
the way it sounds. It sounds the way it looks.
Well, good morning, happy holidays. What do you
Good
think
morning.
about the conversation? You want to chime in?
I think it proves the manosphere right yet again. We just keep winning. It proves it right. We were right about
What do
you.
you mean?
We're looking at it. This man is a murderer. I mean, he was like in full view of people, and you know has all but give an official confession. Does that stop the ladies not liking him? Nope. Proves the manosphere right again.
But then how would you explain the male support, Mumia?
Oh, that's easy. Men have always. Were there guys that didn't like Jesse James? Were there guys that didn't like Adolf Hitler? Were there guys that didn't like Chairman Mao or Saddam Hussein? They had guys who supported them too. There's no argument that men support horrible men. Nobody denies that. The issue is women supporting horrible men. Women love narcissists. They complain about them all the time. Women love assholes. Women like reproducing with them. Why do you think there's so many assholes walking around? Because women like reproducing with them. They love
But the
assholes.
question, but sir, the question, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but the question is, why do they love these assholes? You and I have both seen guys who are just straight assholes, sloppy, fat, disgusting, with some of the finest women in the world. Why
because they
is that?
because women like being treated like crap. The Professor Tom Leykis said it best. Treat women like crap, they always come back.
Oh,
Ladies,
I
what do you
gotta
think
say,
Certain
I
about
women
that?
with low
disagree. I
I
disagree.
self-esteem
Hey,
have
disagree.
Mamiya.
issues,
I'm
not
not
all
saying
women.
whether
Good
I
morning,
personally
Mamiya.
agree with it, so that we're clear. I am not giving a personal endorsement or giving a value judgment. I am just looking at behavior, what people do. The first cardinal rule of pickup is you never listen to what women say, you always watch what they do. I just look at what they do.
I mean, JB, I'm just looking at my eyes, right? Like psychoanalyzing this. I hear everybody on stage, like he's attractive, right? I'm doing the eyeball test. Like I said earlier, if this man was living at home, I don't know how old he is, but whatever. If he's living at home, he's jobless, he's a dusty, he would get no women. Like attractiveness
For
will
you believe
only,
that?
I mean, for me, like so for
For you.
example,
But I
for
can
me,
tell you right now, there are
I can
guys that
only
look like
speak for
Girl, it's
him.
me.
bums getting coochie every day out
Yeah,
here.
Okay,
there are
Okay,
well,
I
for
don't
guys
know
that
what
look
me,
you
like
talking
him
about,
that are
MG.
laying up on a woman's
It's
couch
bums
getting
getting coochie
waffles right now as
every
we
day out here. Okay.
okay, well, I can't relate to that. I have no idea. Like for
now you
me,
may
that would
not be
not
able to
work.
relate to it, and that's fair.
I
You
can't
but
relate
that's
to
fair.
it.
But I can
I
But
can't
promise
relate to
you,
it neither, but I see it happen though.
yeah,
It
it
definitely
happens
happens.
all the time. This is prime. This is the prime time of cuffing season. You best believe there are Luigis and Leroys. He's the black equivalent. Luigis and Leroys and Jorge's out there right now, laying up on a woman's couch after banging, blowing her back out, and she's cooking him breakfast, and he ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. There are guys coming home from jail
oh
right
Lord,
now, coming from jail to a woman's
Well,
couch
well,
near you.
hold on a second, ladies. Before you jump on him, I'm going to agree with everything this man is saying. Everything.
Me too.
I
So
just think this guy looks unassuming. He doesn't look crazy. Like right, there's a certain look and aesthetic. He looks like the boy next door. And I shouldn't call
And
him a
so did
boy,
Ted
but
Bundy.
the man. I don't remember what Ted Bundy looks
Yeah,
like to
so
be
did Ted
honest,
Bundy.
but
Ted Bundy
Yeah,
had the boy
he
next door
actually
look too.
looks a little like
Yeah,
Ted
but this
Bundy to
guy
me,
didn't
honestly.
hurt any women, yo. Yo, this guy didn't hurt any women. He didn't attack any women. Like we're not. We're
Ted
talking
Bundy
about
killed
someone
women
who
and women
killed
loved him.
somebody. Yes, yes. But so that's what I'm saying. The comparisons in which we're providing don't line up with Luigi. Luigi is a murderer. He's not a woman beater or oppressor. Like it was something
Well,
different
we
here.
don't
That's
know
No,
what
I
we're.
think
that.
I think we're just talking in terms of
Well, based
aesthetics.
on his
And
friend statements,
aesthetically,
they
Ted
said he was a
Bundy is
good
He's
very
guy.
attractive.
non-predatory.
And just like this guy, and
He
I,
couldn't
even
have
though he's
sex.
not my type, I do agree with MG that he is attractive. So I do see the appeal that women would have. But I think that's what we're talking about, not necessarily the crime he committed, but Ted Bundy had the same appeal. He was very attractive. That's actually how he was able to get a lot of his victims. He took them out on dates, or he would break into. He would follow these girls that on college campuses, follow them around, and then wait till they go to sleep at night, and then kill them in their sleep. Some of his victims. So yeah, it's just the similarity is more about the attractiveness and their appeal to women more so than the crimes.
so
Yeah, the
I
Well, I
have
got lost.
some
attractiveness.
That was
statistics
my bad.
that
I got lost in translation when I was listening to Mumia. Then when he was like, "This Luigi's on the couch and compare," and I'm like, "Damn, but them not the same three kind of."
Yeah,
I'd like to
Well,
hear what
Luigi
the
and
room
Leroy
thinks
and Ray
about
and
this.
Robin.
hold on 1 second. Everybody mute up, please. Mumia, please mute up because I get feedback. Thank you. So I'm gonna get going. If MGP and Beth want to keep it open because I got in real life stuff to do. What I'll do is I'm gonna mod Weedman. He'll be the bouncer at the door. You'll be in good hands with Weedman. So guys, have a great day. Happy holidays, to everybody, and I'll see you in the clubhouse streets.
See you, Jay.
Have a good one, Jay.
See you later, JB.
Thank you, Jay.
Hey, I just wanted to share with you guys. I just found some polls which I wasn't familiar with. So I'm looking at them as I'm talking to you. From the Center for Strategic Politics, and they did some polls, which is very interesting. Apparently, men are 3 times more likely to find justifiability in what Luigi Mangione did. Now, this is also interesting. White Americans view Mangione by far the least favorably, with 14% having a positive opinion of him, 28% of Hispanic Americans having a positive opinion, and 31% of Black Americans having a positive opinion of him. And yeah, men were 3 times as likely to believe that the killing of him was justifiable. Interesting.
I don't know. When he got arrested, it looked like he forgot to go to the rabbi and head up to the temple to get his hair cut. But I do not find him attractive at all. His parents' bank account, sure, but I wouldn't write a letter to that person.
And
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna say
attraction is
something, Pep.
based on something just more so of just like attraction. Like some women are attracted. Like I don't think people have the capacity to detach from the sense of attraction. Like I mean, physically attraction, right? And I think when it comes to men, what kicks it off is, and I think it's also women, was the manifesto, the more logical reasoning behind the reason why he murdered that person. It's more so of like the logic between like the logic behind Trump's movement, right? Where it's like, hey, everybody felt this way about the health system, but somebody went outside of the box and did something really, really, really bad. But at the very same time, was backing it was this logical explanation that a lot of people were actually backing up. But he went out and did what everybody would actually thought they would do, and I think that's what a lot of people are connecting to. Women are some women are drawn to his attractiveness, of course, but that is not like the thing that solidifies this, like what men may think as, oh, this woman wants to date, be with him, etc. Women can look at it and be like, oh, this guy is attractive, and leave it at that. But some men are taking it as, oh, all these women are attracted to this guy and they must want to live their life with him, marry him, etc., etc. No, it's something different, but I'll leave it there.
One thing's for sure, his cellmates are going to be quite happy when they see him getting there.
Right, Sean? Um, but the thing is, what people don't understand, even though he was the CEO, right? Go ahead and kill him. We're all replaceable. Every person on the stage is replaceable in whatever job you're doing. So the next one's going to come up. What you going to do? Go out and shoot him too, or her? Whoever comes in, they maybe me. Who knows what they are going to do? But everybody is replaceable. He was not the only decision maker within that company. So I don't know.
I have something to say. I'm, uh, I don't know who it was way earlier who made the statement that uh, that the women that I think it was the women either women or the men don't care about the consequences of their actions. I think it was the about the men don't care about the consequences of their actions. Um, I think that's the way that it was said. Um, I think that's the way it was said. And that the women don't care about what the men what happens to the consequences to the man's to the man's actions or something like that. Anyways, I believe that women care about what the men do and the consequences to what what they do. I believe that. That's my I mean I care about it anyways. And so I'm going to answer for myself. So I don't know how other women feel, but I care about the consequences to a man's action if I'm with them. So, thank you.
Hey, MG, let me ask you a question based on a comment that you made in the chat. You said that Travis Hunter is dog shit ugly, right? And for you, right? I'm sure you weren't speaking for all the women, but he dog shit ugly, and he's the center of attention right now because of some situation that everybody assumed because they being nosy, they in other people's business, right? So they seen him and his girl having some kind of confrontation, I guess, at the game, and everybody commenting, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now you aren't the only woman who said that Travis Hunter is dog shit ugly, right? I promise you, every woman on this stage, no, not every woman on this stage, but here's the thing. Women, that man fixing to get $100 million to play football. Do you know how many, you know, from a scale on a scale of 1 to 10, beautiful women 13s, women that's 13s, fight each other about being his woman. Yeah. And women, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. Here's my experience. I got a whole bunch of buddies, got a gang of money. I play with them, golf with them all the
Sorry,
time.
I couldn't. This
They
app is
dirt
glitching.
ugly.
I couldn't come off mic. No, I
Yeah.
agree. Like, there's a million women, right?
Yeah.
Who would go out. I'm just saying for me, I can't. I just can't.
And
He's
that's
that
what I'm saying.
unattractive. He's
That's
that
exactly what I
unattractive to
said.
me.
His
Yeah.
money or his potential to generate revenue based on his football talent and blah blah blah, his marketability. He gonna have dials they're gonna make out of him. His jersey gonna sell 10,000 billion fucking a hour or whatever it's gonna be, right? And there are women who, no matter how much fucking money they give him, would have absolutely nothing to do with him, very specifically because he's not aesthetically attractive. But guess what?
But attraction
But
should
for
matter
every one woman
because
that
his
won't date
I
him,
know, but
it's
those
a
relation
million who gonna will
I
date
know,
him. Yeah,
and they're
they will
and
have
the
sex
relate
with him with another girl waiting on the couch to have sex with him
I
after he finished
agree.
having sex with her.
I agree. I'm just saying his relationships with these so-called women will never last, right? Because they're there for the wrong reason. Like I'm sorry, attraction still matters to some level, right? Like what? Hello, like he's too far gone for me and for my eyes. Roya, do you know what we're talking about?
I wasn't gonna wait, but who are you guys talking about that looks like a baboon asshole? I mean, fuck are you all are talking about? Who are you
Travis
talking about?
Hunter, the
Tribesman.
$100 million football player that just won the Heisman Trophy, he ugly as fuck.
He's so
Travis,
unattractive.
what?
But
Hunter.
ugly is
Hunter.
Hunter. Okay,
ugly is a
Googling him right
condition
I
that
now.
can
just
be corrected with a
Unc,
light
I hear
switch.
what you're sorry, Sean, I'll just say this and I'll let you guys go. Unc, I agree, for the most part of what you're saying. I'm of the view that attraction still matters, right? And I don't think him getting with these whatever models, they're going to be in and out. They're not, they're going to look at him at some point and say, I cannot do this. He's so unattractive.
He
I
is not
really do.
That is
so
a
unattractive,
child.
MG. I mean, this is, I mean,
What? Okay, well, I'm going to go on mute. I don't,
I'm saying
listen, I'm just
he's
saying,
not the
Beth.
ugliest person on planet Earth. His body is his height, his
I mean,
body
to
is
me.
literally like at the level of five, like the top 5% of bodies in America. I mean,
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like you also got
his
to be
body is a 10,
realistic.
but his face
Yes.
is a 0.
I
So,
wouldn't say it's a 0, it's like a 5. It's not ugly. It's not like, wow, I'm gonna throw up if I kiss you. Like, there's a lot of guys all in Ukraine who have that heavy forward, a Homo sapien type of forehead. That's a lot of humans on planet Earth. They need love too. At least this one's, cute, has nice teeth. He's a cutie, but his cutie pie factor is definitely there.
Roya June. Who
I'm
is this
saying his
Roya?
cutie pie factor is there. To say that this guy is ugly, I mean, like, there's some.
Roya
I live in St.
June.
Louis. There are some ugly motherfuckers in my city. So, I mean, like, he's not the most beautiful face. Got it. But I mean, I can see him finding a woman that's beautiful, attractive, hot body he can build a life with. I mean, he doesn't need to settle for an ugly woman. Just saying.
And Unc, there you go.
I think it
No, I
has a
think
lot
just
to
by a
do.
trap. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say as well, as a female, I think it depends on, what you aspire to, you know, what your level of what you have and what you want is. And you find that women who have got a lot, then they're probably not going to be looking at that kind of thing. A guy's not really going to be able to get with them just because of money, or even just because he's ugly, or any of these things. If the woman has got a sufficient amount of ability, access, what have you, herself, then she has a lot more choice. I mean, I live in Australia, and there's a big thing at the moment where the Australian men are going to third world countries. They're going to Asia, they're going to the Philippines, they're going to Bali, and they are marrying women from these societies. And, attraction has got nothing to do with it. These women already know that this is a way out for them, and attraction doesn't come into it. They're looking for a Western man, and they have already made that peace with themselves that when they find one, attraction's not going to feature in it. They're going to put up and shut up, and they're going to get with these people. They're going to get married to them. They're going to get out of their country. A lot of the times, once they're out of the country and they're into Australia, maybe they've had some children with this person, and they've got some standing themselves. Then they divorce them, and they've got their own rights. But yeah, attraction doesn't always come into it, depending on your level of where you are in society and where you want to get to. That's just my experience.
But Paula, if you got to put a bag over their head and turn off the lights, yeah, I don't care how much money you got. I'll go work at fucking Dollar Tree and make some money if I have to. If
Exactly.
the real
Yeah, but
estate
yeah, but,
market
but we're women who
melts.
have got choice. We're women who have got a certain level of comfort in our lives. I live in Australia, and I see this huge trend of Asia, the Philippines, what have you, and you see these beautiful little women with these absolutely awful men. They're not attractive. They're old enough to be their dads. There is no attraction going there, and they're not even getting the luxury of a bag, but they're getting out of the life that they live in. So we can say that we're not going to do that. Yet I'm not going to do that either. And Australian women and Western women aren't doing it, and this is
Well,
why
Western
these
women
men.
are doing it. Western
No,
women
I'm
are
talking.
going to
I'm talking
Western,
about. I'm
Western
talking
women
about
are
where I
going to
am.
Hey,
Western
let's
I'm
women
let
are
talking
going
Paula
about
to
where I am.
finish. Let's have
Western
Yeah,
Paula
women are
sorry.
going
finish.
to but Western women
Yeah,
are
I'm not talking
Let's
about.
have
I'm not talking
Paula
about the whole
finish,
world.
bro.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not talking about the whole world. I'm really not. I'm talking about where I am here in Australia. The Western women here in Australia are not putting up with it, and the Australian men are going en masse to the Asian countries and saying, "Yep, I'm going to get an Asian. I'm going to, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I'm not speaking about the whole world. I'm just speaking about what's going on here, and for those women." Attraction does not come into it. The men are old enough to be their dads. They're fat. They're ugly.
Yeah, that happens
These
all over
women.
the
They're
world.
they're, they're playing the long game.
Yes, but that happens on the other side too. In Turkey, for example, there are fat old white women going to Turkey to get a boy toy. They're doing it in Cairo, Egypt. They're doing it in the Gambia, black and white women that are older and fat. In Jamaica, they have organized trips, girlfriend tours international, where you have middle-aged and older black women who are, according to the book that I read, In Pursuit of Happiness by Bianca C. Williams, they're older, they're fatter, they're getting young, going over to get some bamboo from the young Jamaican guys. Jamaica has long been a destination of sex tourism for white and black women for a very long time. So it happens on both sides.
Yeah, in that case,
Both
you're
sides.
agreeing with me. You're agreeing with me. We're saying that depending on your level of, you know, desperation or where you want to get out of your situation, there's a point where you've made your peace and attraction's got nothing to do with it, and it's not a female exclusive thing, it's not a male exclusive thing. These people, they want to get out of their situation, and they're willing to just, attraction's not going to come into it. So we're actually saying the same thing, Mummy. We're agreeing there.
It's actually a matter of context specifically given to, Luigi. I think that Luigi, and I could be wrong about this, is he was more so of an awkward person, to himself. He gives off a sense of intelligence where, I mean, he did go to Ivy League, and he's more so of a person that is more awkward to a lot of women, and some has stated that he does have this cute factor going on. And I think that what highlighted this was what he did. Like in his real life, in reality, he was more so just to himself more than ever from my perspective. But when he did this highlighted it and brought this big spectacle where people are seeing him at the big in the big picture, where a lot of women are like, oh, he's cute or he's attractive. And also, his manifesto just kind of triggered this more intellectual reasoning, and some men agree to it, and some women as well. Where it's like, yo, this guy is attractive. And me personally, as a man, I don't take it quite seriously when a woman go, hey, I'm attracted to him. I don't go down this path within me to go, hey, you know what? Y'all crazy for doing this. I think it's just fantasy, and it will play out eventually, like previous people before, like the guy that did something wrong, the model. At that time, women, was attracted to this guy. They all was flooded in, him with letters and stuff like that. But look where he at now. Look where the situation is at now. Men do it as well with women who are stepping out in the spotlight and doing things that is outside of the box as well, like women who just have principles, who does like badass things, quote unquote. And I think men find that attracted to some women. We both do it on terms of just being human, but I'll leave it there. I'll continue to listen.
I I don't know him, G. I personally, Rora, you can step in. I personally, if you are not that attractive, perfectly fine. But if you have a good personality, your focus is on the same focus I have in life, that's okay. Sometimes things will step over. But if you're a murderer, no. Game over, dude. Sorry. Back up. Unless you're protecting myself and my kids, nope. No game here. You definitely don't look attractive.
What if you put in
I
an
think
order
men
for
are more
10 golf
comfortable with.
carts?
I think men are more comfortable with the idea that if they lack something, they have to make up for it somewhere else. They have to compensate. I don't think that that's true for a lot of women. I think a lot of women aren't comfortable with the idea that if you're not, blank on attractive, then you have to bring something else to the table. I think a lot of women, that's very difficult for them to accept. I think men are more comfortable with it.
What, you're comfortable with the fact that you only got a woman because you have some money?
Yeah.
That is where I'm thinking
Yes.
on this whole scenario with Luigi. Is
Yeah.
somebody's going to get one of those visits, whatever they call them, at prison,
Hmm.
go in, get pregnant, and guess what? Then grandpa and grandma have to take care of that kid, and
Right.
there's money there. Hmm.
Yeah. I think men, as a general rule, are more comfortable with the idea of trade-offs. And I think men, as a general rule, are not as put out by the idea that if they have a shortcoming in one area, in the area of mating, that they have to compensate for it in another. I think that doesn't neatly map over with women. That a lot of women is very difficult for them to accept. Well, I'm not going to be a beauty queen, so I'm going to have to make up for it in this way. I think that's a harder thing for them to accept. That's what I'm saying.
I don't have a problem accepting that, but that doesn't mean they have to be a bad boy.
Yeah, I think a lot of women, more than you realize, are pretty comfortable enough with that concept. That's just a natural leveling out. You know, if you're not, you know, a beauty queen, you know, you're going to have to, you know, try harder in different things. That's probably why the whole concept of makeup and beautification comes in, because you know that if you don't start out beautiful, you need to do the best that you can to make yourself as beautiful as you can be to kind of get that head start. And if you can't make yourself beautiful, then you have to find something else. I think women are pretty comfortable with that idea more than you realize.
That's an excellent point there. And Beth, if you don't mind, I'd like to introduce that we swap the roles. Let's say that it wasn't a dude, but it was a chick. Pick the girl that you find the most beautiful. I don't know, your Sharon Stone, if you will. And fellas, would you be attracted to that woman? Would you be waiting for her outside of prison? I don't know.
Kind of hard to do because, to be fair, as a general rule, men murder people a lot more than women do on average. So it'd be kind of hard to suss that out. But it's an interesting question. You know, I personally, I'm not enthralled by the idea of a cold-blooded murderer. Yeah, no.
You would probably have women attracted to the woman who murdered people. I put it in the chat. It's called hybristophilia, and its nickname is called Bonnie and Clyde syndrome. And it's actually a paraphilia where more, definitely more women are attracted to dangerous figures, criminals, people who are in jail, and that's where you get the phenomenon of where women are sending love letters to jails, or what's the name of that murderer that everybody fell in love with? I can't remember his name, but
Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy. There it is. Thank you. Yeah. It's a paraphilia, and it's listed as such. I think it's in the DSM, but yeah, it's there's an actual phenomenon going on there, and it definitely impacts women much more than men. And I believe, I can't remember, it has something to do with childhood and negligence, or I don't know, something like this. I don't know, I can't remember, but anyways, yeah, it's a paraphilia.
Hmm. Well, for personally, I get nervous with, like the idea that there's a pastime. Some people go on dates and they like to throw hatchets and that sort of thing. That's not me, or axes, I guess. That's not me. I kind of get nervous just thinking about the idea of a woman holding like a bladed edged weapon. No, no thanks. I'll pass.
Well, me, yeah, I was just thinking, I think I would disagree. I think women are comfortable because look at the rise of plastic surgery, right? Look at fillers, whatever, breast augmentation. Like women do this all the time and it's normalized, and men don't even blink.
Don't even blink at what?
Like the fact that they're augmented.
Oh no, men don't care if your boobs are
Right,
fake, ass is fake, if you have fake lips or whatever else is fake. Men don't
exactly.
care. All they care about is it looks good.
Right. So I think women are comfortable changing, right, when they can't compete, is all I'm saying. Because you said that they weren't.
Well, okay. So with Doctor Miami being what it is now, right? Women going to taking trips to Istanbul and that sort of thing. Okay, great. Are all the women dimes now?
I think it's
No,
more
they're
men
they're.
that go to Turkey, isn't it, for hair transplants?
I don't
Women,
know.
women. Well, Istanbul is one of the world destinations for cosmetic surgeries.
Yeah, hair transplants for male pattern balding.
Okay, but still, it's still one of the world leading.
Women are going there. That's
It's
for
still one of
men.
the world leading centers for cosmetic surgery. It's a
Women-
fact.
That's
Yeah,
where
I know.
isn't that
I
where all
know
the
that. But the
Kardashians got
surgery.
their nose jobs?
Yeah, I
I
got
don't
my
know,
nose done here in
Istanbul.
but
Vancouver.
it would not surprise me because it's a
Iran
world
is
leading
usually a
center.
very popular spot for nose jobs, or Lebanon, if you want to do cosmetic tourism, or like
Yeah,
some sort of, yeah.
It could be true.
but the thing about Luigi that works for all guys, attractive or not attractive, but especially well when you're attractive, is instantly becoming famous.
Yeah, yeah,
It's the fame
yeah.
that is getting most of the women, and then there is that smaller minority that are like famous plus murders people, really gets them going, but the fame
No, it's a
shoots them over the
paraphilia.
edge.
It's a sexual
Right,
thing.
but how do you exercise that fame? I mean, he doesn't have a chance in hell to exercise it, right? So I don't know if the fame is so much attractive as all these other nuances
Yeah.
to the individual mind, right? So when I think of the different followers and how, like, when they perp walk them, for example, the perp walk, we all saw that. I I look at it from a criminal thinking standpoint, right? So criminal thinking, the basis of it is power, excitement, and control. And you have Luigi who's being perp walked, right? You have different things going through his brain and how he's digesting that. You have the cops doing what they're doing, then you have the followers looking at it. And I think for men, the what he displayed was a level of power, albeit he's paying the piper for it. There's a level of excitement involved for people who, again, otherwise wouldn't do something like this. They're not going to do it, so they get to live this thrill through somebody else. And this kind of goes into the support of people. Everyone who supports him agrees with his position. They don't support that they killed him. They agree with his position. If you actually listen to the people talking about it, they're like, yeah, we don't support murder. We support the position. And that's where I think we're going to have a hard time, bro, because I think when you generally speak to people across America, they feel a certain way about the treatment from the healthcare system, but they're not necessarily going to go kill somebody about it.
Yeah, I don't buy the argument that somehow Luigi's actions were justified. There is no justification for murder, and that's what this is.
No, I agree
Cold
with that 100%.
blooded, cold blooded, broad daylight murder. There's no justification for it. No matter what you may feel about the American healthcare system, the arguments may very well be valid. The individual in question may very well be an asshole. And he may be, profiting off of the misery of others. That may all be true. But Luigi is evil. Period, point blank.
Right. And what happens is this is that people get to relate to that feeling, though, and express that feeling without actually having to be the one to go kill somebody, because we all know it's wrong. We know that's wrong, right? But people they're siding with them. They're so passionate about it because they won't pull the trigger. They feel just as deeply, but they won't pull the trigger because either they understand crime is wrong or they don't want to get caught. But this is what everyone's attracted to, bro. The fact that he did something that so many people wish could be done, maybe in other ways, right? Attacking the system, not necessarily through murder. And when you listen to people, that's what I keep hearing from all these, because I'm slipping through TikTok and I'm on all the social medias, kind of keeping my eyes peeled to who the next fucking who the next one's gonna be, who so strongly feels about this that they're trying to start a movement. I mean, there's songs, there's videos, there's memes, there's groups of people now calling themselves the adjusters or something, and they're gonna like do a protest. It's becoming something which is why he's being charged with terrorism, which is becoming a societal issue. It's a
Well, terrorism
revolution of
is
sorts, and they're using that word, and it's
terrorism is violence in the name of it
of
is a
politics
political
in the
act.
name of
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So that I didn't know this. I'm just finding this out now because I didn't closely follow the case so far. But you're saying that him being charged with terrorism is interesting because terrorism, as we both agreed, is a violent act that is being made or being done with a political aim in mind. So yeah,
Right.
that's interesting.
So, and what I'm trying to express is that's what I'm trying to kind of express. I kind of maybe I did it backwards, but that's the following that he's done, right? The way he's been able to create a social impact, whether it was through his messaging, it's really through his messaging, right? That's why I think they're hitting him with terrorism. Although it was a one man act on another private citizen, it was done to move groups of people passionately
Yeah, and
in a
it's also
certain
dealing with
direction.
the healthcare system, the debate around it, and so on. So yeah,
Yeah, it
Exactly.
fits.
Yeah.
It fits the domestic or corporate terrorist definition perfectly. I just we've had eco terrorists for so long. We've got the stop oil people that are starting to get destructive in Europe, and we've had a lot of these movements, and like the U.S. anti corporate movement has almost always been tied to labor. So it's kind of weird that a non-union solidarity blue collar guy with an axe to grind is going after it. He's much more of a Ted Kaczynski in profile than he is some blue collar union guy fed up with some corruption or coming from that angle. But then again, like with BLM kind of opened it up to that because they've been training and practicing, and we've got Ivy League lawyers throwing Molotovs at police stations over racial justice protests. So
Yeah, but to
the
be fair, we've always had that. Well, I mean, to be fair, we've had that since the KKK, right? So I mean,
which is a
that's a
domestic
part
terrorist
of that's
organization.
yeah. So
the
exactly, and I agree
the
that
K
all these
the
names we're naming
KKK
have been issues.
the KKK was a little bit elitist, but the KKK had a basically a bipartisan had a bipartisan like coalition,
No, sir.
right? You
No,
had
sir.
you had northern
But
you
their
had
From its
violence,
very
northern
but their
inception,
violence
KKK
was
from its
violent.
very
supporters.
inception, the Ku Klux Klan, founded by Nathan Bedford Forrest, an officer in the Confederate Army, was a Democrat. No, it was not bipartisan. No, no, it was not. It was founded from its very inception as a insurgent terrorist organization designed to fight
100%.
against the American federal government. But
That
from
yep,
its
that's
very
100%
inception.
right.
Okay.
Uh, I know that that's the way that you feel, but that's not based in reality.
What?
No,
You guys,
that's
I
based
want to get
on the
down.
Southern Poverty
Hey,
Law Center
Ahmad's
and
speaking. You
studying
guys,
the
let's chill
No,
KKK,
out
that's
for
not
a
bro.
minute.
the Southern
Yeah,
Poverty
the
Law Center.
Southern
Let's
Poverty
stay
Law
on
No,
Center,
sir.
that
they're
topic
guys,
they're
again, please.
always
We're
hear
on
not
the
that.
getting into
ball.
the
We're
Confederate
trying to
flag
speak.
and this type of stuff. We're talking about Luigi right now, and we're talking about women being dumb and sending him candy and money. All right,
The
so
the Southern Poverty Law Center people are the people who are cheering Luigi on.
I wouldn't agree with that at all, bro. I wouldn't agree with
Oh,
that.
horse shit. They're full of Antifa. It's
Well,
like their
I
biggest
can't
legit
speak.
group.
I can't speak to the infiltration of organizations. I think that happens just about anywhere. So um, the general consensus of what they do and the research that's provided, though, throughout history is 100% accurate when it comes to the KKK, bro.
They were a terrorist organization. And we're talking about terrorism insofar as Luigi's actions constituting a terrorist act. I think a plausible case could be made for that.
No, it
Yeah,
is what
but
it
Yeah, no,
is.
still,
and I agree,
it's
I agree with that. I think there's a plausible case. At
It's
first, I was like
political violence.
terrorism.
It's not new.
Exactly.
JFK was assassinated as well. It doesn't really actually have to do anything
Yeah,
with
but JFK is a
race. I
president,
don't
and
know
so
why you're
there's the
bringing up
politics,
like,
there's the political tie.
yeah,
The
I don't know why you're
CEO
bringing up Black
isn't a
Lives Matter.
politician.
It's weird, but it's
Well,
political
don't worry about
violence.
that. No, we were discussing a more general topic when he brought up
Right.
BLM, so
But
we kind
there,
of moved past that though.
how do you guys, okay. How do you guys feel about the normalization of political violence in America? Like with the assassination attempts on Trump. There was a politician who was shot at a baseball game. Now you have another
That's where I
situation.
think we're headed.
Great. So what do you guys think about it?
I think it's a direct and deliberate attempt to undermine our way of life, our institutions, the very nature of democracy itself. Democracy is an attempt to forestall things like assassinations, bloody wars that would happen with various monarchies and whatnot. It's an attempt to forestall that using peaceful means, debate, persuasion, free and fair elections, and so on. So all of this is directly undermining all of that. If you don't like the way things are done in America, you can organize, you can lobby, you can try to persuade others through the public square. That's the way to change things. If you go to the gun, you're admitting that your way doesn't work.
Did he obtain the
So I
gun?
don't necessarily agree with that though. Go on. I'm
Did
sorry.
he obtain his gun legally or illegally? Does anyone know?
He 3D printed it.
It's 3D
Yeah, it was a
printed.
ghost
Did
gun.
it?
It was a
Okay,
ghost gun,
so
so had no serial
so
numbers
it's
or nothing like
He
illegal.
that.
Okay.
he
Well,
3D printed it.
no, it was
Wasn't
legal.
illegal.
he
I don't think that you can
manufactured his
print your own
own
guns.
from a kit. He
Right. I don't think that's
manufactured his own
legal.
from a kit. That's
I don't
not
think that's.
illegal.
I do believe that's
Well,
legal, and every gun has to have a
It's not.
number on it so that they're
No,
able
it
to trace
doesn't.
it. No, it does actually. I
I,
was listening
I
to
would say that's
No,
BBC's.
it
probably
doesn't.
No, it does actually. I was listening to
List
a.
Yasmin,
Not in the state of
Yasmin,
Ohio.
Yasmin.
Okay.
If you're not
right.
familiar
States
with the
matter.
1968 Gun Control Act, with the 1934 NFA, with the rest of the litany of the dumbass gun laws in this country that we've had for the
Yeah.
last 100 years,
Don't
I
talk
would
to
go
me like.
research it
Yeah.
before
Don't talk
telling
to me in
things
that
like that.
patronizing tone.
Okay.
Ghost guns are
Well,
absolutely
I'm talking
not.
to you in this tone because you're
Yeah.
wrong,
Don't
but you're
talk to me
really
like
Well,
that.
you don't
confident
need
that
to
you're
All right,
right.
talk
all
in
right,
any
all right,
tone.
all
This was like a
right.
chill
Let's calm
fucking
down.
zone
Let's
for
calm
Let's
down.
calm
everyone.
down
Let's
the
Everybody
calm
room.
answer the
down.
question.
Hey, you guys, we're gonna chill out. Retake. MG, are you here? P, Beth, are you guys here or what?
Yeah, we're here. We're going to
Okay,
calm down
cool.
this room.
Like we went from a gun laws now going through like American Constitution. Like let's move on and let's kind of find the central point in which we were talking about. So let's talk more about the increase of political violence. I feel like that was a good subject matter that Yasmin brought up, and I don't feel like playing The Price is Right or trivia in this room. We get it. Everyone's smart. So let's move on. Yasmin, if you wanted to finish your point, and then we can popcorn to the next person.
Yeah, sure. It is a criminal offense under Section 99 of the Criminal Code, weapons trafficking, for anyone to manufacture a prohibited firearm, a restricted firearm, or a non-restricted firearm without any sort of code on it. So that's
In
one.
what
And
state?
two, that's one. And that's my second one
In what
is please
state?
don't ever talk to me again like that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, please, guys.
In what
We really
state did you
don't
just
like to
read that
play
law
this
from?
game.
Okay,
Was
so
that
the
New
verdict's
York?
out on whether it is or isn't. Okay, we have different. Yasmin stated your source, Manville. You mentioned that it's not illegal. Okay, we got it. So let's move on. So we're not going to Socratic method another person on the stage because that's frankly boring for the rest of us. Beth, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, move on, Rora.
Yeah,
That's
let's
it.
move on. Jeez. All right.
So
So
we were discussing the terrorist kind of ideology behind it, I
gotcha.
guess, and how they. Muma presented kind of like a question and a thought, so that's where I was trying to go, but I guess it kind of got lost. I don't know if Muma or whoever it was wants to
Go
represent that.
ahead, we Ed. Just let's remember brevity is key, and let's all pay attention to make sure that the room and ideas are being not equally, but not everyone's a talker. But let's make sure that this is a group conversation. Help me out with it. Thanks. So go ahead. We Ed. We Ed. Whatever.
Oh, you thought me,
Weed.
weed man?
You can call him Weed Ed. He's just my
We Ed. No, I
JoJo.
said we Ed, not weed head. Weed man. Jay. Okay.
Gotcha.
Weed man. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I forgot the question. Actually, I was trying to give it to Mamiya. I think he's the one who stated something, and I kind of wanted to go in that direction. I think.
So what did you want to talk about? Like one of the biggest problems that I have with this Luigi issue is that um like I mean, the reasons to be angry on my side are obviously like okay, like I do have a fear of vigilantism. Like the idea that we now justify such actions, like that does, make me believe that we're undermining our legal processes and our sense of justice being institutionalized, right? And I think that one of the biggest reasons for empathy is not just like women lost their damn mind. It's like, okay, well, even if something is empathetic or something that is even like say that like you're also upset with the healthcare system, the fact that that's used as a justification and as a symbol of resistance, who are or seen as like this large grassroots empathy sympathy, excuse me, like where people are sending letters and commit and like commissioning money and stuff like that to send to this guy. It makes me think more about the fact that our institutions, including our justice system, while we believe that, there's always room for improvement and change and betterment, the idea that all of our institutions are completely eroded and not worth like we're living in, I don't know, Iran or North Korea, that within itself is also instability. So on top of the fact that Americans don't feel like they have such a level of hate towards our institute, many Americans, not all Americans, some Americans have such levels of hate towards our institutions that they believe that they're completely eroded and not worthy of trust, that they don't think that these institutions should even be in charge of administering justice for a person like Luigi. So there's also themes like that also out here going on, which I find extremely problematic, but want to hear more about what you guys think. Leanne, go ahead.
So I think that one of the big things with this particular case is that you have somebody who, while he isn't an everyman, people perceive as an everyman. And you have somebody who is part of the oligarchy that is actually running things in this country. And generally speaking, for the everyman, these oligarchs are completely untouchable through the justice system. And so, because they are completely untouchable through the justice system, people are supporting this particular act of vigilantism. And generally speaking, whenever you see people supporting vigilantism, it is related to some kind of power struggle where they feel like the the person that the violence is being committed against is otherwise untouchable, and because they are otherwise untouchable, it is thus justified to act out in this way, in some way, shape, or form, whether it is there are definitely people who think that the killing was literally justified, but somebody said earlier that most people are just kind of broadly in favor of doing something to get the conversation started. It's unfortunate that the guy lost his life over it, but at the same time, a conversation needs to be had about the healthcare issues in this country, right? But that's something that whenever you've got somebody that people debate whether or not he's a terrorist or a folk hero, that's usually one of the main components. And this case is a perfect example of that.
So I think to kind of come back off of you a little bit. So again, power, excitement, and control. When you think most people that act like this is because they lose a sense of power or control in their life. This is the bottom base of it all, bro. Luigi, based on his stuff, you can see he had lost a lot of control and power in his life from what he's been dealing with, whether it was his mother or his back surgery and his inability to have sexual relationships because his back surgery, whatever the fuck the stories are. He felt oppressed. That's essentially what Leanne, I think, is really saying. So there's two sides to how it's presented. Because do I feel like they're untouchable, or am I being oppressed to where I need to commit violence to spark a conversation, to commit some kind of action, to commit change? When you start to look around the world, and this is where the old me and the new me, right, which some of you know and some of you don't, come to a clash, and why I feel as if, and I do fairly better with my assessments and my space, my risk assessments and things of that nature, is you have to understand what that, and we all do, what that powerlessness feels like, but it's now the nuances within that thought process, within the criminal thinking. It's the nuances, that the justifications and nuances that come into play as well, which will be different for everybody.
Right. To
But
be
for
clear, I was
Luigi,
talking about why people are broadly supporting Luigi. I was not talking about Luigi's personal state of mind. I think that Luigi's
right? But this
personal
is
state of mind
everybody.
is difficult to
Everybody,
comment on.
everybody that
Uh,
everybody that
although,
agrees with
although
Luigi,
I
everybody
do,
that supports Luigi, though.
Hey, one at a time, you guys. Leanne,
Yeah.
wrap
So
it
I'm gonna
up, and
finish
then
real
Yves
quick.
yeah,
man, you can talk.
I'll wrap it up.
All right.
Okay.
I do agree with what Manville said that based on what is accessible of what has been said by Luigi, I think that we're looking at profile-wise somebody who's a little bit more similar to Kaczynski, although more poorly executed broadly.
So when I talk about the people who are following Luigi's personality, it actually all rolls hand in hand, because this is why people are so sympathetic to his cause. They all feel like they don't. You just expressed it. They don't have power against somebody who's untouchable through a legal system, right? That's a loss of power. So when you discuss violence and the pathway to violence, okay, you're looking at power, excitement, and control, and a few other steps and areas. But power, excitement, and control again is the base of the rest of the pathway to violence. So the
I
people
feel.
who are
I'm sorry.
sympathizing with Luigi are,
I'm
are,
sorry.
are simply people that feel that they don't have control over their own system. They can't fight it. They
I'm
don't have
sorry.
control over the
I
healthcare
see
system.
Luigi as patently weak. let's assume that everything that has been said that you presented about him is true. Bad back surgery, etc., et al. Hardships
Oh,
he
I
eliminates,
don't care. I agree with
and
that.
all the rest of it. Fair enough, but that still does not give him the right to take another man's life. People go
Yeah, no,
through
I agree with
hardships
that.
all the time, and let's be brutally frank about it. Is he's like the little poor rich boy. Come on, man. Men go through a whole lot worse and don't wind up being a murderer. There's just no excuse for that.
But maybe his
So,
Italian
so yeah,
genetics have
we're
something
not
to
talking
play. You
about
know, the
excuses,
Italians, they
Lamia.
get a little bit hot-headed, uh, not super smart. Sometimes Italians are like this.
What I find
Yeah, but
His
hey,
ethnicity is irrelevant. His ethnicity, or whether or not he's hot-headed or not, all of that is, to me, my mind, irrelevant. Men go through hardships all the time. It's what defines us. How we respond. That's what defines us as men. All of us will go through
Reacting
some type of
seriously to a
hardship of
facetious
one sort
comment.
or
But
another in life.
Leanne, don't talk over him. Let him finish because I didn't like it when people talked over you too, babe.
That's
Okay.
fair.
Now, I was just simply saying, all men, since we're talking about a man here, all men go through one form or another of hardship, hard times, difficulties, challenges. That's not what defines you. What defines you as a man is how you respond. And he responded like a weak man.
I agree with that, and I'm not a man, but I want to hear Miss Bovin, or was it Paula speaking? My apologies, ladies. Which one of you were about to comment?
oh
Oh,
I
master of yourself, Bima. Yeah, go ahead, babe.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I want to say that it's it's exciting to know that people are now that this obviously this is all being brought to everybody's attention like though it wasn't before. And a frustrating aspect though is when people think, they look at the problems, the big problems of the system, and then they think like someone like this CEO was somehow a large player in it when he's really just a passive player. And that's what I think is a big problem. He's a passive player in a business. Like health insurance is not there to help you. Health insurance is a business. You're not entitled to health insurance. If they are not making money, they by default cannot be a health insurance business. But that's just what it is, Leanne. It's just a fact of the matter. That's like if you had for example, people get frustrated when the health insurance companies don't want to take pre-existing conditions. That's like house insurance, and you come with to get house insurance, and your house is oh wait, is that your house? It's on fire. If everybody came there to get the house insurance with their house on fire burning down, there would be no house insurance because the business couldn't operate as a business. It is by default a business. If you want to hate the system, absolutely hate the system, but you have to understand that that is a business and that's how it has to operate. Now, as far as saying that, going as far as to say that the CEO is a murderer, I find that this gravely misrepresents the nature of the moral failure of the CEO. And the reason I say that is because there are people that are absolutely they are homicidal and are crazy, right? We have people that want to kill, and he didn't have direct homicidal intent. We have to call it out for what he was. He was a thief. I believe he was a thief according to what I've seen, and a thief by nature of the contract that was supposed to be fulfilled, and intentionally. So he was a fraud and a thief. Those were two things CEO Thompson was, according to what I know about the process so far, where he had an AI system that was intentionally and knowingly denying his customers and his clients in the contract what they were entitled to in the contract. Okay. So he was taking money, and he was frauding people by saying you're going to get this, but then not giving it to them. And then the thief part is not only just being a fraud, not saying anything about it and not coming out and saying about it. So he was a thief and he was a fraud, but misrepresenting that and saying that what his failure was, which was rooted in greed and callousness, to say that was homicidal. That's going to completely, you're going to lose lose the trees in the forest. You have to hold him accountable for what he did, which was systematically systematically devaluing human lives for profit, right? And we can't say anything else, just on the basis of rhetorical overreach.
So, for
Gotcha.
the record, this is a semantic argument that has nothing to do with what I said.
Okay, that's okay. She's just sharing her opinion. I don't think she meant anything personal towards you. I think she was
I
talking
know.
more about how she views the morality game behind this story.
I know.
Although, B Master, I have to say, like, that's
I just want to say
fundamentally
something and I'll be done real quick.
in the middle of my sentence.
My
Sorry.
bad.
You can go ahead, though. No worries.
So this is the problem with what she said because and I'll go back down after this. So you see how we're just talking about this CEO's morals and we're saying that he's this, that, and the third. But the thing is, due to someone being killed in this murder, right? We don't even allow the criminal justice system to work. Like, he can't even defend his own narrative. But people can just draw conclusions and have opinions on one side based off of a manifesto and reports and stuff like that that could or could not be true. But the person who was murdered can't even tell their side, and this is the problem. It's like I just don't think we could just say things about the deceased the way we do so much without having any kind of valid evidence. But we just do it so much um, in these conversations, and I'm just like, do you not see the issue with your position?
Well, you can bring up, I mean, it's not a matter of if she sees it, you go ahead. This is equal opportunity. Provide your rebuttal so we can see your insight. Is it that the fact that the morality of the CEO is even a matter of discussion? Because if it's that, I mean, I also agree. I don't care if it's, I don't care what like another civilian thinks about the morality of a CEO of a United Healthcare system, a United Healthcare insurance company. I don't believe on the fundamental level that vigilantism is something that should exist within representative government, period. I don't believe that I need a Robin Hood to administer checks and balances within our justice system in society. And I view that as something that's detrimental. So I don't even think that the morality, whether he was an asshole who would sleep with everyone or chuckle at night because, mwah ha ha ha, look at all these other Americans that definitely don't know how to pay that policy gap and aren't going to be able to go to sleep at night. Again, many that I don't understand inflating problems, very real problems within the American healthcare system with moral justification of a life of a CEO of murder. I mean, of murder. That's the word for it. So I'm still not able to, comprehend and connect these two things. And I don't understand necessarily where the moral I guess turning off happens when it comes to the act of murder. Anyway, so let's go did you want to provide a rebuttal or did you just
I
want
mean,
to point out
my
that she didn't
rebuttal was
provide
my
sufficient
statement.
evidence?
No, no, ma'am, I'm not like. So I think we're in agreement. Like everything you just said.
You and I are
Oh,
in agreement. I'm just saying if you're going to rebuke her, go ahead and rebuke her.
it's
Just don't point out that she has her belief is wrong. If her belief is wrong or right, I mean, just go ahead and provide your evidence for your point.
so it wasn't an evidence based argument. I'm just highlighting something. That's all I did. All I'm saying is
Okay,
that
cool.
okay, never mind. It's all good.
It is. All right. So, totally forgot my point before I was interrupted so that we could just hear someone critique someone for having an idea that they don't agree with. Cool. So,
It's
anyway,
Clubhouse.
yeah, it is. All right, Mumia, be Master, Doss, Jefferson. Jefferson, why haven't you spoken at all? Jefferson, brother,
What's up, Roya?
what's going on?
I've just been listening.
What do you think about this malarkey going on? Everybody just taking a pistol, pew 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 pew, killing whoever they want. What do you think's up with that?
Uh, it's, I mean, the rule of law is going to win on this one, of course. Maybe in the fullness of not only as a consequence of this particular incident, but probably in the next. I would kind of. I'm about half expecting in the next 5 years, the fiduciary responsibilities encased in law to be adjusted somewhat. Not as a consequence of this single incident, but man, I don't know. I don't really have. You shouldn't have killed a guy. But then the industry is kind of off the rails a little bit, like in a way that everyone can recognize.
I think that if the healthcare system in any way, shape, form, or fashion capitulates as a result of this Luigi situation, then it's not true reform. It's basically bending to intimidation, and that would really be bad for our republic. If something needs to be reformed, the appropriate venue for that reform is in the Congress and in the Senate, and if
I
need
agree.
be adjudicated by the courts, not by a vigilante with a gun.
I agree, and it's like I don't think that there's going to be like some off the rails populist cultural, like a tide that's going to push everyone into adjusting their in any meaningful way, push these companies to adjust kind of their protocols. But I suspect, hopefully, not nearly as severe as this particular incident, but enough attention over enough time, and like that's what I'm hoping is that it
Didn't
gets a tune-up in the law.
So
didn't we
when you
go
say
nuts
fiduciary
and
responsibility, sorry, I just want to ask something about the fiduciary responsibility. So are you saying that we're going to have more of a push like other Western societies where a lot, what did you just say it, Jefferson? So you think the federal government is going to have to really work out a larger way to pay for public health care?
No, well, I
Why?
don't know. I honestly don't know, and I don't trust a single-payer system. Like, especially if you just took that and superimposed it on a broke-ass, twisted-up mess like what we have right now, then you've just encased a whole bunch of those twists and kinks in the system. You've just encased them into law. Just as well build them out of
Well, you
fucking
can go ahead
stone.
and see the
So,
inefficiencies within public systems like Canada, like the UK. Like, I mean, these systems are glorified in many people's eyes. But anyway, I agree. Like, with you that the actual parts that people are upset about when it comes to the United States healthcare system is a delicate balance between the right to health and then also the right to choice of how you get that health covered. I mean, and so and I mean I kind of heard what you were saying earlier about like, yeah, I mean that it's really hard not for many like you mentioned yourself, even you couldn't stop from bringing up like the aspect of, oh well, healthcare is broken in America. That almost like even though you obviously don't justify the murder of the CEO, but it's something that I feel like keeps coming up.
If I could just jump in really quick, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to give Mr. Shade his flowers because I don't think I articulated that I was steel manning the argument. And so I do want to point out that he's correct. What I was saying about the CEO and about the denial and the appeals and all of that, it was steel man. In worst case scenario, it comes out that all of that is true. But thank you for pointing that out because I do think that that was important to include, and I did not, Mr. Shade. So thank you for that.
I think that this case playing out in the backdrop of what we saw this year. And by that, I mean the two political assassination attempts on Trump, whatever you may think of him. I think that this suggests a real danger. You want to talk about a danger to democracy for those who feel that Trump was fine. This, what we're talking about right now, is a danger to democracy. You're talking about public policy changes at the point of a gun. That's what we're talking about here. I don't like where that goes. This is worse than defund the police, or even worse than an attempted assassination of a former president on the campaign trail. Now we're talking about changing public policy at the point of a gun. We might as well not have democracy anymore if that's the case. The
But
Well,
I
much
if
I
you
mean,
don't like
listen
the
to
way
to
Mao,
something
put
goes,
all of
I just kill
healthcare
somebody.
reform on the shoulders of Luigi, is a little unfair. There are there's hundreds of American healthcare reform organizations and that have put lots of money, both think tank wise and both on the local level and statewide organizations that focus on health care reform. So, I mean, it's not like this guy just spearheaded the conversation about healthcare reform in America. And so, now, is it more in the forefront of Americans, I guess, like frontal lobe? Yeah, because we're also in the age of social media. But to kind of say that any sort of policy reform that's going to come out of, I mean, no, this guy didn't revolutionize he didn't come up with the idea that healthcare is shit in America, you know?
now I I didn't want to get off topic of the conversation, but this did pop into my mind, and I think this is a weird spot for some people to be in. Do y'all remember Martin Shkreli at the height of his bullshit?
No.
Yeah, the farmer bro.
I I think Martin Shkreli got the Trump uh, legal treatment before Trump got the treatment. He pissed off so many people, doing everything pretty much the way that the laws and the system of healthcare that we have set up allowed him to do it. He cornered the market on a product that was very desirable. He jacked the price up to make himself a shitload of money, make his company worth a ton of money in future revenue. He hurt people in the sense that he made it much more difficult for them to access the same care and made insurance companies, you know, basically be forced to look for alternatives rather than use his stuff. And he was absolutely fucking hunted. His entire life was scanned through a microscope to find the tiniest things that he had ever done wrong. In the same way they got Derek Chauvin for fucking tax evasion, right? They went full bore on this guy. And I'm pretty sure if the Justice Department goes full bore on anybody who's lived long enough, they can find a felony in there fucking somewhere. Right? You failed to file a certain form at some point, or you were mistaken at some point, or they can get you in the interview room and get you to lie to them and get you that
You're
way.
essentially, you're essentially talking
In
about
some ways,
lawfare.
anybody can be got.
Yeah, lawfare.
Anybody can be got if
Yeah,
you put enough resources into them.
yeah.
And so the people, and I mean, they dragged this motherfucker in front of Congress. The people were completely off with his head. Get rid of this guy, throw him in prison for the rest of his life. And he got both barrels, right? State and federal, um, for his business decision to raise prices, and which pissed people off. Luigi Mangione, on his own, without a federal government, without getting a White House petition together before doing it, did pretty much the same thing to this healthcare CEO. Now, I know Shkreli didn't die and he bounced back and did whatever crypto bullshit, but they fucking went for his head. And if he had some skeleton in his closet that was good enough for life in prison, he'd probably be sitting there.
So you're talking
So
about lawfare.
we we did we pulled a lynch mob on Martin Shkreli
Yeah,
over a unethical healthcare business move.
yeah. It sounds like lawfare to me, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with using, the political law enforcement means to go after, you know, political foes or people we don't like in a free market. I don't agree with that.
Right, but
The,
he wasn't a politician, right? He was an executive that did
yeah,
a calculated, callous thing, and then he wasn't sorry about it, and
right,
he was smug.
right, right. And people can be. I mean, look, the the fact that there are people who aren't nice people in business may be an unpleasant thing to consider, but that's not a crime. A crime is things like embezzlement, defrauding. Those are criminal offenses. Okay, and we have a system in place to deal with malfeasance in the private sector. The Security Trade Commission and the Better Business Bureau, et cetera, et al. IRS and all the rest of it. Those are the appropriate arms of the government in terms of law enforcement to go after individuals such as the deceased who may have been suspected of malfeasance in the dispatch of their duties as a CEO of a free market concern. Not the point of a gun.
But I'm suggesting that the full weight of a office of the U.S. Justice Department coming down on your entire life because of a price change you did and some smugness that you displayed on Capitol Hill is pretty much putting a gun to your head and upending your life.
It's not pretty much putting a gun to your head. It is putting a gun to your head because, by definition, in a democracy, the state has the monopoly on violence. By definition, that's what law enforcement is. That's what the FBI is. The ATF. That's what they are. They have a monopoly on violence, state violence.
Except in Daniel Penny's case,
You know,
he gets the
so
pass
and we could debate whether or not that monopoly on state violence, it goes over the line. That was the whole impetus behind Black
because
Lives Matter. You could debate that. As far as I'm concerned, I'll
it's like
take that
you
system,
ever
imperfect as it is,
you ever
over
heard of
vigilantes out here with a gun.
the
Penny
Battle
didn't
of
get a
Athens,
pass. He
Tennessee?
got dragged. He got dragged through the
He,
system
he,
and charged with murder.
he did get dragged. I'm talking more about the jury's decision on it. Um, I was going to bring up the Battle of Athens because I think uh, that we shoot for the state having a monopoly on violence, and we have a very complex and very broad legal system that touches all kinds of things. We don't have simple laws. We have lots of court cases. We have developed our own style of legal proceeding that's distinct from the countries that we borrowed it from. Uh, and we're a very like since the 70s we're a super legalistic country, but America has always had a little tinge of vigilantism, a little tinge of mobs forming. We've always had that kind of revolutionary. We're a revolutionary country at the onset, and we have these little moments where it peaks up against the surface and it comes out. And I'd say some of it comes out for good and some of it comes out for bad. The KKK was really bad mob vigilante justice. The Battle of Athens was really good. So we've had these moments, good and bad, of taking the law into back into the people's hands. Even going back to American history. I mean, all we did after the Revolutionary War was put down the Whiskey Rebellion and Bacon's Rebellion. Well, actually, that was earlier than the war, but you get the point. We had other skirmishes before the Civil War, and we had other skirmishes after the Civil War, uh, figuring out where this power was going to finally shake out.
I agree, and we figured it out. We figured that's the government that we have today. I agree with you on that. That still doesn't change the fact, in the case of Luigi, that it gives him or anyone else, any other private citizen,
But
the
we,
right to
but
say, because I don't like the way that because I think that you're a shitty businessman and other people are suffering because of it, I have a right to end your life.
but look at Snowden, right? The all of the industrial complex wanted Snowden's fucking head. But he's out right now. And the only reason he's out right now is because of the mob. And the reason that Daniel Penny got arrested after he was released was also because of the mob. So I don't think that the mob is. Uh,
But wait a
I
minute.
don't think the mob displays good wisdom of the crowd, but we're still responding to the mob, and
But wait a minute. Daniel
that's
Penny's situation is completely different from Luigi's. Daniel Penny's situation was
yes,
an innocent bystander attempting to intervene on a vicious attack on someone that was defenseless on the train.
it is. But
That's a completely different situation from
government,
Luigi.
the government responding and dealing with the mob, right, is the dynamic I'm talking about. That's why I'm bringing up Snowden. That's why I'm bringing up uh, the Battle of Athens and things like that. Because it's very possible, right? It's very possible that you get one uh, stubborn revolutionary on the Luigi jury, and you end up with a mistrial, and they're just like, nah, I know he killed him, but I just can't vote guilty.
It is indeed
That's
possible
absolutely possible.
to get a hung jury, no doubt about that. I'm
They
not
could get
denying
like
it.
300 juries in a row with straight
That's
women if they
exactly what
allow
I
straight
think is
women on
going
the
to
jury.
happen.
What are you gonna
I,
filter? What are you gonna filter in the jury pool? Have you ever had health insurance? Yes. Do you like your health insurance? Fuck no. Okay. Who are you gonna filter uh, out of this jury pool?
yeah, Manville. I think that's what's going to happen in his trial. To be quite frank, I think someone's going to be willing to put that on their chest and be called out in the news, and somebody on a jury is going to continue to get hung or whatever until they just can't.
Or they could just be just straight up jury nullification. That could happen. That's possible. Can't rule it out. But that's the court system. It's
And
imperfect.
we need that aspect because we've got fathers that come home to find grown men sexually assaulting their underage daughters who kill them, and these guys need to get off. And so we need jury nullification, even when it's inconvenient to controlling the bad desires of the American people. If Luigi's actions are okay, then everybody's on the chopping block, and it'll be open season on anybody successful. I think that's the stretch.
I think, yeah,
Like
I'm about to say that's
people
elite to say that it's going to be an
people
open.
making
Yeah.
people making themselves out to be just like the United Healthcare CEOs. Like, first of all, calm down. Okay, you're probably not that important. Second of all, in America, always and forever, you are ultimately the one responsible for your own executive protection detail. Whether it's just you and your family strolling around the
Okay, you're in the
park,
matrix, man.
or whether you're making moves in a massive Fortune 500 for protecting yourself. The law enforcement provides general protection and public order. It does not protect individuals. And individuals have always been vulnerable in a massive country that's hyper individualistic, that is full of guns and full of violence, which is what this is. And this like play pretend version of America where we never home grow terrorists and we never have crazy people trying to bite people on the subway, and we never have weirdo killers that get fixated on somebody and try to conduct a hit on them, right? It is just denial of reality. This has always been this country. We've assassinated how many presidents?
Not that many. Not that many. We haven't assassinated many presidents.
I mean, shit. It's a higher death rate than a lot of fucking occupations.
So I think the
It's not that low.
moderators, Manville, I think the moderators should make room for someone else on the
Yes,
stage.
I was just about to do that. Welcome, Domingo. Do you have any thoughts and want to jump in?
Yeah, I think that there's a larger subcontext here. There's a competition between men. There's really two types of men who are successful. There are men like Manville who are strong, have high testosterone, they have weapons. Manville, they get their prestige and status from violence. So actually, Manville, in my opinion, and I love Manville, Manville would benefit from a U.S. that gets more violent, because a violent U.S. would make men like him, who have weapons, who know how to use them, it would increase his prestige. So the
He's
more murders there
racist.
are, oh, okay, the more murders there are, the more murders there are here, the better it is for Manville. That's why many men actually take it a step further. They dream about like the zombie apocalypse or the collapse of civilization. There are hundreds of movies and TV shows about civilization collapsing, so that man like Manville can become the warlords and lord it over the nerds who have all the money. Now, on the other hand, and I'm about to land my plane, nerdy, skinny men who are physically weak but who are smart, who have billions and billions of dollars, they want order. They want civilization. They don't want men like Manville in control. They want a highly organized society where murderers are arrested. So when Manville advocates for a U.S. filled with violence, he's advocating for his own genetic interests. He's advocating for a U.S. where all women regard him as the alpha male. Whereas, and I'm about to land my plane, and when nerdy, rich, smart men advocate for order and discipline and lack of violence, they're advocating for their own genetic best interests. I'm done speaking.
I have a question for you, Domingo. Because this Negan theory, that's what I'm going to call it, the Negan theory, right? From The Walking Dead, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, the Negan theory. So I want to test this out. So as you can see in my PTR, I am black, and you might consider me nerdy. I've never thought of myself as a nerdy individual, but I'm black, and I'm not skinny as a reed either. I'm actually rather short and squat. So, and I'm for law and order. I'm for the rule of law. I am a child of the Western tradition of Jerusalem and Athens. I believe in the scientific method, the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, a nation of laws and not of men. So where would I fit in your schema of the Negan theory?
I think that you fit on the side of law and order, because you want an America with no violence, because you don't feel a violent America will elevate your status. So I welcome you on the side of law and order.
I would just like to offer a female perspective that may be a little atypical. I'd love it when all the men can grow up and understand that there's a happy medium. There is a peaceful way to deal with a lot of the interactions that we have, while also being able to freely have the ability to defend ourselves and our families to whatever extent necessary. For example, the Daniel Penny situation. I had a really hard time empathizing with Daniel Penny. The reason is I'm also from New York, and I had the same exact scenario happened to me on Main Street in Poughkeepsie. You could look it up and Google it and look at it's basically right off the street. It's one big room. You open the door, one big room. The front entrance is the only way in and the only way out. Same exact scenario. Drug addict, he was a drug addict, and a person that walked up and down the street. It's a bad street where this was. Okay, he walked in angry, frustrated, wanting to. It was a pottery studio, wanting to get violent, and he was hungry. That's what he wanted. Immediately, myself and her name was Alexis, the closest person to the door. We immediately got up. We're women. We are women. Okay, the first thing we knew to do was separate the rest of the room from this guy. And then we just fucking cater to him. Hey, hold on, calm down. You're hungry. Let's get you something to eat. It was that fucking simple. Okay. Now, that's why I can't emphasize with a guy. He said he was hungry. He said he's obviously at his wits' end. Just fucking escalate. You have to escalate. You don't have to take the Manville approach and attack him thinking that he's like, no, listen, let's empathize with the person and see a person. Okay. So understanding that that doesn't need to be, but also Manville, the other side of Manville, the more, like freedom side, I also carry, I have a pistol permit and I do carry, I had no need to grab my pistol since I was 20 years old in New York. That's very rare thing to do. Okay. And the reason is because in extreme cases, I need the ability to defend myself and my family, whoever I'm with. But in a case like that, I knew that I didn't need it, okay? But I still had the ability if it absolutely escalated. If he pulled a knife, if he was overpowering us and hurting us as women, I still had the ability, because he was a big man, for myself and my crew, my pottery studio, to be protected, okay? So there's a happy medium. There is the let's emphasize with humans, let's reconnect, let's look at things in a form of a lens of abundance, right? Not wanting to keep everybody separate. Look at community, not think that everything that we're doing to put into a community is necessary. Use your direct agency. Stop looking at government and Uncle Sam to do everything for you. If you see a problem in your community, get up and do it yourself. And I'll land there.
Well, we have three beautiful, genius women as moderators, and I want to ask their permission. May I respond to that, or may I
Yeah, go
not?
ahead.
I, I want
Okay.
to say something quick,
Hold
and
on,
it's just
Manvel.
that
You've taken up
the
a lot of space. Let's let Domingo
well,
go
that was
first.
a but both of those were a little direct to me. I only planned to speak for like 30 seconds. So look, that's a great a great thing that you were able to win the scenario without needing to resort to a higher level of violence. But I can tell you, as somebody who's fought a lot of people on drugs as a cop and who's seen a lot of situations on video and responded to them after the fact, right? Sometimes a higher level of force in the beginning ends up stopping something from turning into a deadly situation. And sometimes a higher level of force isn't able to overcome somebody else's desire to do bad things, and deadly force is the only option in the situation. And it's all extremely variable, right? And the better your skills are, the more comfortable you'll be in making decisions more quickly and in utilizing space and judging distance and things like that. But for the vast majority of people, the further away you are, the safer you are. And um, the less visible and threatening you are, probably the less likely you are to be like targeted, unless it's a predatory situation, like if you're just ignoring the
Okay.
guy and not
I
looking at him.
think
but
you've
but
responded to B
it
Master on that point. You want to go
you
to
can't.
Domingo's point quickly?
Domingo, well, yeah, in a super soft society where people are making life hard, uh and people are loosening the ability of society to respond to people who really want to utilize violence, things can get out of hand rather quickly. Because I'd argue that a weak society or a society seeking the middle, like she pointed out, does not have enough edge to withstand people who really want to do bad things. And iron sharpens iron. And if your society is seeking to dull the extremes, you're vulnerable to people who are maximizing the extremes.
All right. So I'm going to respond very briefly. First of all women, 100% of women, whether they're married or not, like to see men compete, but they're not picky about the method by which men compete. So, in the social circles I travel in, um, men are not physically strong. Men compete based on how much money they have and how smart they are. That's the mode of competition. And the women in my social circle, they enjoy watching that competition of men competing over money and status and prestige and control. Now, it's very well known in, let's say, the trashier parts of America, the lower IQ parts of America, and I don't want to racialize this. There's trashy, low IQ people of all races. Men don't compete that way. Men compete with physical violence. So I'm not going to name the places, but I'm sure Manville has seen some places where men are violent and stupid, and they compete based on how much physical pain they can inflict on other men. Now, someone mentioned Negan. Yeah, of course. In if we have a zombie apocalypse, IQ and money won't matter. The skills that Manville has will matter. And I promise you one thing: all the women that are today flocking to these smart rich men, if society collapses and there's wandering bangs of zombies, those men will immediately lose all respect for smart, high IQ, rich men. And instead, all women will flock to you, Manville. All women will flock to you because you will have the machine guns. You'll know how to use them. You'll know how to keep women safe. So I think that, I mean, I'm about to land my plane, Manville. I know you're sincere. I know you're honest. In your mind, you really, really hope for an armed society, a violent society, a society where men are men and men are judged based on how well they use violence. And I know you feel that sincerely, but that's your subconscious speaking. Your subconscious is telling you, Manville, shit, the world of Silicon Valley is not a world where I have status, right? The world of Manhattan is not a world where I have status. I have status on the frontier when there's violence. So that's why your subconscious is drawing you towards hoping and praying for a violent America, because that's an America in which all the women in the room fawn over you and don't fawn over the rich nerds. I'm done speaking.
Okay, Dr. Freud. Everything ain't about the the sexual appeal isn't that close to the surface in all of these aspects. You make a lot of good points, actually. Points that
Yeah, but it
if you
sounded a
weren't
little
trying to
personal.
scale them up across like the entirety of the species or even just the entirety of the nation to explain the social dynamics, I would find it easier to agree with, because you're not in any of these descriptions, you're not taking into account something that Manville actually was taken into account, which is the nature of stability, the law and the order that you were talking about, and that stability that comes hand in hand. You cannot avoid it without sufficient reciprocity. And one of the problems about these high finance games is that we don't know how to scale the reciprocity out. And so to be reciprocal, because look, the higher up in any hierarchy, the higher up in the hierarchy an individual is, and this is even the case in chimpanzees, right? Like this seems to be the case in all of the primates, including humans, and possibly it's the case in all of the mammals, and it might even be the case in all of the birds, that if you look at a hierarchy, all of the social animals, if you look at a hierarchy, the higher up an individual ranks, the more grooming that individual would receive in primates. But also, the higher up, if and so like if you've got somebody at the top of a hierarchy, they're going to receive more of the grooming from others, right? Like that rank means something, but it comes with some obligations that seem to be recognized at an instinctual level in all of the primates, including humans, because we can all tell when something ain't fair. Like it doesn't have to be attached to resentment. We can tell when something isn't fair. All
Yeah.
of us, even a dog can.
But Franz, the
So
wall.
the responsibility part is the higher up a pecking order an individual ranks, the more grooming of others that individual participates in. If you want to know in a given group who's doing the most reciprocal work in a stable hierarchy, it's the people at the top. And the games that you're talking about, oh well, it's the brains versus the brawn. But at this level of scale, that is insufficient to explain goddamn near anything past who's going to get laid tomorrow.
But wait a
No
minute.
matter.
Hold on a second, Jefferson, because Franz Duwal, who's a world class primatologist, his research with chimpanzees, which is probably our closest primate cousins, he notes in his book Chimpanzee Politics that the alphas of the troops are not necessarily the biggest and the strongest. They can be smaller and smarter. And
Exactly.
typically they are alphas because not because of brute strength, but cunning and social intelligence, and dare I say, emotional intelligence. They're really good at coalition building. They're really good with babies and making sure the female chimpanzees get lots of food. They quell disputes. They stand up for the little guy ape and all the rest of it. What do you say to that?
Yeah, 100%. Like that's all part of the reciprocity. Like it doesn't matter how bad a motherfucker somebody is. There are 8 billion people on the planet. Unless you are that very baddest motherfucker out of 8 billion people, somebody out in the world is a badder motherfucker than you. Somebody can take you out, and it doesn't even matter if you're that if you're that top dude out of 8 billion people. Any two out of the upper 50% can take you out. Like when it comes to physical aggression, like contests without rules, right? So, like, I think Domingo is missing
And
the
that
boat.
you can apply that to the dating game, because if you track the success of somebody, all of the studies that have been done, all of the attempts to kind of categorize and figure out who's getting selected for what, why, it's pretty well established that if you are extreme and exceptional in a couple things, but you really suck at others, you have a harder time than if you're simply pretty okay and above average in everything. And so being hyper extreme, a roided out, dangerous domestic violence machine, it might get you some short term success, but it's not the ideal situation you want to be in for successful mating and a successful life. So everybody is being selected at all times, and everybody is being uh, whittled down uh, into their roles and into the slots that they fill in society all the time. And so there are some of the most intellectual geniuses in the world are assaulters in super secret special forces groups that you've never fucking heard of and never will. And if you ever meet these guys, you probably won't make it out alive. Right? And also, some of the smartest, most brilliant people we have are sitting there at MIT doing research or at the forefront of some of these companies doing amazing things, right? These people are everywhere in these hierarchies. They're not all stereotypical Silicon Valley nerds, and not all of the hyper jock killers are stereotypical high school quarterback meatheads.
Yeah.
And you find in the very very tops of every single industry, of every single profession, the people at the top are usually good at a lot of things. They have the optionality to do a lot of things. Now
Well,
for
I'll
most
respond
people,
briefly,
and in
man. Look,
general, yeah,
this,
I can see how.
this conversation was about the government and should the government implement a zero violence America or should the government allow a violent America? And I'm going to give evidence that under those two scenarios, the men considered attractive are totally different. So I go to Singapore all the time on business, and everyone in the room knows I love Singapore. Singapore has zero violence policy. A man like you, Manville, that gets in a fist fight every once in a while will wind up in prison for life, or you'll be banned. There's zero tolerance for macho men who get in fist fights, who throw their weight around. And as a result, the women in Singapore have zero fear, literally zero fear of violence. Do you know what women do when they're not afraid of violence? They gravitate entirely towards the men who have money. So in Singapore, your status and your prestige with women is entirely determined by money because women don't need violent, strong men like you around. When the government keeps women safe, they don't need men like you. Now, on the other hand, in a country like Afghanistan, right? The rich, nerdy guys, they would be dead very quickly. You would be a warlord in Afghanistan. Strong, high testosterone, violent men like you would be in your element in Afghanistan. And I promise you, if you moved to Afghanistan, you'd probably have at least 4 or 5 wives, right? Because women in Afghanistan flock to violent men. All I'm saying is that when you, and we started this conversation, do
we asked the room, and I'm about to land my plane, we asked the room, do we want an America where violent men murder the rich men and get away with it? That's the issue on the table, because that's what Luigi is about. A violent man murdering a rich man. And I know for a fact many of the men in this room who are strong, high testosterone meatheads, they want an America. They want an America where the strong men can murder the nerds and get away with it and be treated like heroes. And if you're a nerd and if you're rich, you want the opposite. You want Singapore. That's all I'm saying. I land my plane.
That's an interesting question. Let me ask you a question, Domingo. You've been to
Hold on,
Singapore there.
my man. Could you go back to that idea, that thought that you had when
Hold
you were
on.
talking about the chimpanzees?
Yeah.
And usually in like the human group dynamics, they call it social cohesion. And Manville was talking about, in truth, when with human beings, like I think we make more complex decisions than monkeys. So I think we make more complex decisions than monkeys. So I think with human beings, when we look at leaders, we look for that idea of social cohesion. So yeah, we do look at the strong person, right? But we also look at the intelligence of that strong person. And
Right.
usually there's much more of a meeting somewhere in the middle
Right.
where we have the person who is perhaps not as strong but smarter, not as aggressive but sociable, right? So we look at these collective skills altogether versus just either smart or either strong. Like I feel like in this conversation, Domingo, I respectfully, I think you're like on one polar opposite, and you're trying to polarize Manville to the other polar opposite. Where in
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's
real
what I'm
world,
getting.
in the real world, the leader would be somebody who's much more in the middle, that has a combination of the skills that both you and Manville have. And I think in that social dynamic, I think Manville will be smart enough to realize that it makes sense to collaborate with that person. My question is, will you be smart enough to realize that it'll make sense to collaborate with that person?
The question that
Okay,
you're
I'm
asking
not
me
going.
or Domingo?
Hold on, Manville. Hold on, because I've kept my mouth shut for quite some time just listening. But what I just heard, and I'm not sure who was speaking, I was driving, but that most of the men in this room would prefer to kill the rich man because they're the poor man. Is that, did I misunderstand that, MG or JoJo? I don't
No,
think I
that's what he
did.
tried. That's essentially what he portrayed as the male who has this thought process. So the male who has the strong thought process, it would be easy. You know, that's how they handle things, right? Their life would be easier under that directive. Whereas somebody as Domingo, who uses his intelligence to navigate the man space, we'll call it, right? Um, wouldn't be able to use his strength, right? He'd have to use his numbers defensively. He'd have to buy his army. He might not be able to be cunning enough and charming enough to actually and strong enough to keep his army intact, right? But what I hear Black Love saying is that Domingo keeps kind of in a very indirect way, I guess siloing Manville is this kind of man simply, and because Domingo is the other kind of man. Did I miss anything there, fellas?
Nah, you're so far so right.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
that
to
was
ask
very summed up.
Domingo.
It was very summed up without my opinions on anything. I was just trying to give it a quick summation. But yeah, Domingo, you keep attacking that point as if it's very personal to you. Um, what was that movie when everybody started killing all the rich people in the streets? What was that, guy? When
The
they go
Purge.
around killing purge, the purge. Yeah, Domingo. I feel like you dream about that at night, brother. Like you made some very bold, straight statements, dancing around the bush, which is cool. I mean, I'm down with it. But I'd like you to answer Black Love's question as far, or Mumia's question as far as that, where
Now,
you stand on this.
I want to ask him a question. I have no idea as to what his personal motivations are, and I don't think they're relevant. But what I do think is relevant is his experience in Singapore, and he juxtaposed that to Afghanistan. Now, these are extremes. We get that, but just for illustrative purposes, we know that Afghanistan is literally a strongman country. Weightlifting is really big in Afghanistan. A lot of guys over there really like to lift a lot of heavy weights. That's also big in Iran. A lot of world class bodybuilders come out of Iran. My question to you, Domingo, given what you said about how it goes in Singapore, the ladies have virtually no fear of, being put upon and so on and so forth over there. So they shift their focus to the nerdy guys, the tech guys, the technocrat guys, the business guys, the guys with money. Got it. My question to you, Singapore, is how many guys do you see in Singapore in your travels that are roided out bodybuilders? I'm just curious.
Very few.
That's what I thought. No further questions.
Could that be because Singapore kills people that are related, have any type of drug related offenses? Are roids considered a drug? I know that Singapore had its highest number of executions for drug related offenses according to um, Human Rights Watch this year, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I love Singapore. I can raise children there without them getting addicted to drugs, whereas here in the United States, for better or worse, there's drugs everywhere. So if people have to choose what country they live in based on what they want for their families.
So if you're a nerdy, techie, nerdy, technocratic kind of guy, sounds like Singapore is the place to be for you.
Yes.
Well, to be quite frank, so is America. Society as a whole spins that way. I think once the nerds, I guess, once the smart, intelligent individuals from way back when realized that they can control through power, they instituted religion. They instituted other means of control to control the masses and keep people that would otherwise rise in strength against them. And I think that's what we are today. I think people like Domingo Arce will always. I'm not saying I'm not like Domingo, but since Domingo, you've expressed this is who you are. I'm using you, okay? But I think for people who fit the mold of Domingo, they're living in a world that they can continue to have influence and power over. So I think everybody's explaining themselves just fine. I really do like the conversation. I just think that maybe more people need to be added to it, y'all.
I think what Domingo is talking about actually is playing itself out in America, Black America most especially. It may be taboo to say openly, but what he's talking about is playing out there. The strong man type of Black man archetype uh has outsized mating success. That is to say, more mating partners and more children from those mating partners than from their, for lack of a better way of putting it, Singaporean counterparts. It's well documented and something that is fiercely debated within Black American love
So let
circles.
me ask. So let me ask everybody a
I
question
think
then. Do you think it's more about a consciousness, right? Because in every space of society, it seems like we're opening up more, kind of becoming wiser and wanting more safety for ourselves and this kind of thing. So it's like, but at the same time, the acceptance of it all, like, do you guys think it's a conscious thing where the strong thing, what I think Domingo's presenting, the strong thing doesn't lead to a safe, happy society, albeit competitive and maybe fun and exhilarating and thrilling. It's not safe and it's not something you want your
so.
children to grow up in.
I think there's something here in what Domingo is getting at that doesn't quite add up, and we all know this to be
I
true,
see the
right?
layer. You say it, man. I see the
That
missing label. Say it.
wi- women's physical desires for an arousing partner have never changed. There is no
Ever.
situation where a skinny, nerdy, socially awkward guy is arousing to women, right?
Ever.
Universally, despite their social status, despite all their training, despite their father being a weird, skinny, Bill Gates looking, out of shape nerd, women aren't aroused by that. And it is every billionaire or super successful guy with a trophy wife's worst nightmare to have some 25-year-old ripped pool boy that looks like he just got out of an Abercrombie and Fitch ad show up at his fucking doorstep while he's not home. And that's a
Okay,
competition
that's
that
not
every
true.
guy is in. It's a competition that every guy is in. Every woman wants to sit there and deny, I am the most loyal, loving. I don't care about abs. I don't care about a shoulder to weight ratio. I don't care that his dick's bigger. I don't care about this. And then, whoops, I fell on it. And so
No, it's just not true, Manville.
I
Especially
see,
after
yeah,
the
I see how that's
especially after the
and
convenient for you
so
to
'80s.
think, Manville, but
I
Yeah.
look,
that's not the
I'm
reality.
talking to the men in the room. All the men in the room understand what I'm saying. Maybe the women just can't process it right now or don't want to. But there is a reason Jeff Bezos is working his ass off in the gym. There is a reason Mark Zuckerberg spent all his time to go get a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's because they know they're coming for him. It's because they want to
Maybe
give
since it's a
themselves a shot,
challenge, Manville.
right?
So
Here's another
so
thing,
Manville,
Manville. What's
they
How
want
interesting,
to
are
get
you
right?
going to tell
themselves a
us what
shot to
women
do what,
like?
Manville? To
Manville.
have
Here's
a
another
fight with
thing.
another billionaire?
Here's another thing that's interesting, right? Like we talk about these countries where, okay, you don't have the quote unquote typical alpha male, and that's replaced by a strong government, right? So this is what you have to. Okay, so the physical male is not there, and instead of the physical male being there, you have the entity of a male being there. So it's not that women still want that male presence, whether it's physically or as an entity, right? But they still want that in place. So like don't allow it to escape your mind that the only reason why the women in Singapore feel safe is because the psychological entity of masculinity exists to where if a man steps out of line, there'll be harsh repercussions. Not
That's
on a physical
exactly correct.
individual, not on a physical individual level, but the government as an entity now acts as a male. The
That's
government as
exactly
an
correct.
entity now acts
The
as a
government
physical
plays the
male.
role. That's exactly right. So
Exactly.
the government
So
plays the role of being strong. That's right.
exactly. So the women are now aroused by the government.
Correct. Well, that's
That,
why correct. But that's why I don't want to interrupt you, so I'll shut up. But that's
go ahead. No, no,
why
Go ahead, Domingo. It's okay.
no, that's why strong men like Manville, men who are muscular, who have long penises and big shoulders, the way Manville does, they dream about the government collapsing because
Did you say long penises? I gotta go.
that might have
So
been
funny.
that.
MG.
I think that's called a
Fuck.
Freudian
This
Easy,
is
slip.
hilarious.
Wang.
That's called a Freudian slip in psychology. No, men who are physically strong and dominant, they dream, they fantasize about the government collapsing for exactly that reason. Make no mistake, the government is a competitor to Manville, right? Because with a strong, powerful government, Manville doesn't have a place in society, right? Because women can say, Manville, I don't need you to protect me. I have the government protecting me. And Manville's like, oh shit, the women don't need me anymore. That's why, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, Manville watches The Purge. There's a movie called The Purge. In the movie called The Purge, the government says, we won't protect you. Anyone can murder anyone they want. That's when Manville shines. Manville steps forward in The Purge and says, I have my machine guns. I have my strong biceps. I will protect you women. And in The Purge, all the women in this room flock to Manville and beg him for protection because the
Right, but
government
what
is
do you
done.
do?
So I got a question, man.
So,
How long have you been going on with this pseudo psychology bullshit?
just a couple of points
Is
here.
there
I
like a
mean,
time limit? I was really a question because I popped in and
No,
you
Now,
were
if the
going
moderators want
on
me
with
to
some
stop,
pseudo
I'll go to the
psychology.
audience. As soon as the
hold on, hold on,
moderators want
hold
me
on,
to
hold
put
on,
No,
them
hold
on
I
on.
mute,
think Domingo's doing a
What
great job. He's raising
Domingo
an
was saying
interesting.
is
Hold on,
not.
hold on. Sorry, Black. He is raising an interesting point and driving the conversation somewhere a little bit more interesting than it was before. So I appreciate it.
I mean,
What
you
Domingo, I
call it
just
pseudo
point you. Look,
psychology,
I don't
I
know if you
guess.
guys are aware of this study, but they got this out of a dating app, and they found that guys who were average height needed to make about 40,000 dollars more than the average income to be deemed acceptable. Guys that were 6 feet and above, they were allowed to make like $30,000 less than the median
Amen.
income by women. Guys that were 5'6" and under 5'7", 5'6" and below, they had to make like $180,000 more than the average guy before they were considered human beings. by women.
So what's the
Manville, was
Well,
this
point
from
then?
maybe
Wheat
you
So
don't
Waffle?
need to be
Was this
sore.
from the Wheat Waffle? Was this a Wheat Waffle?
I think Wheat Waffles would have shared the same stat, but no, he didn't create it.
It's like
Look,
I
fear,
what,
don't
what,
I
Don.
don't
what's
see
interesting?
that. Sorry, sorry,
So
one second.
heard
I
that.
don't see that. Sorry, I don't see that misaligning at all with what Domingo's talking about. Essentially, there is something that equals, I don't know, dateable, and then
No,
you
no, no.
punch in different
Domingo
variables into it, and then that person
Domingo is
becomes
saying that
dateable.
physical dominance and martial skills are not competitive in America because America's safe. And I would say they absolutely are in play. Maybe
No,
they're not as in
he's
play as in
saying
Somalia.
hold on. He's saying there's a spectrum, right? And he gave two extremes, Afghanistan and Singapore. And I imagine he would put the US somewhere on that spectrum and not on an extreme. So you might have a combination of both.
Correct. I think one of the issues that I see is a kind of blunt misreading of what the evolutionary criteria are. So when we talk about like survival of the fittest, we're not talking about survival of the strongest, the buffest, the biggest, the meanest, right? It's the most cunning. So and also if we're comparing to the animal kingdom, we're talking about alpha, beta, omega, and all that stuff. It's never the biggest wolf in the pack. It is the most cunning one. It's usually the beta that's the strongest, the biggest. He's the reinforcer of the pack. Now, I do see Manville's point that like there's certain physical appeal about it, but I think there's plenty of social studies have been done
You're in the matrix, brother.
to determine are marrying and dating up socially, not necessarily physically, but socially. Men, on the other hand, are doing that physically, so they're looking for
Good
mates
morning.
the genetic perspective.
I'm
Women
sorry, Andre, you're in the
from the social
matrix.
perspective that will make sure that their progeny is safe, and that does actually have us. Hello, hello. Let me speed up a little
He
bit.
doesn't
So
even hear he's in the
can you hear me
matrix.
now?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, no, we can't. We
Hello,
can come
hello,
back
hello.
to
Yeah, I
you.
heard. No, I heard I was
Circle
in the
back. I
matrix.
would
He's
like
in
to
the
ask the
Matrix.
Okay.
women.
Wow.
Sorry. I would like to ask the women on Manville's point. Like he's basically saying that women aren't actually interested or can't be kind of sexually aroused by nerds. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I don't think that was his point. I think. Well,
Oh,
let me shut up.
We
for
could we
women. I think
please
everyone
let the
heard him.
women answer? God damn.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Okay.
have to
Okay.
say,
You
I've
know
been
what's
seeing a
amazing to
nerd.
me is the room is about women lusting over, and the only motherfuckers talking is the men. Let the women say why they like fucking gangsters or they like fucking lames or whatever it is. Fuck.
You think they know?
We can find
Wow.
out.
I cannot
Wow. I
stand
wish
him.
I was a woman right
MG.
now. I'd read your ass the riot act.
He
MG. Go
back
for
to
it.
your question. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking. I was just letting them talk because they don't know what they're talking about. We absolutely love nerds. Like, where? What world is this, right? And right, like, and then it was Mark Zuckerberg and who Bezos. Well, they're
MG, why do you love nerds?
because they're smart, and to me, smart equates to you're going to be a better protector, provider, husband. It just I feel more comfortable with you. Hey, Kelly. So for me, like you being a nerd, I feel like, okay, you got this, and I don't have to think as much because I can trust and lean into your leadership.
And MG, I say this with a lot of respect because I think you're beautiful and I think you're smart. This is exactly what I mean by they don't know. See, you ask
What
them
does
what they
that
know and they
mean?
tell you what they.
What?
You ask them what they know and they tell you what they think. They don't know.
Well, I do know that
They
I've
just
never
don't
been
know.
less. Hold on,
I
hold
just
on.
told
And
you
you
my
know
I
that
response,
how, my
Black
man?
Love.
How
I
long you
just
been
told
a
you my
hold
woman?
on.
response. You can take it
How
or
long
leave
have you
it,
been
but
a woman, Black Love, or whatever your name
Right?
is?
Thank
I
you.
mean,
How
my
Okay,
the
everyone,
husband
fuck you
is
wait.
a
know what a
huge
woman know,
nerd.
man? How do
Well,
you
what
MG,
I
know what a woman
okay,
know?
Unc, thank you, thank you, Unc. But no, Black Love, I can tell you, I've never been, and I know this for a fact. I've never been less sexually aroused than listening to Mandel speak. That is for sure a fact. Can I say something real quick, please?
because MG,
Please.
Wait, what?
MG, I think you're wonderful. MG, I think you're wonderful. But the question was,
sexually aroused, and you started talking about everything but sexual arousal. And I think you're wonderful.
Yeah,
You're
because
amazing.
my husband is over here walking up
You're
and down,
amazing.
and it would be really weird for me to say that word because he would,
I
you know,
understand. I understand. I
it'd
understand.
be a whole
It'd be a
conversation.
whole nother
Yeah.
thing after Clubhouse.
So
I know. I know. I know. I know.
I'm just laughing at what P said. Can we unpack that, P? Because I can't talk like that for obvious reasons, but you can.
I don't, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say, like, I just know it. I don't know. It is a fact. It is what it is. I don't know what I can add to that.
P, could I jump in for 1 second very briefly? Because
Please.
I got to run. Okay. So I happen to know a little bit about P. I'm not going to dox her, obviously, but P grew up in a state that has a lot of farms. She grew up surrounded by a lot of very tall, masculine, muscular meathead guys. Guys who were athletic, guys who were strong, that's those are a lot of the people in her state, and she could have married any of these strong, muscular, meathead guys, but instead, she chose to marry a guy who was suave and sophisticated and smart and educated and a guy who could handle himself at a higher level than these lunkhead farm boys that she grew up surrounded by. So that's my impression of P. So when P says she's not sexually aroused by strong, violent meatheads, I believe her. I'm done speaking for a long time.
I'd like to ask the women to sort of level up and to even ask a deeper question. P, out of curiosity, if you had two sets of men on both sides of the spectrum, we'll say a nerdy looking guy who's nerdy but doesn't make a lot of money, and a farm guy, right? On the lower end, they make 50K a year, both of them equally. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you have two multi millionaires, and one is the nerdy, thin, not too pugnacious type, not. But then the other is truculent and pugnacious. On both sides, which would you choose?
This is such a trip.
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, people like people who are good at what they do, right? Like that's very attractive. There are tons of smart farm people and in ag or whatever that are exceptional and all that stuff, and it's hot, and you don't care if they're, you know, X, Y, or Z. And likewise, it's just, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I just like I completely agree with you. It's I guess somehow it can be useful to talk about, peace preference, but the question in and of itself, like when anybody asks that, they're going to ask that because they have their own personal preference. Maybe they're asking it because they think they'll get a certain answer. Maybe they just want to point out that P's personal preference is different. Who knows? But none of like I don't think one individual makes any difference here. I also think that this conversation's been hilarious because you guys do realize that not every person is the same anyway, right? So even if every single woman, even the fucking loud, mouthy, like short, fat, worst women ever, whether that be it from a woman's perspective or a man's, if even those women wanted, strapping, if they wanted tens and they were threes, unless all men are tens, it just doesn't work anyway. It doesn't matter that, like, even in Singapore, not all men. Maybe all the men that are violent have either suppressed that or they're in jail, but not all the men left over are tens. There is a spectrum of what people want, just like there's a spectrum of merchandise. And so it's not just about how America sits on a spectrum of countries. Every individual in America, men and women, they sit on a spectrum of some kind of attractiveness. And that spectrum is almost a sphere because it really changes based on who's making the determination. So I don't know. Like, I imagine a world like Singapore where you've gotten rid of one type of person, that probably isn't great, but eventually you don't really have that many women that want that type of person, I guess. So at the end of the day, there is no one way to be attractive. There is no one type of person who is judging whether or not you're attractive. And my last point, but this is one that I think is probably the most important. It is a ridiculous idea that women are not like sexually
I guess, stimulated, aroused, motivated by intellect, poetry would not be a thing if that weren't the case. If you look over the long haul of romance, so much of it has to do with the mind.
Can I just input something real quick? Just some earth shattering news, and I'll sum up this whole conversation. Women, this is it. All the men sit down. You ready? Here we go. Earth shattering. Women want one thing, period. Security. Full stop. Security, and then you could add stability, which is the same thing. That's it. You provide that to your woman or a wife or girlfriend, you'll get fucking laid all the time. I promise you.
You see, guys like Mamiya and myself, and perhaps other people in this room, and I don't mean this any disrespect. I think that we have a little bit of a more universal versus an insulary viewpoint on this. Um, for the fact that perhaps, we have exposure to different type of women, and I think when me and I can agree that when it comes to what I notice about black women, white women, Asian women, the similarity that I notice is that there's like three levels. The first level is that like animal, instinctual. I don't know you, but if I walked into the bathroom and you were in the bathroom, I would take my panties off. Kind of attraction that women have with a guy, right? She doesn't need to know you. She doesn't need to know if you're going to protect her. She needs to know nothing about you other than the fact that she'll take off her panties without thinking twice. Boom. Level one. Level
Excellent.
two is where they start making considerations. Okay, well, you may not be this, I want to take my panties off right now, but you have qualities that are very valuable, that are very important to me, and I need in the long run. And those qualities make me want to take my panties off. That's that like
Well, yeah,
holistic
okay. I'm taking the
attraction.
panties off. I'm taking them off if I got to
And
piss
and,
and you're in the
and,
bathroom.
and is number three is like, you know what? I have no other choice. I'm desperate. I I need some place to sleep next month. And if I don't find someone to help me, I won't have a place to sleep next month. And that's that that third level of attraction. Most guys who are getting all the access to women are getting it on level one. They're getting that I bumped into you in the bathroom accidentally. Whoops, where are my panties? I don't care. That's what's really happening in the real world. Like that secondary level of attraction, like a lot of guys are just not getting the opportunity to get women to know them well enough to realize, holy shit, you're you're amazing. You're a one in a million. Like women, in other words, those one in a million guys that exist, women are just not getting. They're not. Women are not investing the time to realize that they're one in a million. So they're never realizing that they're one in a million. So they get overpassed, not because they're not great guys, but because the attention span of they go into a bathroom and boom, they're gone. You take them on a date, they go into a bathroom and they're never coming
No.
back.
Okay, we got it. We got it. No, that is not
So
how it works. You just
what?
described how men think, right? And women do not think like this. Sorry, one second. We are tracking every little cue. We are sizing you up in so many different ways. It is like, everyone's like most women probably in here have been in a bar in their early 20s or whatever, and a guy goes, "Let's go get a shot." It's very different from a, "Hey, how are you? Can I buy you a drink? You look nice," or something like that. There are all these subtleties that go into it, and we have a lot going on in our brain and sometimes, yeah, it can be a very immediate attraction, but then, yeah, so no, all of those are too linear for
Wait,
women.
hold on. I need to add one thing, Andre, and then I'll hand it to you. And this is going to sound like a joke, but I mean this in all seriousness. He was right when she said that that description was like a man thinking about how he thinks women think. Now, listen, I commend anybody for trying to figure any of this out. I think that's great, but that was a reflection of how men think. And this is the part you guys might think I'm joking about. I am not.
The root of why
And
women don't want penises, the root of why women don't want penises in their bathroom comes down to the statement that we just heard. It doesn't matter if the penis is in a dress. It doesn't matter if the penis is in pantyhose. At the end of the day, that is why women are fighting to keep men out of their bathrooms, not trying to figure out how to fuck them in the bathroom.
I was talking about a unisex bathroom. Stop trying to make a political standing point.
It's
Like,
not a political
and
standing point. Hold
yeah,
on.
it
No, no,
is.
you don't,
It is,
no, it's
Kelly.
not. You don't understand the point that I'm making
You're
if
trying to
that's what you
stand
think
for
it is.
something politically, and
No,
I love it.
no,
I love it, but
stop.
you know that's not what
No,
I was talking
no,
about.
no, 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 no. I know that's not okay. Listen, okay. The
I
reason
know
that
you
parts
know
of
that's
this
not what I was talking about.
the reason that parts of this conversation sound so dumb is likely because many of them are. I was not making a political point. I know that that's not the point you were making at all, and I started by making that clear. But the way
You
that
didn't
men
stop about
think,
making it clear, but it's a political
okay,
point, and I'm okay with it.
I'm going to put you in the audience if you can't stop interrupting me. I was not making a political point. I was trying to draw a distinction between the way men and women think and how women know how men think. But in this case, maybe you aren't doing maybe you don't really realize that there is a big difference. I don't know. I said I commend you for trying to figure it out. It wasn't a political point. You can ask any of the women on this stage, they will understand exactly the point that I was making.
Just to chime in a little bit, so I think it's not only it's a fairly crude and unsophisticated analysis on Black Lives, you know, in Black Lives case, but I think it's categorically false based on the data that we can gather, because it's the men at the top of the social ladder, not necessarily in terms of their looks, that are getting access to most of the women. And it supports the point that women are looking for what I think Matt was talking about, the safety. They're looking at the social status, and women are sophisticated. They're not just, you know, as much as we as men would love to think that only thing that exists in their mind is emotions. That's not quite the case. They are very calculating. They know what they want, why they want it as well. They have their reasons, and safety is seems to be like one of the more important factors in choosing your mate. For men, it's more genetically oriented. So I think it would be a disservice to try to analyze this to think of women as just men with vaginas. I don't think
Andre,
that's the case.
you didn't analyze what I said because I said it was all three. Number one, that's how I know you weren't listening or paying attention,
I
or
mean,
even trying.
I
No,
can
no, no,
go,
Andre, Andre, Andre,
I can
Andre,
hold on,
Andre,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Andre,
on, hold on, hold on,
Andre,
hold on.
Andre,
I can go down all, I can go
Andre.
down all
That
three,
was a
but
period. That
I
was a period.
dismissed it. I dismissed it with one stroke
There was
because
a
I said
period. There was a period at the end of your sentence, Andre.
it's a crude analysis,
Andre, there was
because
a period at the end of your sentence. I started speaking.
the
Black
very
Love, if you
first
can't let him finish, please.
the very first category that you mentioned was that they base everything on some sort of
That's
instinctual
and that's not what I said.
primal
Please put
instinct
him in the
that
audience, please.
their panties come down somehow just from what they feel, like the essence of the man that they feel. And then the very last category is, for some reason, they have no place to live and they're looking for safety. I mean, that's why I said it's crude and a sophisticated analysis of what really is going on, and it's false with data. Like, you can falsify it with data.
Hey, Kelly, dig this in.
I just wanna say this because I was mischaracterized by Andre. I didn't say everything. Number one, I said there are three different scenarios. You skipped number two conveniently because it would debunk everything that you were going to say. And for you to say that women only sleep with men that give them security, well, ask women how many one night stands that they had that gave them security. You're not living in a reality. Like, the truth of the matter is, women are human beings too. And human beings sometimes have emotions that they cannot explain, nor can they control. This is men and women. It's part of the human experience. So for you to now try to make it seem like women are exempt from having emotions that they cannot control because they're humans, it's not scientific. It doesn't make sense. I said there are all three scenarios. This is the human experience that we're talking about. There are times where you will meet somebody that you know you have no business dealing with, but your
Uh,
impulses cannot help it. It's a
Black love.
human
Okay, we got.
reaction.
Hey, check this out.
Cut it
Check
out,
this out.
Andre.
Check
Yeah.
this out. Check
Hold
this
on.
out. Check
Yeah,
this
go
out.
ahead.
Give me 2 seconds. 2 fucking seconds. Okay, first of all, Black Love, read the title of the room. Women. It's about women. This is fucking amazing to me. That men in a room where we talking about why do women find, what is it about men that women find attractive? And all you fucking men got all this information the last time I checked, right? The way to figure out how what somebody else wants is just shut the fuck up and let them tell you. You
And now
dig?
do you wonder why we're batshit crazy? It's because
No
of all that
shit. I
talking.
see. I see now. If I was a woman, I'd be a fucking forced lesbian. I wouldn't have shit to do with none of these retarded motherfuckers, myself included. Shut the fuck up, guys. Let the women tell us why they like the men they like. How about that?
I mean, I know
And
you. I
maybe
know
we
you're
can
here for
learn some shit.
research. I know
Maybe
you're
we
here
can
for
learn some
research,
shit.
but I
How
already
about
know.
that? Look how triggered he is. He can't even stay the fuck off the mic long enough to let somebody talk. God damn.
Take a nap, please, sir. Take a nap.
I don't know, Black Love. Usually we ask people, or toddlers at least, to take naps when they sound cranky. And you sounded cranky this whole time. I will say this, like, I can appreciate that you think people are mischaracterizing or misunderstanding the point you're trying to make. I do think I generally understand the point that you're making. I just think that you're putting so much emphasis on sexual attraction, and that somehow being
Kelly,
the what
can I ask you a
okay,
question? Kelly, let me ask you a
no.
question. I'm not gonna.
Okay, I put you in the fucking audience because
Please don't bring him the
you
fuck back
I
up
don't
on the
understand.
stage,
Yeah,
please.
I don't under I was trying to give you a bone here and tell you what I heard you saying. Uh, but you can't even fucking let anybody do that. Black Love, you are not what women find attractive.
Well, this was interesting, and now I absolutely know I'm that shit crazy. Mhm.
Love you, Beth.
You know what's funny to me is that, if we're talking about continuing the genetic, genetic line, so the having progeny, it's the tactic that produces that's the most important, right? Should be the focus. And while talking about outliers, about like one night stands and stuff, that doesn't seem to me as being what produces that that branch in the evolution. So I don't know how he squares that circle. But Ankh, I'm 100% behind you. You're absolutely right, and we should shut the fuck up.
I just wish I could pop me some fucking popcorn and listen to the women tell us what it is about the kind of man they like and why they like him and all the rest of that shit. And if we could shut the fuck up, we could learn some shit and we could even probably get luckier with women, right? If we shut the fuck up and listen to what they saying and yeah, that's what I think. It's amazing to me that all you fucking men in here got so much to tell us about what women like. And we got women in here who can tell us what
Look,
women like.
it's so easy. It's security. It's security. We can move on from security. That's all they want. It's
Well,
security.
hold
That's
on.
not
Listen,
true.
okay,
The
No,
man
that's
it
just
is
not
said,
not.
true.
let's
No,
talk to
hold on.
women.
Listen, everybody, stop. Hold on. Let me say
Kelly, bring it to
what I
me.
was. Stop. What? Listen. Shut your UTI up for a second.
I don't have one
Uh,
anymore.
what I
It's
was trying to
gone.
tell, what I was trying to say to Black Love was that, like, wanting to have sex, that particular instinct, at least in my opinion, and there's this, obviously this is a generalization. Some women are very different than others, but I think that that was pretty much what he was using as the driver for the three scenarios, either wanting to have sex or knowing that, like, sex gives them access to things. And I think he was leaving out the I should, how do I put this? I don't want to say wanting to have sex because that's actually not what it was. Uh, the way men and women are similar is that they both actually, for their own individual purposes, like sex. Sex isn't just power for women, it's also pleasure and a driver for behavior, like for men. But there is like a power that women I think often don't want to acknowledge that women have over men that pertains to sex. That's what I think he was actually getting to in the three points that he was making. But it's not all about that for women. I don't think it is for men either. So the three scenarios he laid out seemed
to me to be completely missing like all of the other facets of what people acknowledge about potential partners, because life is not just about fucking.
And it's not just about security. People want people, regardless of if we're talking about men or women, that complement them. And so, depending on what you need as a complement, you're going to change your perspective. We can't get so simplistic about dating because people are complex. If you have more resources, a woman could, have security in her home, or like, I mean, not guards, but you know what I mean, like alarm systems, or they could have their own financial security or whatever that is, but maybe they're looking for something more romantic or passionate or something else. So it's not that simple.
The evidence from the links I posted, Professor Jeffrey Miller's book, and also Sex at Dawn, I think backs up everything that Pia is saying. There's a million-year evolutionary genetic reason why women seek what they want.
Well, I live in the nerdy area of the country, so yeah. After this divorce, I guess I'm going to get a nerd. Oh, that's okay. I live in the engineer force of the US of A. So bring on the nerds.
Domingo, sorry, I'm driving, so I cannot take a look at the links. What would you say is the summary of his or her assessment?
Okay, so the summary of evolutionary biology is it's very simple. Men and women have competed for millions of years, and only those that had the best possible offspring survived. So if you were a woman and you chose to get impregnated by the wrong man, your children died, and that was the fundamental condition. So a woman choosing who to be impregnated to, it was a life or death issue for her children. Now, what that meant is that it's very, very simple. If you're living in a violent society of the type that Manville was talking about, if you're living in a violent society, it's smart for women to get impregnated by the most violent men. Because in a violent society, the most violent men have a shot at keeping the babies alive, right? So it's logical. In a violent society like Afghanistan, 100% of women should have sex with the most violent men like Manville. Now, in a society with zero violence, let's talk about, say, Irvine, California, or Plano, Texas, right? Or Singapore, a society with zero violence, it makes no sense at all for women to get impregnated by a violent man. A violent man will not help the baby survive. In those societies that have banished violence, it makes sense for women to get impregnated by the men who have the traits to get rich. Because in America, getting rich makes your children and grandchildren most successful. So, in sum, what the books say is that in a violent society, women seek to be impregnated by violent men like Manville, and that's logical. And in a safe society, they seek to get impregnated by rich, caring, thoughtful, smart men. That's logical. I'm done speaking.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something to be said for that. I was saying earlier that, you know, women, it depends on what they can do for themselves, what they have for themselves. You know, like a Maslow's hierarchy kind of thing. The safer you are, you know, the more options you can choose. You know, you don't necessarily need somebody to protect you if you don't feel in any fear of anything. But yeah, if you're in a society or a circumstance where, you know, your life is in danger or the survival of your offspring are in danger or you live in poverty, then, you know, you're not going to be as picky and choosy. You're going to be going for the person who can get you out of those situations by any means necessary.
Well, it certainly explains why so many strong, violent men dream about the collapse of civilization, whether it's a zombie movie or The Purge. It's 100% logical for strong, violent men to hope for civilization to collapse, and it's 100% logical for the smartest men to not want civilization to collapse.
Yeah, but that's not the driver for the fantasy. Is not that the driver for the fantasy is it is good for every human being, whether they've got a internal or external plumbing, to be necessary. That's the driver. They're not going, hey, I want to fight the zombies and nail all the chicks.
I believe you're saying the same thing. Man like Menville want to be necessary. Strong meatheads, strong, handsome meatheads are worried about being replaced. They're worried about losing their place in the hierarchy. Strong, handsome meatheads are worried that society doesn't need them anymore. And that's a horrible feeling, to think that society doesn't need you anymore. That's why all the strong, handsome men who are good with machine guns dream about being needed.
I I'm curious in your model of all of the super intelligent tech bro uh, types with the soft hands and the clean fingernails. I assume those were coming along with it. Who? How are the people who aren't at the top of that particular hierarchy unnecessary? In order for, like, look, if you're a player in an economic system, um, unless you're intending to replicate like the sort of structures 5,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, maybe like you want a whole lot of people with enough wealth to command to make a lot of little decisions so that the market operates like a smarter network. And so some of that money that's moving around can come into your lap. Uh, so like I'm really having trouble with your model, dude.
Well, I respect your opinion.
I mean, the tech bros can't make their fortune stealing each other's laundry. Is maybe that's a
Yeah,
better
well,
way to say it.
Jefferson, I reject the language you're using. Tech bros make money in capitalism by serving needs. You see, the language you use is an anti-elitist. Jefferson, I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me. You use an anti-elitist because you're not a billionaire, Jefferson. You assume that billionaires are thieves, and I reject that contention. Billionaires are
Yeah,
billionaires because they're
I don't
smarter than
take that.
you.
I don't hold that
What,
Don't
position at
interrupt
all.
him, man.
Oh, okay.
Jefferson, you're interrupting me. Billionaires are billionaires because they are smarter than you and they serve a need for society. They are not stealing from anyone.
I didn't contend that they were. I don't take that position.
Well, I yield the mic to other people. I'm done speaking.
I didn't hear. Did somebody else hear Jefferson say that? Because I didn't. But all right.
So,
Yeah, what I heard Jefferson say, I'll say it very succinctly. He said, in a society without the common man, the billionaires can't just steal from each other. He used the term billionaire stealing. That's what I heard him
No,
say.
I didn't say. I said stealing each other's laundry is not as. That's not a path to being a billionaire. Okay.
Hang around on Clubhouse long enough, you'll meet some billionaires. They get up in the morning, they look at themselves as they're brushing their teeth with their Colgate and say, I want to be a billionaire so fucking
Freaking
bad.
bad.
Well, I don't know any of them that would be on Clubhouse. I don't know all that many of them, but I know a few, and they got a lot better shit to do.
Yeah, usually they're not on Clubhouse.
not to shift the discussion, but I will answer. So, Mike Moon asked this question, and I do think it gets to something worth talking about if people want to. But he asked, "Who finds Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk attractive?" I'll wait. Well, I think that I actually think that Bezos is attractive. I mean, I like bald men, though. I'm married a bald man. Um, Elon Musk, I don't think that he is just as like innately unattractive. But outside of appearance, which both of them are fairly average appearance wise, which um again, like I think if we are trying to categorize attraction based on tens, nines and tens, we're not having like we're not having a conversation about what really goes on in the world. Um, I think that either one of them could be extremely attractive in person. There are a lot of people who you could look at a picture of them, uh, and I've done this over the years, like men that I dated a long time ago. You know, you go back through either your camera roll on your phone or like actual, for those of you old enough to remember these, you know, photo prints you picked up from the drugstore, and you see somebody that you were really interested in, you were attracted to, you dated for a while, whatever, you had great chemistry with, and you realize like they weren't all that great looking. Maybe you didn't notice it then, maybe you've forgotten about it, but I just don't think it comes down to this like perfect physical expression. I think there's so much that goes to, and I think this is true for men too. Now, just like we can sit here and generalize what women want, I think we can do the same thing about what men want. But at the end of the day, I see plenty of happily married men, and they're not married to tiny waists and perky tits. They're married to the average woman, which is less and less the ideal as the days go by.
I guess when I said attractive, I meant just strictly physically. We don't know them personally. I understand that women can fall in love with men in person where their personalities replace their lack of physical appearance over the long run for multiple reasons. But in this case, we don't know these men. And I would argue that the reason that they date models and hot women is that they're rich and not because they would have that otherwise. And maybe
Oh,
smart.
sure.
And obviously they're smart to be where they're at. So you can,
No,
I
no,
guess you can take
I
that for
I
granted.
totally get that. I was just trying to say that, like, I don't think Elon Musk is like. I feel like in your question, it was we had to assume that they were both just like unattractive, and I just don't think that's true. I think Jeff Bezos is probably more attractive, but it probably just depends on what different women like. I don't assume that Elon Musk is like generally
I think
unattractive.
he's
I think
hideous,
he's
but I'm not a girl, so I guess that's just
yeah.
me.
I mean, I think he's probably pretty average, but I don't know. Like the other ladies could
You
tell me
ever see him with his
differently.
shirt off? That barrel chest of his is just it's really bizarrely awkwardly
Right, but
awful. But
Kelly's getting at something important that I think, I mean, just listening from men in here, they don't seem to understand is that it feels maybe like it's very simple and easy to categorize women of like, oh, what explains this? Well, it's just money. And it gives women this kind of very simplistic framing. Like I think the point the women here are trying to make is that there's so much more to it than that. Like, if I go back and look at the people I've dated, they don't look anything alike. And they also don't have the same financial situations. However, the thing I kind of explain it is that they were all very, very good at what they do. And that is super attractive to me. It doesn't have to be the same for every other woman, but in my case, that's what it is. And so you can't really simplify it down to just like looks. They all look super different.
And obviously, you have those two guys in the question because of how wealthy they are. And that, I mean, I get that. I'm not even trying to argue with that. But if they were just average dudes, I was trying to ask the question as it's set and not bring anything else into it. If they were just average dudes on the street, like they're not like fucking like Joe Pesci or anything, right? Like they're not 4 feet tall. They're not bizarre looking, like they just look like normal guys. And there are so many more normal people out there than exceptionally attractive, exceptionally wealthy, exceptionally anything. And I think that when P talks about like people being good at what they do, being, and I don't know if she mentioned this, but the confidence that that brings with it, like there's just something about a person who goes through life actually understanding like what it is they're getting up in the morning for and why it is they go to bed to rest. there's something really satisfying about that. Maybe it's just for women, maybe it's just for me, but
I'll see if
I
I can
think that
find
at
this
the end
list,
of the, I
Kelly.
think at the end of the, I think at the end of the day, the resources part is really important. I don't know any woman who would argue and say that men don't have an advantage when they're extremely wealthy. I also don't know any women who would say that at the end of the day, like even if that is a, you're talking about $50,000 a year versus 35, if you're talking about like being able to make sure that your fucking kid can go to school every day, that's also a big deal. Like women do want security, but it's not all about security. It's not all about sex. It's not all about money. It's not all about any particular thing, just like I don't think it is for men.
Yeah, I think it's middle class security and not, uber rich security, I would say for sure. But I should see if I can find this list on a radio station I found recently. They had a list of traits for men, and they asked women to rate them based on who they're most likely to desire and who's least desirable. And they were traits. Some of them were like he's poor and he smells bad, and one of them was he's really short. And short was number 7 on the list. It was actually the third worst thing you can be on the list, basically. So it couldn't believe it. It was below smelly, actually. And so
What
people
was
would say, well, I can always have him take a shower, but I can't make him grow. And it was pretty funny because the host is really short, actually, on the show. It's Atlanta. It's the Burt Show. I know you're in Atlanta, Kelly. um, Bert was disgusted with the findings, but essentially, FYI, according to the loose research they did that morning, short was really really bad thing to be as a guy, regardless of rich or attractive or smelly.
But Mike, but these are okay. This is why I don't like these lists. And I also don't like taking the data from dating apps when we talk about these things because everyone gets mad that women are picking, I don't know, a very small collection of men, right, that go on the apps. I'm sure all of us are kind of familiar with that by now. It's been talked about a lot. That there are a few guys who do really, really well and clean up on the dating apps. When you disconnect women from the actual person and they can't see all of the other signs, they just fall back on these very superficial, like, I don't know, I guess this or that or whatever. But that's just not how women operate. And so I think a big part of it is this like technological disconnect that makes men think women are actually super shallow. And I just don't think that we are. I think that we just need more inputs to make um, a decision on someone. And it's not just like, you can't see if the person's funny when you answer that question or
No,
interesting or
that was
makes you
actually
feel
one of the
good.
questions. Was a sense of humor. I was actually one of the
I, w-
people,
I
but
would
Right,
be.
but you see what I'm
that was
saying?
one of
Like
the
the
people. But here,
combination of
I
the
would argue that
individual is more
the
important
women
for
who answered
women,
that
where
didn't say
men are
I
more
can't.
like, I will put you on a scale of 0 to 10. Women
Yeah,
don't
but the
really
women who
put men
answered
on
that
scales
didn't
of zero to
say,
10
I can't answer this question because I need to know this person to really feel his heart first. None of them said that. They basically gave the rough
because
answers
it's
they
a
could,
stupid
and
survey.
and
well, you
if it
short
came in
little
with those
guys just
results,
jump
I
off
would
a
assume
bridge.
that they're
I,
roughly true. I would
I would.
assume
I
they're
would.
roughly true, regardless of what you actually feel.
Mike, I would like to be. I would like to ask you. I'd be very curious to know how did they define short. I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't remember exactly. I mean, I in my head I define it as like 5'4" and below for a guy. I mean, I think I made that assumption. It's roughly that.
But the show that gave the results, they didn't say okay, 5'10" is
They
short,
might have.
five
I'm
nine
not.
is short. I mean,
I,
what?
I don't know. They might have. I don't care. I'm 6'3", so a lot of people are short to me. So I just assume short, short. I honestly didn't. I didn't need to know that to hear whether or not the women asked what that means. I don't think it's that specific. I mean, you can probably assume it's between I don't know 5'2" and 5'5" for 90% of people. I mean, you can go off the percentage of men and height in general if you want to answer that. I don't think it was necessary to solving the or to answering the question, but what
and
is it?
and and to
Actually,
go to and to go
so,
to and to go to Miss P's point, I actually think that dating apps is actually a good thing. And here's the reason why. Because um, women lie. That's not to say that men don't. Men lie more than women do, but we all knew that. Nobody, there's it's not a scandal to say that men lie. It is something of it is like a record scratching thing to say that women lie, and the dating apps are giving us the revealed preferences of women versus their stated preferences, which I think is a good thing. I think that that kind of is very useful information. Now it sucks for many guys that don't make the cut, but but I think that the truth is worth it. I think
I
the truth
think
Well,
is
that,
short
worth
guys
it.
can always make
well,
money and they'll be okay.
let me
That's what they
defend
always have left. It's a
let
great
me defend
equalizer.
you, Mike.
Well,
I
but here's
heard,
the problem with it.
hold
Go
on
ahead.
just a sec. Hold on just a sec. So I missed Paige and Mike's exchange because another delivery truck drove up. But the
Uh,
thing that Mike said at the end, which was none of them answered, but I need to get to know them first or whatever. And I think that Mike's probably referencing back to what I said. So I want to give Mike some credit here for this. I don't think it's inaccurate to acknowledge that women on whole, and I don't know how they built this quiz. They just said short. Of course, whatever short is for any woman is what they're going to assume when they take this quiz. If they gave a height, who knows what it would be. But you're going to expect women to have physical characteristics that they prefer over others. Just like if you were to ask the same thing about women to men and you were to put fat or what, I mean, who knows what thing you would put. There's going to be one physical characteristic that is least desirable in general by both of the sexes. It doesn't mean that some women don't like short men, whatever. But I do want to say this, Mike, the point I was making about like being around people was it's it's that I thought that the two guys in that example, Bezos and Elon Musk, weren't great examples of like unattractive people because I don't think either one of them are unattractive. Now, being around them may make them unattractive. If I'm not attracted to like a certain type of person, the way they look, being around them can make them far more attractive. Uh, I guess the way that I would combine this with the short thing and maybe possibly what Paige was getting at is that you can assume that you're never going to be into a short dude. Like I was always into tall guys. I did wind up dating someone who I considered short. And I probably would have never wound up like dating this person had had I not gotten to know them sitting at a bar for the first time I met them, frankly. I probably would have been more critical of I wouldn't have been as open to like being attracted to them. And I think that those kinds of things can make a difference. Women date and marry short men all the time, but most women probably don't assume that they want that a short man is what they want.
Yeah, you're making the point I
We're
was.
kind of
Just one
dancing.
second. Sorry, 1 second. I just want to restate it quickly because Kelly wasn't here and there was a lot of crosstalk. I agree with you, Kelly. And what I was trying to say is that taking these samples, and then I also was talking about the data from dating apps that people like to cite, where it's like, oh, all of the, like, there are 3 or 4 types of guys that end up cleaning up and getting all of the women. And I said that if you take women out of like the in person kind of situation, like you were talking about at the bar, they have no option but to retreat and think of these superficial characteristics. But it is not the thing that women actually want to do, but they don't know what to do. So then they make this like arbitrary kind of list of things that, sure, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. But in real life, they will be very happy, to talk to the guy who is a little bit shorter, but maybe, I don't know, has a little sparkle because he's the life of the party or something like that. It takes it all away. And so it puts women in an awkward position they don't know what to do with.
Again, number one, dating apps aren't going to go anywhere. Now, some 60% of all Americans meet each other now via dating apps. It's not going away. That's number two.
No one's saying it
Number,
should.
number two. Number two. But what you're suggesting though, Miss PB, is that the women are kind of left with these superficial characteristics. No, they're not superficial. Height is a very real thing. It's not superficial. It speaks to women's need for inherent protection on the idea that taller men make better fighters than shorter men. So my thinking, and we can go on down the line with this. So again, stated preferences versus revealed preferences. And my position is better to know the truth. As sucky as that may be, nowhere is a man that's considered, let's say, short suit sizes begin in the United States at 5'7". Nowhere is that desired. It's tolerated if you can compensate with other things, but it's not desired. Personally, my position is don't do me any favors. I'd rather know the truth and live my days being secure in knowing, well, at least we know what the truth is. That's where I'm at with it.
Right, but
Okay,
that's
I'm
not
not
it.
sure.
I mean, I feel like you're completely missing my point. Like there are evolutionary reasons for certain types of like physical, attraction, whether it's a woman's like hip width or anything like that. Like I'm not negating that at all. I am just saying that there are more complexities women consider when they meet someone than just that, especially in a modern world where, status is different than, I don't know, like the Paleolithic era.
I would respectfully
Yeah, I'm
disagree,
not
but I would
sure
say,
what you're not getting. The point is when there's a human interaction, person to person, there's an essence of a person that we can't really describe. And then when you give a survey, what people are doing, it's men and women, and they're putting around this thing that they can't describe and saying, how would they create that avatar if they could? But in real life, men don't do this either. They'll take a list and say, these are the 19 attributes I do like, and these are the 14 I don't like. Okay, 19 is more than 14. It's just not how life works. So yeah, if you ask people the question, they're going to give their superficial answer. Yes, height is real, but it's a superficial answer, and it doesn't. Even on the dating apps, when they meet the person and get to know the actual person, it dissipates.
well, again, and we also know from studies that, see, I'm a very data driven person. I know that these are very, touchy feely topics, but for me, and I just speak for myself, I'm probably in the distinct minority of many men. I would rather just be secure in knowing the truth and just move.
That's not the point.
But
You're
no,
missing
but
the point.
it is my point. It is my point. And my point is, hey, it is what it is. And women are very, picky for a good reason. I'm not saying that they're not picky for a good reason. But many men, there have been studies that have shown that um, the woman wasn't really interested in the guy at first. And she had to warm up to him and stuff like that. Um, Travis Hunter and that sort of thing. My thinking is, and again, it's just me, I don't want to have to try to, work on you to get you to like me personally. That's not me. I'm not going to beg for a second chance or an all. I'd rather just move on and get on with it, with living, and let the chips fall where they may. That's personally me.
The last thing on the list, by the way, the one that the woman said overwhelmingly was the last place, was aggressive or angry.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
just
thank
wanted
you
to
for
add that, and
making
that was the
that
very last of the 10.
point. That doesn't contend with the discussion.
No, it fits in with the
Not you,
idea
sorry,
of
the
feeling
earlier one.
safe and stuff like that.
Not
They
that,
don't want to
not,
feel
I'm not
unsafe.
talking to you. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And I just told you that just because that's what the answer was. I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
connect it to something necessarily.
So I think that the dating app data is good. I think it really kind of, gets down to things. And I think
Well,
that
it
for
turns out
guys, and
dating
it
apps are actually
sucks, it does
becoming
come at a
increasingly.
price. Knowledge comes at a price. It's not
The
free.
younger generation is turning away from dating apps on a huge percentage, though. So they're already out of vogue, and people are already getting tired of the superficiality
I'm
of them
pretty sure that
in
there are
younger
many men out
generations.
there that will be saying, "Peace, baby, 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 give me a chance." I will not be one of them.
I mean,
But I think
all
I
of
think
this,
I
you could
feel
talk
like we're
about the
having two
conversation about why
separate
dating apps are
conversations.
becoming less
Three,
popular
three,
versus
Mayor.
positive.
Three, Mayor.
yeah.
Both of them have their heads so far up their ass and are only interested in what each and individual one of them want to say that they're not even talking to each other at this point.
Uh, yeah, I'm not talking to him. I'm actually making the point about the dating apps in response to his point about dating apps.
You
So
see
I
what I
wasn't
mean,
talking to
Mayor?
him.
You see what I mean?
No, I do, but Mike's responses aren't directly to what Paige is saying, but they're having the same conversation. They're just adding different parts of it. Like,
Correct. That's how
yeah,
language usually works.
Mumio
By
is
the way,
on like a different
I get
wavelength
that
than the rest
Clubhouse
of
is
us.
bizarre, but that's how real language works in the
Yeah,
real
my,
world.
my position was I don't have a problem with dating app data, nor do I have a
But
problem
no one's
with
discussing
people
that
swiping right,
topic.
swiping right.
Cool.
Yeah, that's not the topic.
Mike, where did like being off topic? Was that on the list? Like, there's someone who can't follow the conversation?
What's that,
Hey,
Mayor? I
hey,
didn't hear
hey,
you.
Kelly and P and all the other women on the stage where the topic is why do women proving bad shit because they lust after the Luigis and shit like that. I want to personally thank you for myself for all that you contributed to shed more light to me on why it is that you women, you dig, like what y'all like, don't like what you don't like, so forth and so on. And if for whatever reason y'all decide to have another room, I'd appreciate it if you ping me in. I'll stay in the audience because I want to listen to y'all tell me what it is y'all like and don't like about men, respectfully. Yeah, and all you men on this motherfucker that ain't got a vagina, no thanks for your contribution. I appreciate it. Free
Unc,
way
I
for
had a
You
life.
made that
question.
I'm
clear the
out.
last 4
I
Unc,
had a
things.
question.
I wish you many birdies in your life. Thank you.
Yeah, you made that very clear the last 3 things. That's your stance in this room. We got it.
Look, you have a great day.
Yeah, he sounded like a happy camper.
Dr. Adams, what was your question?
So, you don't think that these said women that are lusting after Luigi are more centered on their inabilities to cultivate relationships in their everyday lives due to the fact that, they're not the most desirable? Because when I look at some of these women that are lusting after Luigi, they're not necessarily the best of the women that America has to offer.
It's a fair point.
And they are being superficial when they lust about Luigi.
They
Clearly,
are.
he's probably not that great of a guy based on his actions. So I would say
Really,
that they are lusting and being physical.
really quickly though, this is funny. I'm driving, so I'm gonna lose my connection in a sec. To this point, Mike, I don't know if you know about this, but I think his height being published with, I guess with his arrest or whatever, all this information came out, did create kind of a backlash. There was one tweet in particular that was highlighted and people talking about this, and it was like, "Oh, he's five, whatever, 30 to life." So that's been interesting to see. I mean,
There you
that
go.
But
I added
doesn't that kind of
11.
go back to Mike's point? I don't know what his height is. I don't have no idea. But whatever it is,
He's 5'7".
okay. Well, that goes back to Mike's point.
Oh, shit.
Nowhere is 5'7" among women.
Y'all sure that
Nowhere is
wasn't a
5'7"
trans man?
standalone seen as desirable.
but
That's
hold on, but
Kelly,
hold
I
on,
was curious, Kelly,
hold on, just a
some
sec,
question
Josh,
for you.
just a sec, Josh. But Mooney, here's the thing, and you keep repeating this. No one is trying to argue the superficiality of what women would put on a list of desirable traits. No one's trying to argue it, yet you just keep saying it as if we're saying that that's not true. The point that you've completely missed, the part of the conversation that you refuse to have, is that that list in no way shape or form is what determines the how people couple. There's obviously preferences, there are obviously trends, but when you don't have actual individuals that you're considering, when you're just talking about traits, it's such a skewed set of data, and no one's arguing with you. So I mean, I just don't know why you have to keep reinforcing
well,
that
actually, well,
particular thing.
well,
But hold
actually,
on,
Miss Kelly.
let's let Josh jump in. I mean, because listen, I want you to speak. It's just that you've wasted a lot of your airtime saying the same thing that no one's arguing with. So let Josh jump in, and then you can go in and rebut this.
I was gonna ask, what was the height of the man that you were dating who was like kind of below your height preference?
I think he was 5'5" or 5'6". He was so I'm almost 5'4", and he was an inch or two taller than me.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, see, like that's a completely reasonable standard. But I think people are saying the 6 foot thing, that's kind of an unreasonable standard. But I think in a forum like dating apps, like where superficiality is going to be the default mode, because that's the only thing that's offered by a forum that gives you a topical overview of somebody. Like it's a topical, so you have to default to this like superficial mode. But like human connection is secondary when you're only given a short list of attributes and accolades to go off of. And also dating apps are kind of bad for people because there's no practical need to like maintain a commitment in a relationship when there's an abundance of options that's so easy to get to. So anybody who has that grass is always greener on the other side mentality is going to easily find somebody new because the grass is greener on the other side and the other side is as easy as opening an app. So I think it's a bad thing for people.
I want to do a basic superficial shout out though to boobs because men are super easy going about them, man. They like them small, they like them big. They basically think they're all awesome, and that's the one thing men are not
All,
assholes about.
all, all boobs are not created equal. Okay, you got some women with some long, flat titties.
It doesn't matter, man. Most men will say they're all good.
Well, it is a fact that men are much less picky than women are when comparing the two. That is true. And to go back to you, Miss Kelly, I don't make statements that I can't back up. Actually, there are differences between taller men and shorter men in mating. Taller men have more options for mates. They get married and divorced more. than shorter men do. That's a
I
fact.
can't, but what are you talking about? This is not the conversation. We tried to tell you a million times. We agree that women are generally attracted to taller men over shorter men. There is no dispute here.
Okay. Just wanted to nail that to the wall, just so that we're clear.
It's been nailed to the fucking wall so many times that
You
the
don't have to
wall
curse
is
at me.
completely full.
You
How
don't.
tall are you, Mumia?
Pardon?
How tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
Okay.
Is
So
that why
this
you
is
feel some type of way when you hear a woman curse?
No, I feel some kind of way when a woman curses because it tells me that she's not being a lady. Cursing is a masculine act. Hence the phrase "cursing like a sailor."
That was also a masculine act, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah, there's women sailors too.
I was just waiting for it.
Repeating yourself over and over gives head injury. So, I mean, I don't know. Do we need a competition here? Like, maybe the reason I don't know if all of this inability to process a conversation is somehow either tied to you not being able to find a relationship or because you've been in one so long you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But yeah, fuck off.
I mean, I didn't want to say that, Kelly, because he sounds like he's a little bit old and maybe had those issues before online dating. But yeah, no, you do make a very good point. A very, very, very good point.
He's also 5'7", he said, so he might have a sore spot about trying to find dates.
Oh yeah, he rolling around in the car in phone books, sitting on top of phone books. But we can agree that the majority of the women that we see on TikTok, they don't necessarily meet the standards of what society would say would be attractive. I mean, can we agree on that?
Most people in general, both sexes.
No, but I'm just talking about the women that are praising Luigi, specifically that group of women.
Oh yeah, I think any woman that's praising Luigi straight up is being shallow and on purpose. Like I wouldn't take it too seriously. It's basically a commentary about his abs, and then one picture is probably 90% of it.
Yeah, but my whole point is that these said shallow women meet a certain type of aesthetic and visual standard that most reasonable people would go out of their way to pay close attention to the way that they're actually addressing them out of, I wouldn't say sympathy, but just out of not just being an asshole, where, their shallow standard is laughable considering the creatures that they look like. And I really don't feel like people have enough of that conversation because it's very easy for people to point out, the flaws or the value of these people that, end up on sensationalizing the media. But I don't think that people have enough conversation about their weird cult following. What do these people look like? What do they all have in common? What do they commonly fail at as human beings? So, I mean, the majority of the women praising Luigi, like I said, are very ugly women. Okay, a lot of them are, of a certain age where they really don't have very many options in the men that they're actually seeking out, and a lot of them are fat.
Yeah, but it's
you,
not okay to say that.
you don't think that
I just did.
the raving about his looks and stuff is like kind of a slight act of rebellion against a system that's failed so many people? Like I think that there's a bit of trolling going on in it too, where it's like they're exalting a man who killed a CEO of a health company that or of an insurance company. Like I think it's a small act of rebellion too, a bit of a way to stick it to the man.
I think a futile one.
I think that's actually most of it. I think that's probably 90% of it. Honestly, that and appeal to his abs.
Yeah, I think people are cavalier about it because they want to be edgy online, and their like virtual world is super real to them. And it means more than potentially, the harm that they're doing to the family of Brian Thompson or whatever. And so here's how I can be kind of edgy online and like, oh, I can't believe you said that, or I can't believe you think he's hot. That's wild. I think
And
it's
how
more
many
that.
women really think that, honestly? Like there's women that will date men that want to marry men who are in prison, right? So those same women are the ones that are likely to say that about him. I mean, he's going to have all kinds of love letters sent to him in prison forever. There's definitely a small percentage of women like that. It's not like if you walk down the street and ask 10 random women in your neighborhood and that they would all say that he's attractive for something, that they think he's great or whatever. Like, I don't think that's true. I think social media is kind of overinflating it for for publicity and for the reactionary purposes of it.
But I think that Luigi proves what has been proven gazillion times over. We've seen this before with Charles Manson, more than a generation ago. The Menendez brothers, Scott, I think I want to say Scott Peterson, is it? And on and on and on. So
Yeah,
Oh
but I
yeah,
think
Scott
that
Peterson's a good one. He was the original one.
a lot of those cases, were kind of met in their response by the circumstances around those cases. So if you look at the Menendez brothers at the time, they fit the profile as to what is actually good looking, right? Those are men that are very tall. Those are men that are very wealthy. Completely different. And a lot of people, and women especially, had a lot of sympathy because of a lot of the facts that came out about that case. They were not sitting behind, the defense table because they embodied or acted out in an act of failure in being men. So I feel like even as we look at some of the public response, you guys have to look at the crime behind it and what type of women are actually showing up to support those type of failed men.
You do. And Scott Peterson, I mean, that's the worst of the worst. Any woman supports that guy. He killed his pregnant wife. Like the idea that's even different than the recent one of the guy that killed the CEO. Like even those two are two types of different women who are willing to go that far and say that about that person.
and Charles,
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, because I do live in California, if I remember correctly, those said women that were propping up Scott Peterson, they were propping him up when she was still missing. Once they found her, that was a wrap. You see what I'm saying? So the public
Yeah.
actually turned on him because they were forced to actually accept that this person that they've been lusting over for the months that they were was somebody who was a vicious murderer of a pregnant woman. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right on that.
well, you would have to explain Charles Manson, who was directly involved in the murder of also a pregnant woman, Sharon Tate.
He was
Right, but she
different.
was
He was
also
more
a
like a
Hollywood elite.
charismatic
You don't
cult
think that
follower.
people at the time set that aside because of the fact that she was overprivileged?
No,
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you they did. I mean, because that's how it goes. That's literally how it goes. People have a different sense of sensitivity between circumstances like Lacey Peterson and circumstances where you have the wife of not only a child molester, but a very, very, very influential Hollywood elite that falls under those circumstances. So I think that people need to stop looking at the surface level and look a little bit deeper at the details.
okay. Ted Bundy was a notorious murderer of women. Numerous.
He's a creepy motherfucker, man. He's the one that gives me the shivers. Him and BTK. Those two are the two that give me the shivers.
Yeah,
Ugh.
the BTK killer. Yeah. Though I'm not sure that the BTK killer got many admirers. I don't know, but
No, he didn't. He didn't. Because he didn't have the looks. That's actually
yeah,
the kind of part of the conversation we're having.
but Ted Bundy certainly did.
Ted Bundy was considered really good looking back then. Yeah, he had all kinds of people in loving him, even at the end. But I grew up in Seattle, and I was old enough to remember when Ted Bundy was executed. I will tell you that he was absolutely despised by the public. Like the tavern down by the house that I grew up in had like Ted Bundy fried Bundy burgers the day that he was executed, and it was big parties everywhere. Like it was a big deal in the Northwest when he was executed. Everybody wanted that dude dead.
So in that regard, as far as that part of the Luigi story isn't surprising to me at all.
No, and it's not surprising that he'll have love letters in prison for the rest of his life either.
Yeah, I believe I can't remember their names, but the brothers who were the essentially terrorists who masterminded the Boston Marathon bombing some years back. They are Zaranev, I think their name was. Um, they got a whole bunch of outpouring of support from women and whatnot. So yeah,
Here's a good question. Do attractive women murderers get love letters in prison from men?
Yeah, Jodi Arias.
Did she?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. And then it's equal. She is one of the one. She's the most attractive one I can think of, actually. Come to think of it.
Casey Anthony. That's another one.
yeah. I wonder if Crystal Gale Mangum gets any like anything like that. I don't know.
Meanwhile, that ugly bitch Eileen Warnock probably doesn't get any. Remember that chick?
Yeah, yeah. The highway.
She's one ugly chick.
Yeah. When she executed?
I think she was actually. Yeah, I think she was one of the only ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say she was executed from birth. The second she came out the womb with that face showing it to the world, she was doomed.
Oh, I know. When Charlize Theron, as beautiful as she is, went and like uglied up for that.
Oh
Even
yeah, Charlize
oh,
Theron.
she did a
Right.
great job.
Yeah. But I believe, to be fair to Eileen Warnock, I believe her name is. To be fair to her, I believe that was her current or look that we all know was the result of many years of hard drugs and hard life and all that. To be fair, but yeah,
And she didn't date men anyway. I think she was like a butch lesbian who just killed men, if I'm
She
not
was a
mistaken.
prostitute.
Oh, she was. Okay.
Yeah,
but
those were
also
the people that she was killing. She was killing her
She
johns.
wasn't. She was a prostitute, but I do think that Mike's right. Like she was. I think she was in like a relationship with a woman, but
correct.
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, she got her marks were her Johns, I guess.
And butch lesbians are more capable as ugly women of finding love than ugly straight women, I think.
If so, the statistics don't bear it out. Lesbian relationships and marriages break up at a much higher rate than gay male marriages and relationships and straight couples. They break up more, they divorce more, they have more infidelity, they have more intimate partner violence.
I would argue that's because they're more complex. I mean, two women together are exceptionally more complex than two men together. Two men together, as long as they like to fuck each other and one's a top and one's a bottom, like there's not a lot of drama there, dude. They can kiss and make up, no problem.
I think it's because they're agitated not getting dick, but that's just my opinion.
And those are studies that are worldwide, or should I say throughout the Western world, Netherlands, UK, United States and Canada and all the rest of it. So
That would be a good thing to study. Why do lesbian relationships not last as long as gay men relationships if it's true? I think that would
So
be an interesting concept.
it has been studied somewhat, and the answers that people have come up with have been pretty complex. There's
Yeah.
there's like one, I guess, potential reason, but it's never just one. Obviously, is I don't remember if this particular part of it was studied, but this was one of the things that was definitely proposed to be studied in this thing that I read. But some things have been studied. This one, though, it was like how quickly did they couple? The the gender stereotypes we have about women and getting into relationships really quickly, whatever. Like kind of the domestic. Fuck, somebody put it in the chat earlier. The homosexuality. Um, the renting U-Hauls really quickly, all of that could play a part in it because if you couple up too quickly, probably more potential that you would be doing your due diligence and making sure this is the right partner. But then things that I know have been studied, and this is where it gets really interesting because it crosses over with the occurrences of like being a lesbian, basically. Um, there is a high rate of sorry, I'm like in a parking lot. I'm trying not to scream things. There's a higher rate.
I'm sorry, Kelly.
Yeah, I think
You're
we
cutting
lost
out
it.
at the good part. Yeah.
It was a good part, and we lost it. You said there were a higher rate of, and it was gone.
it is interesting to note that
Did,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
did I go in the matrix? I apologize.
You did. We
Anyways,
didn't hear any of the reason.
so the first one, the one I know that's been studied is because of past sexual abuse. There's also a lot of present abuse within like lesbian relationships. I think that he may have mentioned that when he mentioned the studies. But one of the others, I'm sure has been studied, but I read about it prior to that. It had to do with the rates of women getting into relationship and how quickly they may get into a relationship relevant relative to like males or your traditional like man woman relationship. Yeah, you guys can still. I apologize.
Well, and if you think about it, I mean, I'm not saying this is an answer, but if you think about it, men can couple up just because they're sexually horny and compatible, and women probably couple up for much more complicated reasons that are emotionally driven, I would imagine, initially. Unless you have a lesbian relationship where one is kind of the butch type that is taking the man's role, and then it gets all super complicated.
Hmm. Well, we do know that, and I think it's fascinating myself that when you look at the different types of couple, gay, straight, lesbian, that gay male couples do have more durability overall over all other configurations. Who knew?
I mean, so this is all interesting because that may not be because the way that they couple is any better. It could also be about how they remain. So it may be the case. I have no idea. I'm just putting. It may be the case that more more men in marriages allow for open relationships. They don't have the same reaction to uh, infidelity. Like there could be things like this that also impact the outcomes.
Also, in gay male couples, there's no one saying no to sex. So they typically have the most sex out of all couples.
That might have something to do with it.
Who
There,
typically has more sex out of most couples?
that might have something to do with it. We do know that lesbian bed death, as it's referred to colloquially, does seem to have a ring of truth to it, in actual point of fact. So that could be a factor. I don't know.
Did you just say lesbian bed death?
That's what it's referred to colloquially. It's not a scientific term.
As what? As lesbian women stopping having sex in the long term?
Yes, that shortly after, I guess you could call the courting phase.
Never heard that
I
before.
thought
Yeah,
you were referring to the big one rolling over on the little one while she sleep, but that's crazy.
yeah. So they stop
That's
having.
interesting, though. That's interesting that you know that. That's a very random thing to know.
No, it's pretty well established 6 months into that relationship.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I
I
don't.
heard a couple hours into the relationship, they show up to each other's houses with moving trucks.
Yeah, the U-Haul effect.
And their pets, of course.
But it's always pretty clear who's driving the U-Haul.
Usually the more feminine one, just to prove a point.
What about loading up the U-Haul?
The feminine one again.
Oh, so bitch lesbian women are just like men. Lazy.
And of course, straight couples are, somewhere in between on all these measures. Infidelity, domestic violence, and so on. It's divorce and all the rest of it. They're like in between the gay men couples and the lesbian women couples. They fall in the middle. So
Something else that's interesting about that dynamic when it comes to male homosexuals, because they don't have women to limit them in their typical sexual behavior, they tend to have many more partners and also a lot of problems with diseases. This is why AIDS was originally referred to as GRID back in the 80s, since it was gay related to begin with due to their promiscuity.
and that's still true. It's not completely true, but it still has a basis today. In the black community, for example, one of the things, it's commonly known that black women have a higher incidence at HIV infection and whatnot, and it's true, they do. What's not as well known is that often many of those ladies are having sex with men who have sex with other men, so they're bisexual. So there is still a ring of truth to that.
No, I don't think that that's true either. I think that black men have different attitudes towards getting testing to begin with, and I think that black men rely more on an honor system of third-party testing, meaning if my baby mama ain't got it, then I'm good. You see what I'm saying? I think that that more so has to do with the reasons why black women are starting to contract more of those diseases. I'm not going to sit there and say that black men have more susceptibility to be gay than any other man.
I didn't
Uh,
say susceptibility to be gay.
No, but that's what it implies.
No, I didn't.
there are other elements too. For example, sexuality isn't the only way to contract HIV.
That's true.
Right, but then if you want to look at it from the standpoint of doing certain drugs, there's certain drugs that black people by and large don't fuck with that a lot of other racial groups of people do choose to fuck with that don't account for those numbers.
Adams, really
Yeah,
quickly. So the point he was making, though, I feel like this is worth reemphasizing. I don't think he was suggesting that there's a higher rate of bisexuality, or well, I guess it would be bisexuality in black men at all. I think that his point is that the women may not know about the bisexuality, whether that's because the men are not disclosing it or the women aren't asking. I don't know, but it was more about the knowledge, not the occurrence.
Correct. Hence
Well, black culture
the
is more
fear.
anti-gay than white culture too, so probably less accepting, which means they'd have more of an incentive to keep it on the down low if that's how they really
I was just about to
operate.
say that there's a huge concern on the part of many black women about black men being secretly gay or on the down low. It's huge. I think part of it that's driving it is what we're talking about now, in my personal opinion.
So then you can accuse the Latino men of doing the same thing because Latino women and the Latino community are actually leading those same numbers ahead of black people.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
really, the numbers are higher for Latinos.
Yes, and even if you look at the numbers in the gay community of new incidents of HIV, Latinos are actually leading everybody.
I
Wow, and
didn't.
that makes sense then, that as that being the
Ándale,
reason, because
putitos.
Latinos are very Roman Catholic, so very
Hmm,
anti-gay as well.
yeah, that's interesting.
Interesting.
Well, see, here's an interesting thing. Could it be correlative, or I should say, based on that? Could it be that because there's incidents of this kind of behavior, that there's been more of a reaction to that behavior, and that might be why there's been like a shift towards being more strict? I mean, because if you think about it, anytime I've been strict with anything in my life is usually because I screwed up, or it could be anything as simple as like I'm really stringent of how I pick up and drop my keys now because I lost my car keys one time and it really screwed up my day, and I almost lost my job because of it.
Well, there's also, different cultural attitudes towards raw dogging. That's another one too. I just, by and large, and just having discussions amongst my male friends, I feel like white men are quicker to use condoms than other groups of men.
Interesting. I don't know. I've only been with women, and I typically don't ask about what other men do sexually, so I wouldn't know the pattern of which men prefer or ask for should they use a condom or not. I have no clue.
So you've never had a conversation with your male friends about them banging a bitch the night before and asked if they use a rubber or not?
That's right. I am not a kiss and tell kind of guy.
Ah, okay, got it.
Typically when I do my things, I don't come up with my friends and be like, "Hey, bro, I got with this." No, typically we talk about other things.
Yeah, but also I know a lot of black guys that aren't embarrassed to have 6 kids with 6 different women, and I think as a white guy that wouldn't go very well amongst your peers. I mean, look at frickin' Nick. What's his name? Nick. What's his name? 12 kids or whatever the fuck it is.
Nick Cannon?
What's
Nick
that?
12
You talking
kids.
about Nick Cannon?
Yeah, Nick Cannon. Yeah, yeah. His dad's on here, by the way.
Well, what about Robert De Niro?
I don't know how many kids he has or how many different women he
Wait,
has with.
Robert
But
De
Nick
Niro
Cannon
has
like
children with
owns it.
different
Like he's
women.
proud of it, and
Yeah,
it's a
multiple
ridiculous
women.
number.
Multiple women. Some of them black, some of them white, multiple women.
I don't
I think
think
he
he
has
has enough
about
to
eight.
Wow,
be a
what a
Nick
I think
Cannon.
he has
quagmire.
about 8. That's
I don't know if
crazy.
he's
Elon
proud of it
Elon Musk
though.
has 12.
Exactly.
That's true. With 3 different women, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Johnny Appleseed.
yeah. So
Yeah, your theory was it was only working up until when you failed to acknowledge the other people with bigger cameras on them than the person that you mentioned. But we'll let that go.
Well, we still don't know
No,
the number
and
of
listen,
partners. Nick Cannon is very proud of the fact that he has that there's so many women in so
So
many
is
different
Elon
gigs.
Musk.
I don't know if Elon Musk plays up how many women it is. I don't even know how many women
Well,
it is. Was it
not
3
the
women
women, but
for all
he
his gigs?
And
wants many
Elon Musk
children.
isn't known for that. I mean, yes, that's part of the story of Elon Musk, but that's not what he's known for.
Right,
Whereas with Nick Cannon,
right.
yeah, he's kind of known for that.
He is, and his dad's on here talking about how proud he is of his son for doing that. By the way, I was in a
Wow,
room when he was
really?
doing that. Yeah, his dad thinks it's the greatest thing ever. Says the more the better, and
Wow.
loves it. Yeah,
I
loves it.
mean, if he can
So,
afford it, that's his business.
so
If he
yeah,
can afford it and he's making that commitment for himself and his family and is not taking a dime from taxpayers, hey, I say more power to him.
I'm not
I
so
don't
sure.
know. I don't know if he's paying child support or not on all 12 kids.
He's
No, no,
not.
no. My
He's
understanding
not.
is that he
He's
is.
not paying any child support.
My
Right.
understanding is that he supports all of
Yeah.
his children. That's not in doubt. Nobody's accused Nick Cannon of
Mm,
being a deadbeat, whether that be
yeah.
legal or otherwise. The question is that a good is that a good thing?
The
Is
question
that
is he embarrassed by it or is he proud of it?
yeah.
Period.
And by
That's
all
it.
accounts, he's not embarrassed by it.
I mean, it's a good thing for them. They just took Christmas pictures together. So, hey, it's a good thing until it's not. But like I said, it doesn't raise any concerns to me up until when one of them baby mamas, wants to go sideways, try to make it on her own without Nick Cannon's money, and then wants to go and ask for the government to take care of her. Under that circumstance, hey, I have a problem with it. But what he's doing and the way he moves now, somebody just made a point about regulating how other men swing their dicks when it don't affect anybody else. So I think that we should refer back to that advice.
Well, I mean, the great thing about the Western world, and I say this as somebody that's not a Christian, one of the great things about the Western world, Christianity, was kind of enforcing that each man would have a shot at his own wife. And a situation like a Nick Cannon, for example, kind of, messes with that system. So,
I've heard this
Exactly how.
hypothesis before. Go ahead.
Exactly how it messes with the system.
how does it mess with that system? Well, um, most men, all things being equal, would like to have their own children with a mate. All things being equal, ideally. Um, and a situation like a Nick Cannon, he's a famous example, but we have other examples that are not as famous that kind of, messes with the mating pool.
Something you said, Mumia.
How is Nick Cannon messing with your
Go
dating
ahead.
pool? That's making a lot of wild assumptions that you, as an average 5'7" man, has access to those said women.
That's not what I said. That is not what I said. Nice try, though.
Okay. Something I wanted to say, Mumia, something you said reminded me of a hypothesis I ran into. It's an idea that the current structure of modern society of trying to shame situations where, what do they call it? Polygamy, right?
Polygamy,
One
yeah.
man, multiple women,
Hmm.
was a kind of setup for trying to make society more productive, meaning that they tried to take women and kind of dole them out as evenly as possible to try and engage as many men as possible in society, as opposed to let them fall to the typical Pareto distribution,
Hmm.
which is 80-20 rule. Have you heard of that?
I have. I've heard of it.
What do you think about that?
I think that the studies on polygamy down through history and in the current day, Africa remains the most polygamous place on planet Earth by law and custom. And what we find is that polygamous societies are very violent. Polygamous societies are not as prosperous, they're lower GDP than monogamous societies, because married men make more money than single men, all things being equal. We find that monogamous societies are much more fair and square dealing with women than there are in polygamous societies. Not only are they violent toward men, they're particularly violent toward women. So as
So,
oh,
so
and,
you
yeah,
so you agree that it's a modernization to enforce monogamous kind of maybe not enforce but encourage monogamous kind of interactions then.
Say that again. I'm not sure I followed you.
All right, I'll say it again. Would you agree then that it is a modernization, right? Think of it like a rule that is going to bring us into a better function, make us better. It's more modern to enforce or encourage monogamous interactions between men and women.
Well, yeah. Not only would that be the case, that's essentially a Christian way of doing things, spreading the good news and spreading the gospel and so on and so forth. That's that, the Great Commission and all that. Yeah, I mean, it will be to, one man, one woman, and that sort of thing. That's what in my personal opinion, others may disagree. I think that that's like the the secret sauce of the success of the West was that, of trying to enforce by law and custom one man, one woman, that you were limited to that. I mean, that was what the big fight with with Henry VIII and the Church of England and all that. Well, what would become the Church of England and the Catholic Church and all that was all about. So, trying to limit, one man, one woman from the top down. I think that's the secret sauce of success in the West.
Hey, so if multiple women want to have children by one particular dude, that's wrong somehow. That's the women not choosing the other dudes, so they're somehow wrong because they like this particular dude.
Well,
So society would have to be in that position, wouldn't they? They'd have to choose to assign some kind of negative social reaction to that, right? To say that you're a bad girl for doing that, or a guy's a womanizer or something. So they'd have to be in that position, wouldn't they, in order to try and force a monogamous situation when the inevitable happens and women are attracted to the same kind of guy.
Well, governments do enforce it by making it illegal and by giving advantages to married couples.
Where is it?
Hold
Where
on.
isn't it
What
legal at?
law? What law
Yeah,
did it
yeah.
ever exist in America where you were locking people up for having children out of wedlock?
Because I should be in
Yeah,
prison.
interesting.
I
What
certainly
the
don't know what that
punishments
law
for
is.
Wait,
violating
hold
this
on,
rule?
hold on. So Hakeem, I think I get the question that Hakeem is asking, but Hakeem, just for the sake of it. So the immediate discussion before you asked that was about basically social engineering, the government's uh, role in the West and the social engineering here relative to what he was describing in Africa. Now, prior to that, the discussion was about people who parent multiple children with multiple partners. Um, so nobody was like the two conversations were referencing two different things. So I just want to make sure that I guess just to recap where we are, I don't think anyone was trying to apply the Christianity or the West model onto Nick Cannon.
So, I was definitely following, and I came to the same conclusion, Kelly. But one thing that I did hear just before you reset the room was that somebody was giving examples as to how our country has by law rejected this practice of people having children with multiple other people. And I'm trying to ask him, at what point in America did we start throwing people in jail or taxing people for having children out of wedlock and multiple kids all
I
over the
didn't say
place?
that. I didn't say that. I said America doesn't allow you. I meant you
Yes,
misspoke.
it does,
I
because
said that
people do it.
America does not allow you to
Well,
be married to
how
two
about this
people at one time.
question?
Listen,
What
I
do
didn't
they
say that.
do?
I said America doesn't
Hold on,
allow
guys.
plural
Yeah, let
marriage.
Mike was just responding
I was
to
saying
polygamy
America doesn't allow
as a
plural
legal
marriage,
practice.
and it gives an advantage to couples who get married to one another, both on both ends, which means the government is essentially supporting the idea of one man, one woman, or couples, two men, whatever at this point, but they're not allowing polygamy. And polygamy seems to me in America, the only reason it exists in like the Mormon church, in my opinion, in the fundamental aspect of the Mormon church, not officially the Mormon church, is that the church is not very old. It started in the mid late 1800s, and that they had quite an incentive to try to build their ranks quickly. And so the easiest way to do that, if you're Joseph Smith, is to encourage men to go have as many wives as possible, as many children as possible. They also have an idea roughly that, you know, the more kids you have, the better path you have to heaven, or the bigger your planet, or whatever the hell it is. So all that just seems like really logical to me, that was just a way to grow the church quick and fast to where it could get enough numbers to be seen as legitimate. But aside from that, the United States has never allowed plural marriage
So
for that.
again, what misconception I think that you're under is the fact that that said religious group needs the participation of their government to conduct their marital practices. There is no such law or any type of rule in the Bible that says that you are not definitively married if you do not have the participation of the government. So again, plural marriage does exist in America. It's happening today. It's happening today. Utah, Arizona, Nevada, it's happening in Texas. So yes, the government is not writing marriage certificates, but it's not stopping the church
I'm
from
not talking
conducting
about
marriage.
religious
I didn't interrupt you,
affiliations.
Mike.
I'm
I
being
did not
legal here.
interrupt you.
It doesn't matter if you
I
interrupt
did
me, but
not Yes, it
you're
does, because I did
straw
not
manning an
interrupt
argument I
you.
didn't make,
I did
Dr.
not
Adam.
interrupt you.
I doesn't matter. You're straw
I did
manning an
not
argument.
interrupt you,
I'm
Mike.
not going to allow you to straw man me
I
for
did not
something I
enter,
didn't
and I'm
say.
not going to allow you to
I
interrupt
don't
me.
give a fuck if you interrupted me or not.
Clearly, we know
Stop
you don't
straw
give a
manning
fuck.
me.
That's why you're a
I
rude
didn't
fucking
straw man
person
you, you
that doesn't
stupid
know how to
dumb
keep his
shit.
mouth shut while other people are speaking.
Oh, allow you to strong man me. Go
Shut
for it.
up.
What did I say, you
Shut
fucking
up,
retard?
Mike.
What'd I say, retard?
Be quiet, Mike.
What'd I say, retard? What'd I say, retard? Go for it. Straw man me. There's a fucking law. I'm talking about law. I'm not talking about whether or not you think that being married in your church is a true marriage. I'm not even making that fucking argument.
Well,
Okay,
why?
sorry, you guys. I was dealing with, I was trying to check out, and I couldn't jump in. But here's the thing. I think that the reason I did that reset was to try and separate these two things that we're talking about. One is, whatever practices people have, and religion is going to fall under that. And the other is the social engineering that a government does. And what Mamiya was pointing out, it doesn't require a government to prevent people from having sex out of wedlock or children with multiple partners, because the the general incentives that they provide for different choices is what's going to set a tone that I think is going to be better than forcing every single person to behave in a certain way. So just because we're having a conversation about social engineering, Adams, doesn't mean that anyone is saying that what you're speaking about in terms of the society, the like the culture in a nation, the religion, whatever, isn't happening. They're just two different things. I do feel like you were straw manning him, but Mike, here's the other thing: you just got to let Adams land, and then you can respond, because otherwise it turns into a shit show.
Thank you, Kelly. And I don't believe I was strawmanning him. I think that with his head up his ass, he was trying to go down an intellectual direction in its delivery while not thinking the shit that he was saying all the way through.
Thank you for that analysis of what I was trying to do. I appreciate you getting in my brain like that. Fascinating. You're really good at that.
It seemed like that way to me. It's like he was like trying to make it seem like only way you can have children is through marriage. Because you saying like trying to justify the law that was against it and use the polygamy law, which is illegal. And you're right, there is a benefit to being married and having children. But you don't have to be married and have children. Like you're connecting the two. Like it has to be that way.
Okay,
And
let me
you
make it really clear in my
you
response
you're not gonna let nobody finish. Okay,
that
you talk to yourself.
I
No,
don't
hold on.
think.
Let him keep. Hold on. Listen, Mike. I feel like I've said twice where I think that are missing this. So I've already said it twice. You can say it after Hakeem is done, but just let Hakeem land, and then you can have it, because I appreciate your pushback. I get it.
Now go ahead. I'm taking groceries now. You got it, Mike. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. I haven't ever said that you can't have kids outside of wedlock, ever. I never made that statement. I never claimed to think people are not having kids outside of wedlock. I never said having kids outside of wedlock is illegal. I've never made any of these claims. I had a single point that Kelly's already addressed. I'm not going to repeat it. Everybody who can connect the dots in their head with common logic understands what I'm trying to say. So stop strawmanning me and move on. Otherwise, you're just going to keep pissing me off if you come in and tell me what I'm trying to fucking say when I'm not saying it. It's ridiculous.
Right. So the
And
word that you did say was prevention,
you guys,
right?
can we move forward with the conversation instead of like,
Please.
I get it. If in fact the way in which he spoke about something didn't address it sufficiently, fine. I think that we can all acknowledge though that we realize he was speaking about one thing and not the other. I think that Mamiya did such a good job of explaining why governments do this and the difference between regions of the world who do and don't do it. That I don't know. It seemed like it was okay to be a little more casual after that. But um, if we could just like forget about how he put it, if you want to make a point, if there's a disagreement that doesn't rely on the word choice he used, let's start there.
No, I'll be quiet. I don't want to piss Mike Moon off. That sounds scary.
Well, I just ask one thing. Could we make it about attacking the points and not
The person.
attacking other people, please?
Yeah.
It's
I didn't see
really,
you making that
really
point when he
wrong.
just called me a retard.
Okay.
Selective,
On
aren't
any
we?
case, I'm not
I am
singling
a
anyone out.
retard.
I'm just saying, like, that stuff is like, I feel like I don't have input talking about who is the retard and who has, the mental gymnastics to be the intellectual. I'd much rather attack the point.
How about the next time I strawman what one of you are saying, you can go ahead and do it back to me. Otherwise, lay the fuck off.
Well, I think the best thing to do is to focus on the outcomes. So that's what I try to do. So the question put to me was about, outcomes with regard to polygamous societies. Joseph Heinrich, I believe, has looked into this and done an extensive study in it. Like I said, monogamous societies in the West are more prosperous than polygamous societies. They have a higher GDP owing to in part, I'm not saying it's the only factor, because women do work in monogamous societies. Women are more educated in monogamous societies. Women have more autonomy in monogamous societies than in polygamous societies. That's a
Oh, I
fact.
have a question.
But the men in monogamous societies versus the men in polygamous societies, more men are married in monogamous societies than in polygamous societies. And that's important because, on average, married men make more money over the course of their lifetime than single men do. So, just from an economic prosperity standpoint, monogamous societies are, in a very real sense, superior to polygamous ones. And we can go on down the list from there.
Yeah. I had a question about something you said there because you pointed out that there were these, there's this pattern with women working. You said women work in monogamous societies. And I wanted to know, is there a pattern of polygamous societies not allowing women to work or not encouraging it? Or is it the opposite? How does it work? Is there like a negative on one of the two groups? If we look at the two groups, right, there's monogamous and then there's polygamous. Which one encourages or discourages the working of women, or is that just correlative? Is
Uh,
it just not? Is it just a sorry, not correlative, coincidence? Is it
yeah,
just coincidence that women happen to work in a monogamous society because that's what happens when you get to prosperity, or is there something at the core of the system that makes it that way?
I think it's a causal thing. For whatever reason, you can cite religion or whatever, but for whatever reason, polygamous societies don't treat women overall very well. It's much more violent in polygamous societies than it is in monogamous ones. All things being equal. That's not to say that women don't encounter violence in monogamous societies. They do, but it's markedly different in polygamous societies, and that tends to be, going down the line from there. So, women are more educated in monogamous societies. They have more work opportunities in monogamous societies compared to polygamous ones, and they do contribute to those societies' GDP. I was just making the point that men are the major driver when you compare which societies are more prosperous from an economic standpoint. And it's no comparison. The monogamous societies are kicking ass and taking names in that regard. So
So, but isn't it the case that even in polygamous societies, not everything is not every single, I guess, family is one man and multiple wives? Like, don't you also still have like single coupling, uh, likely with the poor people, and those women potentially work like, or are you just comparing the specific relationships in these different environments?
yeah, I'm just looking at an overall. I mean, we can drill down and get really granular, but just at a bird's eye level, polygamous societies are more winner take all. So it's literally big man society. So the most, the top, to use the Pareto principle for a moment, the top 20% or 10% or whatever number you want to use, those guys are taking the lion's share of the women. And here's another thing about polygamous societies. Um, Ageism against women is very real in polygamous societies. Once you hit the wall, you whatever you may think of that phrase here in the West, the wall is a very unforgiving thing in polygamous societies. Women past a certain age are pretty much, for all intents and purposes, cast out. So yeah, it's the between the two. I think, like I said, the secret sauce. And again, I say this not as a Christian, but I wouldn't be intellectually honest if I didn't say that. Yeah, that's one of the biggest contributing factors to the success of the West, and that includes the United States.
Yeah, so there's a lot of changing social structures even in the West. So like one of the things you've been concentrating, it sounds like, is between monogamous and polygamous. But like even in the West, like so I live in France, for instance, and as in many places in Europe, we make a distinction between civilian marriage and religious marriage. So civilian marriage is the only official marriage. And just to give you an idea, 30 years ago, 37% of children were born outside of marriage. 37%. Today, it's 64%. So almost two-thirds of all children today are born to unmarried parents. And if you look at all couples, roughly that live together, 72% are married. We got 8% in these, I don't know what you call them, they're like civil partnerships. And then the other 20% just live together without any formal relationship, legal relationship.
Yeah, France is pretty interesting because the Napoleonic codes and the legacy of that and all. It's very interesting when compared to, I guess you could say, more Anglo-Saxon, Britain, and then Anglo-Saxon derived societies like most of Canada, Montreal notwithstanding, and the United States, New Orleans notwithstanding. So, or Louisiana, I guess you could say, notwithstanding. So, France is an interesting case.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big changes for the West, which differentiates it from these polygamous societies, is giving relatively equal rights to women. So, rights in the labor force and legal rights and financial rights and property rights, which makes a huge difference and really increases their women's welfare in general, but it also increases the welfare and living standard of the country as a whole.
Yeah, and the other thing that the disagreement between the two gentlemen earlier, I just want to make a distinction, a distinctive point. Yes, law does matter, but custom matters just as much. I won't say more, but I'll say as much. And I think the Christian custom of one man, one woman is something that really took hold in Europe, uh, you know, going through the medieval period and so on and so forth. It really took hold there and has become kind of like the default setting of mating in the West, that you would have just one mate at a time. For men in particular, you would have one woman at a time, and not two, three, four, five, 10, whatever. You know. So
Would
I
you
have a
would you
question.
say the colonizers when they made it over, did you feel like they followed that? Did they stick to one man, one woman, like why
for the
they did
most
what
part,
they
yeah.
did? And
Hakima,
no,
Hakima, we already
that's
know what
definitely
it
not
is.
true.
We already
That's
know what
definitely
it
not
is.
true.
How you gonna say in Christian
They took
America?
all kind of women. Well, they took the native women. They had sex with slaves, babies with slaves. So
Wake that up.
the whole concept of having one man, one woman, and that's what they practice is false.
Well, we have to consider the fact that slavery, while true, and the issues with the Native Americans, as we would call them today, true. You're right. You're not wrong about that. But I have to keep that in context. Most white men were not slaveholders. The vast majority of white men were not. I'm not talking about even in the South. The vast majority of white men were not slaveholders and did not have access to female slaves. Every man didn't have his own.
That's not
Now,
true. That's wait, 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 wait. That's not
Hold
true. They were just going to other white slave owners' plantations and fucking their slaves. So again, don't.
and we can easily stick to the founding fathers. Let's use them as examples, and they the ones made the laws.
yeah.
Like were they one man, one woman?
Some were, others were not. So we know the deal with Thomas Jefferson. That's a given. Um, that we know of, George Washington, who did own slaves here in Philadelphia. We know that. There is no known record of him having sired any children with any of them, though. There's no known record of it. We do know that happened with Jefferson. We know that didn't happen with Franklin. Not known to have been the case with Hamilton and so Madison, Adams. I mean, matter of fact, we know from historical records, we have letters, extensive letters from John Adams and his wife. We know that he was very devout and very faithful to his wife. We know that. So,
I I was gonna say I
While,
have a question I've been
we're
waiting
in the
to ask.
speculation mode, just FYI, Hamilton did have a kid out of wedlock. It was the scandal that brought him down,
Thank you, Brent.
ended his political career.
Thank you, Brent.
And George Washington was suspected of having a affair with a woman named Sally Fairfax. So
Well, but
I
that
mean,
here's
could
the
be the
thing. Hold on. Listen, this. I think we can bring up these cases about the founding fathers, and let's just say that they all had children out of wedlock and with their slaves. Let's just say that that doesn't undercut the point that Mamiya was making about like how a society works. Like the the entire nation was not the founding fathers, and the entire nation did not operate in the same way that they did. So there is nuance here. So I mean, I guess if you guys want to focus on if this is just every other clubhouse room, and we're going to turn this into a room about slavery, we can. If we want to pretend as though the founding fathers were the example of everybody that has ever lived in America, I guess if people want to make that point, they can. It'll be really boring. Um, but it, like the conversation was about a structure, about a system, not just about those particular individuals.
I have a
I mean,
question regarding that topic, if I may ask it to put us back on topic. Uh, my question was to man, this thing moves around. Mumia. The question is because we were talking about you mentioned that Christian values cemented and solidified this kind of uh, monogamous sort of situation and rule set for us. And something I've been noticing is that the predictions of the philosopher Nietzsche seem to be coming true. That as sciences start progressing, people stop believing in the beliefs of deities, specifically the Christian deity in this case, and that his prediction that there would be a kind of degeneracy of certain types that I think that the issue is religion versus belief. That usually when people throw out their belief, they throw out the religion too. So now that there isn't a God, well, now okay, I guess I'm going to do all kinds of stuff, right? And my question is, do you see that actually happening? Do you see and this is also for anyone too, not just Mumia, but I guess he'll respond first. Is do we see a kind of falling away from monogamy now that religion seems to be receding?
Yeah, that's a good question. There have been other, great, brilliant minds who have suggested this. That Louise Perry, Scott Galloway, and others have suggested just what you said. That we seem to have reached the kind of peak of, if you will, of human flourishing, technology, the liberal small L, state, and so on and so forth, democracy and whatnot. And with that, we also are at the same time seeing a kind of return to a more primitive state, like we were talking about dating apps earlier and whatnot, isn't that, the kind of bottlenecking all toward, a very small group of men. The Nick Cannon situation where, we're seeing, again, one man having, essentially a de facto harem for all intents and purposes, all of these different types of things happening. And religion has fallen off. Curiously, it's held on among the most educated and the upper class, curiously, but among the nominal middle class and below, religion has kind of declined. So it's an interesting question.
So monogamy far outdates Christianity in Western society. If you look back to Roman society and pre-Christian society, what you really see is a way to pass down legitimacy and property.
Whoa.
And that's really the roots of monogamy in Western society.
Wait,
It's a lot of there's a lot of like
wait,
rampant
wait, wait.
conjecture. Hang on,
I want to ask
just
you
let
something,
me
Brent.
two more points. Two more points. There's a lot of rampant speculation that is an advantage for Western society or whatnot. I mean, you had a monogamous system when the polygamous Muslims were making advances during the Dark Ages. I would present a theory that maybe there is no comparative advantage, and maybe this is speculation, and Western society has been successful in recent years for other variables besides their marriage system.
So my question, because this really took me for a loop, that Roman society was monogamous. Like I thought that, especially during the peak and after the peak of their rise, like during the time of Emperor
So,
Nero, there was
so
a
they,
lot of crazy stuff going on, man.
well,
I don't know.
there's a lot of
Now,
crazy stuff
I
going on.
agree. I
Yep.
agree that certain high-ranking families were practicing this as a form of passing on, wealth, legitimacy, status. But I think in the larger structure of things, I don't think that that was a big pattern, was it? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so every society doesn't always come up to their norms. So you obviously had a lot of messages, just like you had cheating and the revolutionary fathers. But if you look at like Augustus's reign, he essentially did a lot of focus on rebuilding the Roman family and rebuilding the sort of monogamous structure of traditional Roman values. That was that was a big emphasis there. So Roman society, much like we saw the man, wife, and children as a good thing, regardless of their inability to sometimes live up to that goal.
We do know that Rome instituted bachelor taxes and things like that, so he's not completely wrong. I think the issue is that, where Christianity kind of won out over the gladiator pits, being fed lions and that sort of thing. Once they won out, it kind of fused that part of the Roman way of doing things literally became the Roman Catholic Church. So, and then infused the other, I guess you could say, more metaphysical, spiritual, ideas from Christianity of, basic egalitarianism of men and women in the eyes of God, and, one man, one woman marriage, and so on and so forth. And that kind of took hold throughout the rest of Western Europe. So,
But I mean, monogamy as an evolutionary strategy predates Christianity and Rome in a very significant way.
because I think there are several anthropologists. I forgot who I read, but they're saying that due to archaeological findings about 500,000 years ago, there was a significant change in physiology of humans. The females started giving birth to offsprings with larger brains, and so evolution selected for co-parenting because females were basically incapable of providing for the offspring, and so evolution selected for the males who would stick around and provide for their progeny. Not only that, but it ensured the paternal lineage and that their genes will not be competing with other males for the same female. So that's evolution basically selected for monogamy, and then social structure has stratified it in a
I,
more artificial manner.
I have a question, Mumia, something I'd like you to clarify because something confused me. You said that there was an egalitarianism between the man and the woman in Christianity, but maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. But I think I remember reading a passage about a dictate of the Bible saying that the woman should be subservient to the man and the man to the church and the church to the God, or is that something that's not canon or not applicable here, or maybe I'm remembering it wrong?
I'm not a biblical scholar. Like I said, I'm not a Christian, nor am I anywhere near a biblical scholar. But my understanding of passages like that will be attributed most likely to the Apostle Paul and his letters, or what's known as epistles. And many of his letters had to do with church operations. How who was to do what in the church and what role of this and that in the early Christian church. So that's my understanding of it. Particularly his letter to Timothy and his one letter to Titus, regarding the role of women in the church, the role of men in the church, the role of deacons and other church officers, et cetera, and so forth. Who was qualified and who was not qualified and all that. That's my understanding of it. So.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I would also like to say this, Daniel, and for everybody else on the panel and in the chat room. In principle, I support gay marriage. In principle, people have as American citizens, we have the right to freedom of association. That being said, it does create an interesting conundrum. If we allow for gay marriage, then in principle, you have to also allow for polygamous marriage. Yet, our society, predicated on Judeo Christian values and has legal precedent in shutting down polygamy in the Mormon church, faces an interesting conundrum here. We used to have laws on the books against sodomy and buggery. That's no longer in play because we have instituted the law of the land that men can marry each other, women can marry each other. Again, I support that because I support freedom of association, just like I support interracial marriage, freedom of association. So it brings up an interesting question now in the Western tradition. In the United States, do we now allow for polygamous couples? And if not, why?
We don't have to allow it. People can do whatever they want.
I think he means the support of it. And my best guess for it, Mumia, is there's this kind of thought exercise that I remember encountering that was interesting, where it points at people having a psychological predisposition to things, even when there's no logical reason. The thought process goes like this. It goes, imagine there are twins from different eggs, meaning a boy and a girl that were born at the same time and are biological siblings. They grow up together. They're the best of friends. They go to the same schools. And then finally, they're going to go and graduate into different professions that would lead them to different sides of the country. And in order to celebrate, they decided that they're going to go to a foreign country, somewhere out in the woods in a cabin, and they decided that they are going to, for one time only, never speaking of it again, never doing it again, using absolute protection and basically covering for every biological reason and social reason that makes it bad, that they're going to commit one act of incest in this case. And what was found is that if you ask most people, what is wrong with this? Are you against that? And what is wrong with it? Uh, in every case, they tried to point out what was wrong that was already covered for, but they had trouble admitting that really what was wrong is that they had a deep ingrained aversion to this kind of thing. And I think that might be the same kind of case here. I think that that the kind of strides that have been made for people that want to partake in homosexuality don't have the same kind of I think there's a stigma for polygamous relationships that doesn't exist with homosexuality, given that I think the view is that you are abusing women, and it may be that you are abusing women in a polygamous relationship. You're being mean to them, and you're, having them like, shoes in a cupboard that you wear each day of the week, and that's disrespectful to them. Whereas in a homosexual relationship, maybe that's not seen the same way. Maybe it's believed, oh, well, it's just a one-on-one. So, they're just people trying to love each other. So that might be why this stigma doesn't exist in both cases.
Daniel, did you say a boy and a girl born from the same egg?
No, no, different eggs. They
Oh,
are
okay. Sorry. I thought
paternal
I heard the
twins, I think
same
it's
egg. I was
considered.
going to be
Yeah,
like,
no, no, they would have to be the same gender if they split from the same blastocyst, wouldn't they?
well, it happens, but it's like extremely rare. It's called sesquiquazotic twins, but I just misheard you apparently. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and I'm not talking about that rare phenomenon. Do you know about that?
Yeah.
Well, I think also for the case of the United States recognizing polygamy and legal marriages, I, I don't know this to be true, but at least it doesn't seem like there has been a lot of advocacy, or at least enough that this seems to register as like a real push. And I think that number one, that would, because that's not there, of course, there doesn't seem to be any incentive for politicians to legislate around this. The Supreme Court's not going to get a case on it, whatever. Um, and I also, if you think about the incentives that marriage or having children give to people in terms of like taxes, the way people are claimed, I'm not so sure that. Well, of course, I'm definitely not sure, but it seems like there may be incentives that prevent that kind of advocacy. Like it may actually be more financially beneficial um, to not have polygamy registered in the same way. And I don't know that it could come down to just that. But let's say America were in the kind of crisis that a lot of people say that we're trending toward, where our birth rates are just so low and we don't have the immigration to sustain or to, I guess, offset that. And there was a belief that legalizing polygamy would increase birth rates by incentivizing, different kinds of people to move to the United States. Like, I feel like that would be a circumstance where you would see a push for it, not necessarily uh, an advocacy push like from people living here, but a recognition of the advantage of it. Now, depending on the cultures that you're talking about, I don't know how likely that is, but I don't think that we make space for things that sit outside of the norms of the country without some kind of advocacy in that direction. I mean, am I wrong? Like, has there been
No, you're
a
not
lot
wrong.
of effort? Okay.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But what I would say is that when gay marriage was decided during the Obama era, and the United States Supreme Court rendered its ruling on it, Chief Justice John Roberts noted in his opinion what I'm saying now. This is where I got my argument from. I got it from him. He said, now that we have done this, there is no legal basis for us to deny polygamy. And he listed some other configurations as well, not just polygamy by itself. The reasoning was, well, we allow it for this. You cannot now have a legal basis for denying the rest. So
I agree with you, Mumia, but I think that there's still that protection I mentioned, that there's this kind of stigma against it. And I think that although you're right, logically, if you allow this, why wouldn't you allow that, right? I agree. But I think that there's a protection there that exists, which is that a lot of people have a negative social stigma towards this thing, right? Like if most people would meet some guy and the guy says, I had a coworker like this in something to do with programming, where he had multiple girlfriends. He was poly, and a lot of the people that I met with and him that were coworkers, they were telling me behind his back, like, why are you friends with him? He seems like a terrible person. And that's, why is he a terrible person? And there seemed to be this kind of stigma that he's terrible to women and is bad because he's poly. And in that specific case, I didn't see that. Maybe, he's really slick and I didn't know. But I think that this kind of thing, there's still a stigma against this to protect. Even though you're right, there's nothing to stop it. I just currently don't see that culturally going over very smooth with the common person.
This is
Well, and it would really fuck up family law, like inheritance. Like, what is the right of inheritance of a son born to a different mother? Does it all go into a communal pot? Does the wife keep separate property when they come in? So
Do they
there
play
are
the lottery?
going back to the original reason for marriage in Western society. It would really kind of screw up that.
David, I think you were trying to jump in.
oh, no, it was just I just wanted to make sure I understood Daniel. He had multiple girlfriends and he was married, or he had just multiple girlfriends. I didn't get what you were saying.
He only had multiple girlfriends. He was well to do. He was in a senior programming job. He made over
He
200,000 a
and he
year.
was single with
Very
multiple
smart guy.
girlfriends, and that was a problem with these people.
Yes, yes. The fact that I was friends with him, that I would talk to him, correspond with him on this program called Discord. He would send me things he was coding, like, look at this thing that I'm making, and I think that this is going to be really cool and this stuff. And I would talk
How
to
did
him
you
and
feel
share.
about those people telling you that? Didn't you feel that they were kind of suspect?
Well, the thing is that I understand they had a stigma, right? And I felt kind of bad that they have stigmas, but at the same time, I can't act like I'm better than them, because in other things I have stigmas towards other people that are just completely emotional. And I just feel them, and I just have this kind of discomfort. I understand that, and I do. They weren't telling me I shouldn't do it directly, but they were asking me, like they were afraid, like they thought
And they
that
brought
I
this
was
into
on
your
the
work
cusp
life.
of having multiple women
I'm
too.
blown away by those people, and I really you're a better person than I. Worried about your stigmas compared to their problems. Um, I'm surprised.
Well,
This is
that's how
funny. I'm
humans
not,
work.
yeah, I'm not surprised at all, especially if we look at maybe the way culture and I don't know, just societal discourse has changed in the last maybe 10 years, probably longer. I'm sure it's just been gradual, but it seems to me that this is super common where people make judgments based on your associations in ways that I don't remember when I was younger. Um, like I'm not saying that I like it or appreciate it, David. I feel like I completely understand where you're
No,
coming
I
from,
hear you.
and I'm not.
I've worked
Yeah, I'm
in
not at
my
all
family
surprised
business
by it.
for too long, so I'm out of that element.
So yeah, there's 2 points I wanted to raise. One was I want to sort of resurrect the image of the founding fathers. So I was just researching. So first of all, there was actually very few founding fathers that actually owned slaves at all. Um, and of the few that did, two of them gave them up and became abolitionists. Of the ones remaining, the only one that there's any even credible accusation about having sex with the slaves is Thomas Jefferson, which is well known, and he probably had like 6 children with her, um, but not with other slaves. So I think I don't think there's a truth to this like polygamy idea. Maybe bigamy with Jefferson, but at least not with the founding fathers. As far as the legal argument, because you allow gay marriage, it has to be extended to polygamy. I don't think that's the case at all. The argument that was made in the Supreme Court for allowing same sex marriage was a question of equality. So, not a general concept like people can just should be allowed to define what they mean by marriage. And the logic was that since straight people are allowed to marry, that gay people should be allowed to as well. And there's a long history and jurisprudence of marriage being about just two people and not several people, and also the issue of polygamy. I mean, historically, at least, it's been sort of associated as sort of an oppressive regime where the partners of the male are not on an equal basis at all. So it's very different, I think, than a two-person marriage.
Hey, let me just kind of jump in real quick, just real quick. I don't think the point that I tried to make earlier wasn't necessarily that they slept with slaves. I didn't know some of them did, particularly Jefferson. But like Benjamin Franklin was known to be a flirt, and it was suspected that he had multiple affairs. Thomas Jefferson, of course, John Adams wasn't, so he was one of the few that had no hints. Alexander Hamilton had extramarital affairs, so like it wasn't necessarily about slaves in particular. No way. I'm trying to make this about slaves. The point was having sex outside their marriage, one man, one woman thing. And I'm saying that most of them didn't follow that, or it's suspected that most of them didn't follow that.
You mean rich elite people like to have mistresses? Shocking.
Right, right. Go figure. Like, go
And and
figure.
And
and,
not
and
only that, but there's something else here that has to be stated, and I respect Hekma's, you know, addition to this. You don't have to be perfect in order to be good. I think that there's a idea that if we're not perfect, then just throw the whole thing in the trash. And I disagree. We're working toward a more perfect union. Okay. These men were not perfect paragons of virtue, but the ideas were good ones and worth building upon. Christianity, again, I say this, I'm not a Christian, but I see that it's done good things. Even with, its problems, its flaws, and various permutations, and so on and so forth, it still did some good things. It is undeniable that the West, in terms of monogamy, has done things better than the East with polygamy. The outcomes bear it out. You can't get past it.
yeah, it's definitely true that some of the founding fathers had affairs. So I think you named some of them. Thomas Jefferson. We talked about Alexander Hamilton. Um, Probably Aaron Burr. Benjamin Franklin's kind of an interesting case because he obviously flirted a lot with the ladies. I don't know to what extent he had actual relations, but that was also part of a power play in his diplomacy in France. So he gained a lot of political will due to this reputation of being popular with the ladies. So he definitely played it up.
And that is part of the French way of things, right or wrong, being something of a ladies' man. That's kind of like the French way of doing things. So yeah, you're right about that. Also, Euro, you made a really good point about the founding fathers. It would not be possible for them to, even if they wanted to, enter into polygamous relationships and whatnot, for one very simple reason. In terms of slaves, they were slaves and had no rights, and they could not consent. So,
Yeah, that's true, but I don't know of any allegations of them even sleeping with slaves, other than, of course, Thomas Jefferson, who had a whole family. Yeah, and in his will, he emancipated them and uh, provided a little something to them. Um, but like other than that, I can't really find any evidence of the founding fathers. Now, certainly other plantation owners did, but I don't think well, at least there aren't any known cases among founding fathers.
and the evidence to your point, going beyond the founding fathers and going now to, plantation owners and that sort of thing. The rank and file Black American today, my understanding from DNA testing, the average rank and file Black American today has about 15% white American admixture. So that would speak to, on average, of course, some more, some less, but on average. So that would suggest that, you know, it didn't happen as much as we might have been led to believe. It happened. It's true, that is true. It did happen, but not to such a great degree. If the average rank and file Black American has about 15% white.
what didn't happen? Like sex or having kids? Because you can have sex without actually producing a child. So
This is true. This is true. I'm saying actual. So to drill down, actual children being born. Um, it happened, but not to a great degree. On average.
Well, if it didn't happen to a great degree, how does the average group of people that you just referred to have 15% of white in their blood? I don't understand.
Well, if this was something that was very rampant, where in which children were born of these matings, we would have a higher percentage and higher number, and we don't.
But
it's like you
if it
conflating.
didn't
Go
happen,
ahead, please.
wouldn't the percentage be like under 5 and closer to 1, or am I just misunderstanding
I
completely?
mean, so like I guess I think that there's the point that Bamia is making. Like I, I just think we're like we would have to draw lines, genetic lines back to certain families, certain plantation owners to really know. I can appreciate where he's coming from, but the coupling that's happened in the meantime would blur a lot of this. And not only that, we have to acknowledge that the slaves were having children with, obviously, with one another at a far, like, uh sorry, my brain is not working, far more than likely they were having them with plantation owners. I mean, just I would imagine that that's just the obvious case, considering that the numbers. And eventually the whatever high percentage of white genetics there was could have also been like muted by couplings with those other black slave children's, the lineage that came from there. So I think it would be really hard to make a determination one way or another based on the percentage of Caucasian and descendants of slaves at this point. There have been so many generations.
Yeah, I definitely
And
agree.
I'm not arguing with him. I was just raising what I thought was a relevant question.
And it seemed like he's like trying to like put two things together. Like it wasn't happening. Like what sex? Like I said earlier, sex wasn't happening. Because it started off with talking about one man, one woman, not necessarily a child had to come because a child is not guaranteed. So it sounds like he's trying to like act like they weren't having sex with him. That
I
it was
don't
a
think
low rate,
I
but
don't.
we don't.
I don't. So listen, the original point you made, Hakima, though, was to push back against the like monogamous, like social engineering that was happening in the West. We were talking specifically about America, and your pushback had to do with the founding fathers, and then we expanded it to plantation owners. And again, like I don't know that we could make that assumption based on 15%, but I don't think he's trying to say it wasn't happening. I think what his point is that regardless of what was or wasn't happening in this small portion of society, because even plantation owners, the very like a tiny percentage of all of the people, I don't think it changes like what society broadly was doing and how they were operating. And certainly it doesn't mean that there wasn't social engineering on behalf of the government to incentivize certain kinds of couplings through legal marriage. Obviously you can have like polycule and shit, but you know, the government is not going to award marriage certificates for, you know, a multiple relationship.
Yeah, but like the only reason I picked up, I mean, originally I said the colonizers, like really prior to the foundation of the country. But I didn't, since we don't can't put names on the people and we have to go to another part of history that a lot of people don't know. I just showed the founding fathers as an example of people that we do know. But one man, one woman was not part of this country prior to the founding or during the founding. Is my real point.
I also don't think that extramarital affairs, whether they're something we could categorize as rape, because these are people without the ability to decide, or if we're just talking about, you know, the lady from the fucking farm down the street, I don't think that that's something that exists. Or I don't think that that like pushes against the social engineering either. I mean, people there's a big difference between having a family with multiple spouses versus people cheating on one another. They're just different things. And I don't, the one man, one woman thing, I don't think is meant to say that people in America never cheated on one
What
another.
exactly is cheating? Can we give a definition to that?
And
Yeah.
I
But
wanted to ask
why?
Kelly.
But why are we giving a definition to it? Because that cheating is not the same thing as like familial structure as incentivized by the government.
Right.
You
My
have to agree.
definition of cheating is being dishonest.
Which
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it doesn't really fucking matter is my point, because it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not a government structure incentivizes or disincentivizes certain kinds of family structures. That's all. Like
I agree.
I think you're going to find cheating in all of these cultures.
Right. And
Yeah,
that's
I
why I
Wait,
made the
wait, wait,
point.
wait, wait. Hold on. So when it comes to dishonesty, what exactly do you mean by
Hold
that,
on,
Steve? Because
hold on. Let Euro Zamati's trying to jump in.
Yeah, so I think Kelly is spot on. Like when we discuss these issues, there's a big difference between, let's say, a man, because most polygamous relationships is the man having multiple wives. A big difference between a man who has multiple wives and it's officially recognized by the state, and they live with him, and they create this family structure, versus a traditional monogamous marriage where the people in the marriage sometimes have extramarital affairs and cheat. It's just very, very different in nature.
you don't think that certain people are entitled to cheat under certain circumstances and what your definition of cheating is, which I still can't get a definition from anybody.
Well, you just asked me what's my definition of dishonesty, and my answer is not telling the truth.
Okay, so is it not commonly known in the truth that if you allow yourself your cooking to get lousy and a said partner allows himself
Right.
to
So
get
we're not going to
fat,
change that. We're not
Oh,
going to
that
change the discussion to cheating. I'm not sure how else I need to like make this clear. We're not going to change the discussion to that unless no one wants to continue with the discussion we were having. Like it's just weird how there seems to be an agenda for certain people to like mischaracterize what it is that people are saying.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
nobody's denying. So let me make my position clear. I am not saying that the Christian idea or the Christian ethos of one man, one woman monogamy in the West was perfect, or that men didn't cheat, or that the founding fathers didn't have sex with slaves, or that plantation owners didn't have sex with slaves, or that slaves were otherwise being put upon by whites in the antebellum South. I'm not suggesting any of that. All I am saying is that the idea of monogamy, one man to one woman at a time in a marriage, contributed mightily to the success of the West. And we have evidence to bear that out. That's my point.
Yeah, and I think when he's making that point, he's talking, well, at least my presumption is that he's speaking to the social engineering, the incentives of the government. Like they found America was founded. There were certain ways in which things were recognized and sanctioned by the state, and there are things that were not. And just because you have extramarital, relationship, whatever activities that exist outside of what the state promoted, doesn't mean that what the state promoted did not have a huge impact on the culture and the outcomes in America.
Yeah, that's right. What if you're part of the swinger community? I realize that this is a very rare thing, less than five people swing. But the fact of the matter is, if you have a husband and a wife that agree that they're going to allow each other, where she can have sex with another man, he can have sex with another woman, that's not cheating because they've both agreed.
Steve, I honestly think, Uncle Steve, that the Diddy party 5% is a lot bigger than 5%. I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about the Diddy party.
Right. You're talking about a swinging lifestyle where all parties know going in what they're doing and they all have consented. That's what you're
That's
saying.
exactly what I'm talking about. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Right. So you
But
don't
under
think that
that under
there's
that
Or
rubric, there cannot be cheating because all parties knew what was going on and gave their consent.
right. So I
you,
feel
you
like under a common understanding of what that said term means and people's common understood boundaries, I think that definitely there's I mean what is cheating? Like that's why I asked that question, but we can move on.
And that's why I
well,
answered it. It's not
I
telling the
just
truth.
I want guys to distinguish. I want you guys to think about the difference between stuff that happens and stuff that's institutions, right? Yes, there's cheating, but we don't have an institution where you can like marry seven people and you all have a family together and so on. And so when we're talking about like what the government encourages and so on, that's really talking about institutions, not what people do. I mean, just because stealing is illegal doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right? But institutionally, we say, and this is different from historical societies. You know, if you have stuff in your house and someone takes it, they stole from you. In certain societies, people didn't have that concept because people didn't really have this concept of movable property that was, not directly on your person, right? That took some time to evolve. So I think the institutions angle is what's important for understanding the success of the West. You're never going to completely eliminate these behaviors, and they're not always harmful. Like as Steve highlights, I mean, some people are swingers and they never get in any trouble. So why do we need to bust them or whatever? But they can't make like a seven-person family,
Do, Right.
so.
do you? The thing is that if two people are cheating, both the man and the woman they're cheating in the marriage, right? They're cheating on the marriage, right? So we have to make that clear because the matrimonial um, ceremony basically
Oh
talked
yeah.
about do you take this man, do you take this woman? It didn't say do you take this man and possibly other men that are maybe in this crowd today and maybe out there in the world when you're on vacation. What says you? It didn't say that. So therefore, if you and your wife decide to go and have extramarital affairs, both of you are cheaters on the matrimonial contract. You are both two jerks.
Okay, fuck all
Period.
of
End of
y'all
story.
who allowed this to wind up being the lane of the conversation.
You're both two jerks. And you need to not been married in the first place.
Okay, 10,
Thank you.
shut up. We're good.
I
Yeah,
just
that's
wanted to make
just
that clear.
like
Yeah,
yeah, that's
I
just
think I
like
think I
not
think
the
Ms. Kelly wants to keep the conversation on the question of the role of Christianity in a idea sense. We're not going into like a church thing, but in the
what
idea of
it's
one
okay.
man, one
it's not
woman.
even just the
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
ideal. There's a
as a
difference
framework.
between, as Jason and other people have pointed out, and Kelly as well, between a society that sanctions polygamy and one that sanctions monogamy. So we're really talking, now you're trying to, some people are trying to bring in extramarital affairs. It's not really the same thing. It's like totally different. We're talking about whether the state should sanction uh, polygamy, where you have multiple people in a recognized family unit, or the Western traditional model of, just two people.
Right. And see, the trick with the gay marriage is that the only real difference is that it's not man and woman, it's man and man or woman and woman, but it's still one to one. That's just kind of like the loophole, right? And but in doing it with, but here's the trick with that, because if we're going to go with the Christianity route again, then man laying with another man, all that. So it creates an interesting conundrum here, because okay, this is what Chief Justice John Roberts was talking about. Okay, you're going to square the circle for the gay marriage piece, okay, and I get that, and for the record, I support that because I believe freedom of association. But then the other part of me is like, well, Mia, but if you're for freedom of association, then you have to be okay with Danielle, Michelle, and Tyreek getting together, or for that matter, Raheem and Keith and Kyle and Danielle getting together. You got to be for that too, because that's freedom of association as well. See, it creates a very interesting conundrum there.
Yeah, I don't,
That
like
I
I
don't
said
think those are
before,
related.
like I said before, I don't think there's any conundrum, because the argument for that of the proponents of same-sex marriage is not based on freedom of association. It's not the idea that anybody can just do whatever they want. It's literally based on the idea of equal rights, that they claimed that they didn't have the same rights as straight people who could choose someone and fall in love with them and have a marriage that's sanctioned by society. So it's an equal rights argument, and many Western societies allow same-sex couples to adopt and do things like this, and so it's considered in many Western societies is still supporting a recognized family structure. I'm not familiar with any Western societies that recognize polygamous families as a legal family structure.
But what's interesting, Euro, that may indeed yet happen. Not necessarily here in the United States, although we may see. Here's what I mean. France has it. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, roughly 1 in 5 French citizens now is a Muslim background. If I have that right. If true, that could sway things significantly. You're looking at a significant voter block, significant constituency, and so on in France. In the UK, you got, in this, particularly in the Midlands areas, you have large Muslim communities. Here in the United States, the single biggest concentration of Muslims is in the state of Michigan, the Dearborn area in particular. That could change going forward. This is the part where someone says something.
Well, it wouldn't be Western, but yeah, things can change.
Simply because the numbers would demand it.
Yeah, but you're not predicting. You're not even predicting, but you're not suggesting that there will be a change in Western. You're suggesting that Western countries will become un-Western, which is possible, but that's not really part of what was going on right now.
Not necessarily un-Western, but what I would suggest, and I don't know as much about France and the UK to the same degree I do about the United States, given the way we do things here in the States, a loose federation of states, a federal government, the states kind of work things out amongst themselves and within, each state. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Michigan, for example,
Okay, again, the
Dearborn
political
area.
process is not really relevant. The point is, if your argument is that immigration will change the fabric of a country
No, no,
to
no, no,
the
no. That's not
point
what I'm
where they
saying.
will import their ideas of polygamy, then it's no longer Western. Then your suggestion is that the Western countries might become more Eastern, which is
No,
possible, but
no,
that has
that's not
nothing
what
to
I'm
do.
saying. What I'm saying is that here in the United States, in Michigan, where you have a large concentration of Muslims, It's not inconceivable that there could be some type of allowances in that zone for polygamy
Okay, never
legally.
mind. I give up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't,
So
Mummy. You really
so
the second agenda you have or something. It's bizarre.
so it's an
No, I don't have
interesting
an
idea.
agenda. I have no
It, it,
agenda. I have
it's
no
an
agenda.
interesting idea, but so far the precedent doesn't really show that at all. So Kosovo, for instance, is just under 94% Muslim, and polygamy is still illegal. Albania has 80%, still illegal. Bosnia and
So Euro, I'm gonna
Herzegovina.
get annoying for a minute, and you can stop me. Is polygamy really still illegal? Because you're allowed to have a girlfriend. You're allowed to have a second family with that girlfriend. I mean, you can have two women living. Like, what part? When does it become
Well,
illegal? Besides for
I
filing a tax return?
yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like the concern was that as Muslim populations
No, forget
increase,
that. Forget that. Let's move back to the
yeah,
list. I'm saying
yeah,
is
no,
there
yeah,
used to be
I
times that we had morality laws, and you could actually go to prison for like cheating on your wife, things like that. At this point, I mean, we don't accept it as a society, but is it really illegal?
In the
yeah, I mean,
military,
you're
is it
probably
still
a strong
illegal
term.
to be unfaithful? It
what
was
they
for
what
a
they
long time.
what they have is they don't have a sanctioned where polygamy is sanctioned and you can just go and
Correct.
marry 4 or 5 people. So
But wait,
that's what I mean. So because
yeah,
I was
it's
answering
not
his concern because he was
condoned
saying the
by the
rising
state.
Muslim populations is going to lead to all these countries changing, and my point is we already have 10 European countries with very high percentages of Muslim populations, and none of them as of yet have changed any laws to make polygamy sanctioned. But yeah, you got a valid point about the difference between uh, governments enforcing their laws. Somebody brought up ancient Rome, like the bachelor tax and stuff like that. So Augustus did try to implement various reforms to make things more traditional, and that was in place for a while. But then the enforcement dropped a few years later. So
Hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, the enforcement piece is like something that we all, basically all Western societies have dropped over the past 300 years because how the hell do you enforce this kind of stuff beyond the most? I guess you could tax bachelors, but you certainly can't prevent people from having, you know, a side um, gig, as it were. And you just can't do it. Like if the kind of police force that could actually investigate and enforce that would just be ungodly. Like, it would be totalitarian. So
You would
right.
I
basically
don't
have
know
the
about
morality.
that,
So,
but
so the part that
but
we enforce is you can't marry a second person.
right,
So
right,
that's
yeah.
pretty much
So
enforced. But
yeah,
but
the
as far as
state
the
does
sexual,
not. Yeah, right. So the state is not going to endorse it. The state is not going to say, you know, you okay, I don't know. You, Tyrone, married Letitia, and who was what were some of the other names Mumia
No, what
was
Mike? It's
using
Michelle.
more. No,
earlier?
sorry.
I mean, and Mumia,
Well,
okay, and both of them now have power of attorney to go into the hospital or something like that. The government's
well,
not
there's
gonna
about
back that
200
up,
laws.
and
There's inheritance laws. There's gift tax laws. There are plenty of laws that kind of enforce it, but they're all monetary. Most. I mean, well, you did say power of attorney, but they're all things along those lines.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I also concede your point, Euro, about Albania, Kosovo, Bosnia, Turkey. My understanding is Turkey. Don't quote me on this, but my understanding is they too, kind of frown on polygamy. So yeah, I concede your point there.
Looks like we solved another one of the world's problems today.
so
Yeah.
so there's a survey called the Standard Cross Cultural Sample, the SCCS, and it's a survey of anthropological literature. What you see there is, broadly speaking, human societies are monogamous. It's not something the Christians created, you know. And it's human societies are monogamous. Even when technically polygamy is allowed, it's rarely practiced. And it, is just not a good idea. And broadly speaking, that seems to be the lesson from anthropology. And nowhere do you see a society where like most people are polygamous or, or anything like that. It just is not a stable situation.
I
Now
I have
that's,
a
now that's
question.
interesting because the
Uh,
human historical record says otherwise. That polygamy was the default setting of humanity
It,
until
That's
relatively.
it,
before
it,
civilization, though.
no,
Jason
it
was talking
doesn't.
about
No,
civilization.
no, I'm not. I'm saying it doesn't say that. That's not what the human record shows. This is something that many Christians believe for some reason, but it's not true.
I'm not.
Because the SCCS is primitive societies as well as, modern societies. Okay, hunter gatherers and all kinds of stuff. So it's really just basically always been this way for human beings, and it's the only stable configuration. What you see in the genetic record is that roughly two men reproduced for every, or two women reproduced for every one man that reproduced. So that would say, for example, that maybe, that half of all women managed to reproduce, the other half died and, as children or were killed in wars or starved to death or something. Well, then a quarter of men managed to reproduce. But it's pretty unlikely that they were in polygamous relationships. They were probably in serial monogamy. A man's wife would die or something like that, or a man would take a wife and then leave her and then
Well,
take another
consider
wife.
the sorry, consider
Because
the
what
death
we
rate
could,
during childbirth. You can
yeah,
end up
pregnant,
much lower.
it could have been exactly that. Yeah. And because what we have a hard time finding is a situation where, like, on a scale of like the whole society, you know, two women are happy sharing one man at the same time. It's very hard to find evidence of society where that is normal and usually occurs. Women are not happy sharing a man, and that's like what everything that I've seen about simple societies, primitive agricultural, hunter gatherers, whatever, wherever you look, it's very hard to find this like two women sharing a man and not killing each other. One of the few exceptions is sororal polygyny, where the man is like marrying two sisters or something like that. So they're already in the same family. But obviously that's not like a scalable whole society arrangement. That's like a special case.
But
I
who's to
I
say
had a
that these said
question for
women are not
Jason.
happy sharing a man? I think that people are using a reference point to the loudest women that have had a sour experience in sharing said man, for which people draw a reference point in saying that women are unhappy sharing men. Again, you have plenty of women that are sharing men and they choose not to leave.
I'm not. I think what I'm saying is being taken out of context. I'm saying we don't find a situation where that usually happens. So how did that, like, where there you go to a society and like, one quarter of the men are married and the other three quarter are single, and one half the women are married, and it's like two women to one man, and that's like normal and common and stable, and everybody's doing that. That doesn't seem to be the case. So how do you get the two women to one man ratio? It's, I think, what Meyer was saying, that death and childbirth, stuff like that. It's very hard to find societies where you see a lot of men who are in relationships where they have two women and the two women are not pushing that relationship in one direction or another, and the stable state is only one of the women
So
has a
you're
man.
gonna you're gonna remove divorce culture out of this conversation?
That's really like not relevant for the ancestral period, which is what Mumia was talking about. Obviously, divorce culture is like, last 100 years or so. But when we look at like the genetic ratios, we're talking about stuff from like 100,000 years ago up to like, I don't know, 20,000 or something like that.
Okay, so we haven't made it back to the
So
conversation about today.
Mumia was talking about some things in the past, and saying that Christianity basically represents this break with prehistory. But I'm saying no, it doesn't represent that break. So that's the conversation that we're having, Adams. And if you're ready to, catch up, then hopefully I caught you up.
Well, Jay, if we compare Christianity to pre-Christian Israel, where polygamy was allowed, it was rare. It was only done in circumstances where necessary, meaning a barren woman or a crippled woman who, like, they needed another woman to run the house instead of divorce. And like wherein in society is like these family structures are extremely important. So then you would take a widow that would like but it wasn't like common. A guy would just go out there and get two wives. So the novel part of Christianity was that it was forbidden in all circumstances, but it definitely was. It's much closer to what you're saying is that it was done, but by exception, not the rule.
Jason, when you were saying at the very beginning, you were saying that there was a is not a good idea when the societies turn to polygamy instead of monogamy. Are you meaning that it led to their demise, that it led to their collapse, or why was it not a good idea?
Oh yeah, I guess what I'm more saying is like it it's not a good idea because you don't see anybody try to do it for a long period of time or try to scale it up or anywhere else where we can go out and you know go see a human society that is full of polygamous relationships and it's just working great. That's what I'm saying. It's not a good idea. Kind of like I might say, like, say you're an archaeologist and you're like looking at Europe and America and you're looking at the cars and you might say, you know what? Cars with three wheels probably are not a good idea. You can't be sure what's wrong with the three wheel and the six wheel and like the five wheel car. But basically, all the cars have four wheels. And so, unless they're like weird cars, right? Like 18 wheelers and stuff. And you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, there's four wheels thing. There's something there that's that works. That's what you're gonna observe because we're just looking at in many cases these bare facts of like genetic history, documents we have from millennia ago that sketch the outline of the society, right? Or primitive societies that we visit today all over the world. You see human societies in different phases of development. Certainly, you could see more of them back in the 1920s and 30s when anthropologists were collecting all this stuff, and you didn't really get the SCCS until like the 70s or the 80s. So many of those societies are gone now, and we can't collect the data from them anymore. But when we go out there and look around, where do we see the people who are doing polygamy at scale and getting it right? We really don't see that. So that's why I'm saying it's a bad idea. If we could go into why, are there good reasons? Is there an explanation for why it's a bad idea? And we definitely can get into that from the standpoint of human evolution. And we are at like the broad outline of this is unlike basically all the other great apes, we are a species with biparental care. We're like birds. Birds also have monogamy. And that's because both parents invest so heavily in the offspring. That's the only way that can work. The monogamy is the only way that can work. And so you also see in birds a lot of the same patterns in humans, and we're so different from the other apes. And so that's sort of the outline of like the explanation, the reasoned explanation.
So if we take a look at Saudi Arabia, which is probably one of the most famous countries that allows polygamy, 50% rough, these are rough numbers, by the way, 50% of men are single or unmarried, and 42% are married to just one wife, and 8% are in a polygamous marriage.
Wow, well, that's higher than I thought it would be, but you can still see like it's 8%, right? It's
Yeah.
16% of all married couples, and
And,
it would, yeah, so.
and I suspect that these numbers are
Do you
probably
have the
higher
average number of wives for these polygamous men in
for
the
the, no,
8%,
I
or you
can
don't
see,
have that data?
I can try. I don't have it on the top of my head, but maybe I can try to find it. But I was just going to say these averages are probably higher than historical averages because it really comes down to economics. Like you know, it's more expensive to maintain multiple wives, and so usually like only um, the fairly wealthy can actually afford to maintain the family with multiple wives, and so I think these polygamous societies sort of um, benefit the very few that are have that capacity.
Is that true pre-industrial revolution? Because agrarian society where the women and the men are equally helping out on the farm, then I could see where those economics don't necessarily work out the same way.
Yeah, but these
Well,
societies that were polygamous tend to be societies where the man is supposed to provide for the women. You know.
Yeah, that would be bad. But if in an agrarian society where children are an asset, and I'm not saying I know this, I'm just saying I could see where the economics change drastically from our society.
well, okay, this is maybe a contrarian view, but I think there is that. I think that point of view was something that more people believe, say, in the 30s or something, and that by the 70s, we knew a lot about the economics of primitive societies, and just by doing like calorie counts and stuff like that. And it's actually not true that, first of all, like it, children are really not productive until they're like 20 years old, even in simple societies. You know, the skills they have to make more calories than they consume in like a hunter-gatherer society. I mean, it's not because, how do I explain this? It's because the things they do are so low margin, it's very hard to produce calories the way these people produce calories. So it's very hard for the child to get productive. It's not that they're not working, but they are not they are not getting to parity until they're relatively old. And then if you look at the rough ratio of male to female calorie productivity, keep in mind that in the simple societies, you don't have like men who are, you know, in the primitive societies, like in Saudi Arabia, where they're like sheiks and they like strike it rich with oil or something like that. You don't have those kind of returns or those possibilities for wealth. You just have stuff like, well, you know, last week you got, you know, 5 tons of coconuts, and this week you got 5.5. Like that's your marginal, that's like your best performance is going to be like a few percent better than you know, the median performance. So, but in these simple societies, the ratio of productivity of men to women is roughly 3 to 2. Men produce about a third more of whatever it is, you know, nuts or however the calories are gathered in that society than women do. And it's not like, I would say, if you look at our society today, people complain all the time about the pay gap. Well, the pay gap is like 4 to 3. Okay, men produce about, you know, 25% more than women, or you could say women produce about 25% less than men.
Well, you
And
may have
so,
answered in the first part of your share, but the pay gap is not really relevant. The question is, can they produce more than they consume? And you're saying no, they cannot. So
no,
it is
well,
a measuring.
yeah, children can't produce more than they consume. That's true. But then also, like the men and women don't produce that much differentially. So it's actually very hard for a man to support 2 wives, and because it's the male surplus that, you know, provides
If
for
they both have
children. And so,
families.
yeah, if they both have families, yeah, which
Yeah, because
among
often it
in,
would be
yeah,
barren women that would get a second. Well,
yeah,
like
yeah,
she couldn't conceive.
makes
But
sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to be, you know, not to be overly pedantic, but just to be careful with those numbers, because if it's 3 to 2, then that would be 50% more, and if it's 4 to 3, that would be a third more.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. It would be like a third. It would be 33% less or 50% more. It's like, and I got that mixed up. So you're absolutely right. Yeah. So yeah, Ruth Alma is saying, I'm doubting that mid-older teens can produce more than they consume. I mean, I was surprised by it too, but think about like what the skills are in some of these societies to be effective at producing calories. If you're like hunting big game and stuff, you got to learn for a long time before you can actually like rock out and do that for like the whole year, you know. So, and yeah, it really just speaks to like how much harder life was, I guess, which is like a really important thing you have to reset your intuitions on. Like people regularly died of starvation uh, into the early 1900s, I think, in Western countries, certainly into the 1800s, they were dying of starvation. And now we have an economic disaster, and we're like, oh, you know, the federal funds rate just went up a huge amount overnight or something like that. These are our economic disasters, right? Or like eggs are like, you know, twice as much as they were. But economic disasters not that long ago were like, you just didn't have any eggs. I mean, forget about eggs, you didn't have any wheat, you know?
You did have meat. If the eggs came from the chicken, you had meat.
Wheat. So you didn't have any wheat in an economic
Oh, I
disaster.
thought you said meat. Okay.
Yeah. So like people would die in these, you know, people would die a lot. So just making food is really hard. It's easy for us today. So
If it's easy for us today, it's because we have mountains of experience from people in the past to draw upon.
yeah, that's where you get to. There's a whole other conversation to have there about the value of continuity and stability in society. And some people made institutions that support that, and maybe to bring it all the way back around. Monogamy was definitely one of those institutions, you know, just saying, okay, polygamy, it's banned, just don't do it. It's a marginal case anyway. You know, it was
Yeah.
not such a bad idea, you know.
So Jason's quite right about this starvation being relatively routine and wiping out a lot of people. And one of the things we have to remember is there's been huge changes in productivity in the last few centuries. So you had the agricultural revolution in the 18th century, which dramatically increased agricultural yields. And then, of course, we had the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. And so things have really changed if you look at the last 300 or 400 years compared to, let's say, like the 1,000 years before that.
So were kings polygamous when they had multiple wives and multiple children?
Obviously, if they had multiple wives, they were polygamous.
Or were they
Concubines would
Yeah,
count too, right?
concubines?
yeah, but what Western king was polygamous? Like, was Charlemagne polygamous? I mean, the
Well,
Pope
weren't the
never.
Henry VIII killed all his wives? Was that
He
one of
No,
his
wasn't
but
wives
those
was
are
polygamous.
the second
Oh,
That's
wife?
the whole
I see the
point. That's the
distinction.
whole
We're
point.
talking about
Yeah,
marriage versus just multiple partners.
yeah. That's the whole point. He killed his wives. He had to kill them because he couldn't be polygamous. Maybe they should have legalized it for his sake. I don't know. But that's why he
Or
also
for the
made
ladies'
the.
sake.
Yeah, yes, yeah. They for their sake too. Um, but yeah, like I can't think of any Western king. Like when has the Pope ever like put the crown on the head of an emperor who had multiple wives? I just can't imagine that even happening.
It hasn't happened. Polygamy hasn't been a thing, even pre-Christian in European society, or at least in Rome society, which was the major culture in Europe, nor in Greece for that matter. I don't know about some of the more Nordic cultures. Maybe it occurred over there, but essentially, it just for culture reasons just hasn't been a thing.
So I hate to be in the position of defending King Henry VIII, but just to be clear, he only killed two wives. Let's not make it worse than what it was.
Sorry, it was only two. You get that one.
Well, and a lot of that secession. I mean, a lot of the future problems in England were because you don't have a clear path of secession. So sometimes you got to break a few eggs to get the right secession forward.
Yeah, thanks for updating that on that. I didn't honestly know. Like, did he kill like eight of them, or what did he do?
Oh no,
Because
just two, just two.
yeah, he just
Yeah,
killed
yeah,
two.
the only two. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Only,
it's right.
only. It's okay. It was only two.
only
Yeah,
two.
yeah, that stuff is bonkers.
But the
But
two that he did kill, they were convicted first and then executed.
they were convicted of like treason or something. What were they convicted of?
Yeah, exactly.
Roman emperors definitely openly had a harem, but they didn't have multiple queens. But I mean, I guess that's not quite polygamy, but it was clear. It wasn't like they were hiding.
Nero had beyond a harem. He would like organize parties and just have people doing it in his court while he's just lavishing around eating grapes and stuff.
But that was considered a bad thing. Augustus tried to reinforce the value of the Roman family by reinforcing Roman marriage and encourage people to have kids. So yes, they did it, but it wasn't considered like nobody, even in Roman times, was writing about the various kind of sexual escapades of various Roman
Yeah,
emperors. Tiberius being one
yeah,
as a positive thing.
socially, it was an anomaly. I agree. It's just him.
Caligula did it, but the point was
Well,
when Caligula
Tiberius.
did it, but it was open, meaning it wasn't like a secret that he was doing it. It could be people that don't like it, but he wasn't hiding. It wasn't like he had an affair on the side. He was
No, it wasn't like he
he
had
just
an
had a
affair.
harem.
Yeah, well, he wasn't. Well, he did more than that. Like he would take senators' wives and have sex with them. Um, I mean, it was.
To
To,
insult them like as a
well,
punishment basically.
yeah,
Well,
but
it
eventually,
wasn't
But
punishment.
eventually, he did get killed, right? Like there was eventually a consequence in his eventual assassination and
But I
death.
don't think that's because
but
of
didn't the Pharaoh in the
immorality. That's
Bible
just
have
because
many wives? Didn't Pharaoh in the Bible have many wives or
Well,
concubines?
I
so
don't think it's mentioned explicitly. I mean, we know from history that I don't think the queens are.
I mean,
It seems
Caligula.
like concubines are like unofficial wives. They're like wives. They're like loophole wives. They're like wives that are not considered wives to get around the loophole.
Yeah,
For
no, I'm
hey,
saying they were kind of wives. They were concubines back in Pharaoh's day in the
can we
Bible.
can we just admire the stereotypes here? Women attracted to dark triad traits, and men talk thinking about the Roman Empire. I mean, it's just the stuff writes itself. It's great.
So you also have to remember that a lot of the claims against Caligula, because there's so many, a lot of them are actually um, debated by historians today and think it was basically propaganda. Um, Not that he certainly did have some excesses, but some of the ones you hear are a little bit exaggerated.
You mean the
Yeah,
movie
there's
Well,
isn't true?
no,
Didn't the
there's definitely
Vikings and Viking
exaggerating
kings have
one.
many wives?
I thought Malcolm McDowell gave a great performance, and
Oh yeah, yeah. So do I. I like that film.
When they made the Nero movie, the reviewers said that it was a moral holocaust.
Well, did the Vikings and Vikings have many wives in each city and each town, or no?
Well,
uh,
I don't know if they were wives, but
yeah, I don't think that doesn't sound like a wife to me. Um, but did the Vikings have many wives? Okay, Vikings
yes,
polygamy.
yes, they did. They practiced polygamy.
The Vikings like crossed oceans to find more women. I don't think they were wives.
They took both free women and slaves as concubines, as well as long-term and permanent partners. A man's children with a concubine could inherit from him if he acknowledged them. And yeah, the wealthy and powerful Viking men could have more than one wife. An example of this is King Haraldr, who had many wives, including one who required him to put away nine of his other wives.
Right.
What
So
what do
there's
you mean put away?
um, I assume it was like when she's she's the queen bee, so when she's around, they must skedaddle.
Okay, I thought you meant like put away, like underground.
Well, they may have there may have been a dungeon for them.
No, no, I meant like in a small box
Dead,
underground.
killed.
Yeah.
so I think that was limited in the Vikings to primarily like the very wealthy and the chieftains, and they were technically concubines, right? So they weren't wives.
Well, according to
Whatever,
a
just call them
Goo-
loophole wives.
Google, no, according to Braypol's online, in addition to concubines, there were also multiple wives for those that were wealthy or chieftains.
Oh, okay, I hadn't heard that before.
Anyways, it's good to be king, right? Like Mel Brooks said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it still wasn't like representative of society. Like most Vikings just had one wife if they had a wife.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
appears that way.
and I
Well,
think
did
this is where we.
cavemen have multiple wives? Didn't they go between caves and have many
Yeah, but
kids?
see, this is where we see that probably no, the cavemen did not have multiple wives. It's very hard to find simple societies where that kind of things occurs with any regularity. It's also very hard to find. Like, I don't think there's any simple society without marriage. Like,
Yeah, but there was
without.
ritualistic group sex though, Jason. So in terms of procreation, um, they did
There,
that.
And that's what you see in hunter gatherer societies. There, if you see kind of communal sex, and everybody's considered the father, etc. Or at least that's
Yeah.
what
Damn, that's
anthropologists have
wild.
observed.
you do see something like that occasionally, but when we're saying like how did the caveman live, right? We kind of got to take the median here, is what, or that's my argument anyway. And the
I
median is like people were married, like as far as we can tell, every way we look,
I
So,
have a
I mean,
monogamous
question.
marriages.
what are we calling?
I
So, the
have a
only way
question,
to
Jason.
really
You
make
might
a
know more.
conjecture. I mean, the only really way to make a conjecture about what hunter-gatherer society looked like really is to kind of look at what current hunter-gatherer societies look like today, which there are a few, and that's what you typically observe. I'm just saying, my guess would be marriage and those sort of structures came a little later, after you kind of
So,
got out of the
so
hunter-gatherer
wait.
society
Okay,
part.
so that's, if the facts change, I change my mind, but my understanding is that's not what you typically observe. You do observe it, but it's not what you typically observe.
Jason,
Yeah,
And
I
I
think
have a
I
So,
think
question for you. So,
so.
so my
I
question here
go
is,
ahead.
when we talk about marriage, how do we know that they were actually getting married back in the day? Till the king, I think King James, I might be wrong, but there's a document called fuck, fornication under the king. So technically, wasn't that the first marriage certificate, fornication under the king? So marriage might only be a thousand fifty from the 1500s.
No, that's not
So
accurate,
how
bro.
do we
well,
know that there was a true marriage way back when? I mean, we
If the
have Adam
yeah.
and
government,
Eve,
What
but
is
we
a
don't
yeah,
true
know Adam and
marriage,
Eve
bro?
were
okay.
So
married. We
the
don't
the
know
prob
Adam and Eve were married.
okay,
Okay,
so
cool.
it's
See,
real
well,
simple to solve that
well,
because
let's solve it in a second, though. Daniel wanted to ask his question, and then we can go to that
Yeah,
side
thank you.
quest.
So I had
Yeah.
this question on this topic, and you seem to know about anthropology. This might be something you can help me on. So I've heard this hypothesis and the subject of anthropology that the original deities back before the male sky lords were earth mothers, that
The
the oldest,
Anunnaki.
most original deities are earth mothers. And my question is this related to, is it possible? What do you think about the hypothesis that the reason that they had this was because they didn't know the actual process of insemination, and because they were doing group sex, they didn't really understand how women got pregnant, and they thought it was like a magical thing that life came from the woman, not understanding. Is that related to that, and the original deities being fertility goddesses?
So I would do want to go to Earl's point, so I'll try to be really brief here and say that theory is, Das Mutterrecht was a book written in the late 1800s around that theory, but that theory probably is not true. That just is just a consequence of like certain archaeological digs that occurred at that time,
Can you give me a quick
right?
why, and then we'll move on?
Well, it's more like, why would it be true? Like, we don't see any, like, we have not inherited any religions from the ancients that are only mother goddesses. That's one thing. But another thing is, it's probably not true that people, it's a couple of other things here. It's probably not true that people were mostly having ritualistic group sex. It's not that it never occurred, okay? I'm not saying you won't find these
But it
societies,
wasn't
but
common, is
it
what you're
wasn't
saying.
common, right? And then if you look at the pattern of human evolution, okay, going back hundreds of thousands of years, dawn of modern humans, we are a species with biparental care, which means we form a pair bond and the male sticks with the female and raises his own offspring. So that
Is
means
it
that we
natural?
had to.
Is it natural to be cryptic during relationships? Meaning that most people, is it natural that most people try to be secretive with their sexual, uh, let's say, actions to others, or
I,
is this a learned behavior, like being ashamed of being naked?
I don't know about that, but all I'm saying is this is like a big part of human evolution is that we evolved by parental care on the path to becoming modern humans. We had to do that because that's the only way we were able to make the investment in the offspring that led to our big brains and everything else. We have very helpless offspring, right? So we had to be doing something that wasn't, chimpanzee group sex. We had to be doing that basically hundreds of thousands of years ago.
I
So
got it. Thank
if
you.
yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm saying is like if you look at everything we inherit from that time, and then we look at the evolutionary record of us, okay, then it's very hard to say, yeah, we were doing like the, rave style sex party, and that's how it worked. And then Jesus came along and slapped us up the head and said, "You idiots, you got to get married, dummies." That's probably not what happened, okay?
Well, how? Wait. Adam and Eve, we never hear them talk about marriage, and we don't really hear. We kind of hear about Noah and his wives, Noah and his wife, and his kids and his wives, their wives. But how did they repopulate? Like literally, we don't know if they were really married. We or King James
That's
had
not
the
quite
Well,
true.
scholars.
whether they were married or not, they were sexually active and they had children. Um, going back to like this evolutionary question, so like it looks like if you look at the early hominins like Homo erectus, Australopithecus, and these groups, they had various mating systems. Some of them were monogamous, some of them were polygamous. It largely depended on environmental pressures and social structures. When you get into like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, there is also a mix there, although primarily favoring the monogamy. And again, that's influenced by survival needs and group dynamics. I think somebody was asking, well, how do we know how they lived? So, one of the clues that we have is sexual dimorphism. So, in species that are heavily polygamous, there tends to be much greater sexual dimorphism. And when you have low sexual dimorphism, that's usually related to pair bonding, which I think Jason mentioned as well. Um, so, what are those social environmental pressures that lead to monogamy and polygamy? So, generally, in harsh environments, you tend to have monogamy for survival purposes. because it's more advantageous to have that cooperative parenting, because it increases the chances of offspring survival. If you have a very resource rich environment, that can support the idea of multiple partners and can lead to polygamous practices. We have some good evidence from this in hunter gatherer societies. And then we also have evidence basically from the DNA and genetic evidence as well.
Yeah, and bingo, I think that's our best evidence is the genetics. And we have to remember that monogamy, I mean, the second definition of monogamy is regarding one or more, say polygamy is more than one sexual partner for reproduction. And because we have less information about ritualistic practices in terms of the institution of marriage, whether or not that even existed in sort of hunter-gatherer and systems in the past. What we do have is reproduction evidence through genetic information, and in that we find that pre-agrarian societies, the Y haplogroup, i.e., the male lines, had much greater diversity than they do in the agrarian society or even today. And so there was far more um, sexual success or reproductive success amongst males in hunter-gatherer societies. When we enter agrarian civilizations after around, I don't know, 8,000 BC, what we find is a collapse in Y haplogroup diversity everywhere at different times, except in the Western Hemisphere, which suggests that only a few males were successfully reproducing, which definitely suggests polygamy as well, but concentrated polygamy. That there would have been polygamy in hunter-gatherer societies, but more sexual access for men at large.
Yeah, I'll try to find this paper for you, for all you guys. But at a high level, there was this big change during the transition agriculture, where instead of being roughly 2 to 1, the ratio of females to males reproducing was like 17 to 1.
Yes.
But then it went back down again. So my
Yeah.
understanding is that in the ancestral period, it actually wasn't very high. That you go back like 100 and yeah, here I have the graph here. So let me figure out how to get this to you guys. 150,000 years ago, the ratio is 2 to 1, and then it stays at between 2 to 1 and 3 to 1 for a very long time until like 80,000 years ago. And then you see a spike at around 60 something, and then another spike at around 10,000 years ago. So I will find this. This is I can send you guys the link. The title to the paper is very long. Uh,
Well, I think that
so
the establishment of a lot of religions that we have today that promote monogamy, I think, was in part a response to the um, disproportionate sexual practices within those early agrarian societies. And it was basically these were mechanisms to allow for more men to have access to sexual partners for reproduction. There was obviously some recognition that uh, limiting the gene pool and limiting sexual access to a few males in at the upper end of the hierarchy was not good for society, and that's why I think we see a lot of these religions promote monogamy and enforce it, which brought the ratio back down from that 17 to 1 number you're talking about, Jason. It's interesting though that it's not. It doesn't seem to be broadly based on. It happens everywhere at different times, but it is happening in different different cultures around the world, save the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere never seems to have experienced this.
Well, okay, I don't know, like, I don't know about that version of the story, for a couple of reasons. One is, the Western Hemisphere as we know it today is like 2,000 years old. But but unlike this event was like 10,000 years ago. But the
Well,
other
no, it's
reason,
16,000 is the Bering Strait crossing, 14 to 16,000 years
oh,
ago.
I think I see what you mean. You mean the Native Americans and stuff. Okay, yeah, they never did
Yeah,
agriculture. Yeah, for
right.
some reason when you said the West, I was thinking of like Europe. But anyways, that's my bias. But um, yeah, but they never did agriculture, so maybe that helps to
I think
explain
so.
it.
I think so,
But
yeah.
the other thing is, I don't think it's that religions like led to there was like some decision about genetics or whatever. That I think it just reverted to the mean because the whole pattern of human success is a relatively low ratio of female to male mating, right? When I say a low ratio, I mean even 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 is nothing compared to lions, where it's like 10 to 1 or something like that. Those are tournament species, and the males don't invest in the offspring, and that is a totally different pattern of life from ours. So 17 to 1 would only have worked for some brief period where I don't know, some guys were like they, found corn and they were growing corn and nobody had corn and so, they were just so much more productive than everybody else. But it really is comes down to economic factors, I would argue, which is
Yeah,
just
and
that.
and political. Like I think it's
But
a lot of this had to do with hierarchical power structures in the allotment of resources and power. The
but
sedentary societies of agrarian civilizations created much more stark hierarchical patriarchal structures, and the that the breadth of men were evolutionary cul-de-sacs that were utilized for in kind of a disposable way for either labor or war.
well, no, I don't think this is true also, because I think if you look at the numbers again, what you see is they just like they don't go back down to like 1 to 1 or something. They go back down to what they were 150,000 years ago. And so this, where I'm saying the economics, I'm saying basically you could just ignore all that stuff that occurred 10,000 years ago. That's not what's interesting. What's interesting is this durable ratio that still sticks with us. And the reason this ratio is so durable is because male investment in the offspring is so important to our success. That's the economic fundamental. The male is more productive than the female. And the male productivity is what supports a successful human society. So if, you're killing 16 out of 17 of all of your males, or they're otherwise disengaged from the society, you have a very low productivity society. Either you have like some weird luck, like some of the guys figured out nuclear energy or something, and the other guys haven't figured it out yet, but that's not going to last for very long. After a bottleneck like that, the only men who had children are the guys who figured out the nuclear energy. All their sons will understand nuclear energy, so those are the only men you have, and you're right back to where you were before. Okay, and
Yeah, there
but
there
it's
there is all
that
yeah.
economics is really important. It's really important to grasp that economic reality of the human species. That if you don't have lots of men working, you have very low productivity, and some other society can just come in and swallow you up because they'll have more arrows and wool and other good things for attacking other people.
Yeah,
You
but
know.
just because you don't have 1 in 17 man reproducing doesn't mean they're not producing labor for the society. I assume in those societies they were used for, like the previous speaker said, warfare or whatever. It just means that 1 in 17 are reproducing, not 1 in 17 are producing labor.
Well, that's not a stable arrangement. So that's where, like those 16 other men are the fighting power in your society. They're going to say to hell with this. and they're also the working power in your society. It's only if they aren't useful for working or fighting that that situation can occur. Like the 1 in 17 are so much better because they know like technologies and they have agriculture and they have weapons, and then they kill those other guys. That's how they get rid of them. But you can't have a stable arrangement where like 1/17 of the men are preventing the other 16/17 from reproducing. That
Which
just
is
will not
exactly
continue.
why the monogamy as an institution was determined and enforced through modern organized religions. But I think another factor, which I'm not saying this is the major contributing factor, but another factor is to consider is the variability in sperm mobility and volume by haplogroup as well, and that there are certain haplogroups that have are more successful through sperm mobility and volume than other haplogroups, and we do see this phenomenon in the modern world, um, with the variation between haplogroup O and haplogroup D in Japan, for example.
Well, okay, I guess at a high level, where I where we see things differently is I'm saying that you monogamy didn't really need to be enforced. They would just come back because it's just sort of fundamental to how the human society works and is effective is that you have a lot of productive men around. And if you don't have them, then okay, I guess you need to get them, you know. And then once you've got them, those men are have a seat at the table. And so I would just see that as just returning to business as usual after an interruption where some men got a real, you know, advantage relative to other men, right? But that's, I guess, where we differ. I don't really think it was monogamy was innovation or something that the organized religions created. They just like kept doing the thing that had always worked.
Yeah, but you've
I
had
mean, if
periods of stable society where you've had, a higher ratio, not 1 to 17, but you've had a pretty high ratio. I mean, the Islamic societies had quite a run into Dark Ages. They were pretty stable. You've had Nordics, like you've had example after example of successful um polygamy relationships that would kind of counter this example you're giving that is some sort of set biological rule.
yeah, so if you look at the North American tribes, that somebody had mentioned. So most of them were monogamous by far. Of course, there were certain well-known ones that were polygamous, like the Navajo and the Lakota and the Cheyenne. And interestingly enough, there's one which was polyandrous, which was the Crow, and also among certain Tibetan plateau people, there were polyandrous societies, but for the most part, they were monogamous. Trying to think. I think if you look at where polygamy reigned in the tribes in America, it was they tended to be in the Great Plains area and in the southwestern tribes to some extent, and then the northeastern tribes were mostly monogamous. But a lot of this has to do with environmental pressures.
So, Bert,
There is some interesting variations, like hunter gatherer Western Europeans. This is 45 to maybe 15,000 BC. They demonstrated some sort of innate understanding of genetic diversity, because unlike a lot of their contemporaries in other regions, they were able in a relatively small population base to maintain a higher degree of genetic diversity by marrying outside of the tribe, and they had very sophisticated, widespread geographic networks to ensure that there was intertribal relations, and they kind of are an outlier in that time period for maintaining greater genetic diversity. The other interesting one is the South Pacific populations, where it was common for um, if there was to be marriage between tribes, that the females would of the tribe would be given away, so to speak. In the case of the South Pacific, it was the opposite. It was the male that would be given away. And I think this to and they seem to inherently understand the importance of male genetic diversity. So just a
Yeah,
couple of outliers.
that's a good point. So yeah, during the Upper Paleolithic period, we can see evidence of the gene flow between groups, which supports the statements that you're saying that these individuals moved between bands of different people to prevent interbreeding and fostering genetic diversity. So that was good. And this is at the same time that they're there, either replacing and or interbreeding with the Neanderthals. Um, they were primarily monogamous. There is some evidence of some occasional polygamy. Um, but yeah, it's. I think it always boils down to the same thing about environmental pressures, basically.
No, but I think ritualistic group sex was quite common, right? And so there wasn't this sort of emphasis on paternity that you would find in more sedentary agrarian societies, and even all the way up through to, I don't know, the birth control pill. Um, and so there wasn't, there wouldn't people wouldn't know who the actual father was. There is some arguments that biologically that the penis itself is designed, the head of the penis is designed to push out competing um,
Yeah, ejaculate.
sperm,
Yes.
ejaculate. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Ejaculate, and that like physiologically we're actually designed with group sex in mind.
So I don't want to go into too many different things, but this is something that I'm not sure why you believe this, Adam, that ritualistic group sex was common. It's We did descend from creatures that almost certainly engaged in, orgiastic, multiple matings, just like chimpanzees do today. Okay, of a fertile female, then all the males will line up and take a shot. And then yes, you need to push out the other sperm. You have sperm competition and all this kind of stuff. But that doesn't seem to be a big part of our evolution. It
Yeah,
like it doesn't And that's like, so I'm not sure why you believe that. I don't think there's evidence that humans regularly engaged in ritualistic group sex. I also don't think there's evidence that humans were didn't know about paternity and didn't care. Actually, human males seem to engage in a lot of mate guarding, right? And they seem to have a lot of adaptations for mate guarding. And this is where you get back to our similarities with, in this way, we are unlike chimpanzees who basically don't care about that. But we are similar to raptors, to birds of prey, which engage in a lot of mate guarding. And they also engage in a lot of excess mating, right? They're continuously keeping the female's pipes full. And even though the rate of actual extra pair copulations is actually very low, but it's because among those raptors they have all these adaptations to keep it low. So, anyways, I'll pause there.
yeah. I was just going to say, as far my understanding on this is that there isn't any direct evidence about this particular sexual activity that you're talking about. Although I am familiar with several people that make that argument amongst some anthropologists and archaeologists, um, and that is based on some evidence that does exist about like early spiritual practices, evidence from cave art, that's um, has abstract depictions of like humans and others in fertility, related with the fertility symbols and whatnot. And I know that there is some. Was it in Russia? I think there's a prehistoric burial site. What's it called? Sungir, which had multiple individuals buried together with elaborate goods. And some people have suggested that this suggests some sort of social or ritual significance, although I don't know of any evidence linking that to sexual practices. Um, so I think the evidence is, as far as I understand, in general, is not very strong for this position. Although I know that, like I said, some people do take that position.
Well, we certainly see in later iterations of societies like the ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks that this was common practice. Um, maybe it was unique to these societies, or it could be an echo effect of human behavior. I tend to go with the latter. Um, and you see this behavior through to modern days. Swinger clubs, sex clubs, the Czech Republic, etc.
Well,
Or
like when you
Czechia.
say
Sorry, Czechia.
Czechia, what's Czechia?
It's the new name for Czech Republic. That's what they call
Czechia,
themselves. I
Czechia.
said
That's what
Czechia.
Czechia,
Okay,
Czechia. Yeah, or
Czechia.
Czechia. Yeah, that's our people. So, but anyways, get it right, Adam. Anyways, but what makes you so the Egyptians like did they I'm not saying humans never did it. I'm saying it was never like a mainstream practice. It was never the ordinary way that most children got born. And the and like so that kind of tells you that it's not like a main factor in our evolution. It may actually be just like something we continue to do because we were chimpanzees at one time, right? That's what the chimpanzees do now, right? And but like it sounds like you're saying like this occurred all the time among the Egyptians, but wouldn't make maybe it was an elite
No,
practice
it was
among the
seasonal.
Egyptians.
It was
It was seasonal.
seasonal. It was seasonal, but I mean, it's 9 months to bring a child to term, right? So
But
seasonal makes sense.
Well, I mean, let's try to get down to brass tacks here. So, as far as ancient Greece and Egypt go, they're very different in terms of polygamy. So, polygamy was not common in ancient Greece, although you did have men engaged in relationships outside of marriage. They had these high status courtesans. They had slaves, and of course, in some of the Greek city states, they had the young men that were engaged with. But, the law and tradition only recognized one legal wife, and that was more or less the norm. Now, in Egypt, polygamy was a little bit more common, but again, the norm was monogamous relationships. So most Egyptians practice monogamy, formal marriages. Now, amongst the elite, like the pharaohs, high-ranking officials, they had practiced polygamy. They had harems. They had a lot of concubines. Ramses II obviously had numerous wives and concubines, according to the inscriptions. So again, it's sort of like an economic factor, like we've seen in a lot of these societies where the very wealthy and the chieftains um, get to have a lot of women, and mostly everyone else doesn't.
well, not even like mostly everyone else doesn't. Among the elites, maybe mostly everyone else doesn't. But among the regular people in that society, it's almost certainly they're basically all monogamous. The
That's
regular
what I'm
Egyptian
saying.
farmer. Yeah, yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I
so
meant to
that's
say. Like
Yeah,
most
yeah.
people are monogamous. The only few exceptions are amongst the very wealthy and the very
Oh, yeah.
powerful.
No, fair enough. Okay, I take back what I said. I misunderstood what you said. So this is one thing I disagree with you about, Adam. Like, I don't think it was. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying it's like wasn't common. So you have to look to other things to get a grasp on like what shaped us. Where I disagree with Brent is like, and something I want to come back to is like, I think if you look at the ratio overall, even though the Vikings had polygamy, for example, or the various other peoples had polygamy, the ratio was still not all that high in the broad human genome for hundreds of thousands of years. And it might be that we can go in and drill in on the Danes or something, and we'll see like maybe there was a period where, I don't know, the Vikings, the effective population size of women to men was like, I don't know, 7 to 1 or something. So there were a lot of Vikings with concubines, but probably not. And so that's why I'm saying we got to go back to these like deep time evolutionary reasoning kind of things to understand monogamy and not tie it to things like monotheism or what have you, but really tie it to like, well, we're not a tournament species, basically. That's really what it's about. And not being a tournament species is great because it means our males are mostly preoccupied with producing excess resources. They're preoccupied with economic activity. If we were a tournament species, basically all we would be doing is fighting all the time, like gorillas do, and lions and shit like that. And, all of our great capability and energy would, not go into like, cars and, computers and all kinds of nice things that we have. So we don't want to mess with the, kill the golden goose by doing anything to, prevent men from investing their surplus resources, producing and investing their surplus resources in their families. That's what makes life so great for, celibate monks like myself. So,
So
Yeah.
my point wasn't that it was based on Christianity. My point was like a lot of the previous speakers mentioned is that kind of prehistorical societies had a mixture of practices. And when you go into recorded history, you do have a mixture of practices. I mentioned the Nordic countries, but I mean the Muslim situation around 1200 BC. I mean they were having a pretty good run at that period and were doing pretty good. Um, I'm just saying, like it seems that human society trends towards monogamy, but you can probably have a successful society, a polygamous successful society, and be okay if it's structured right. I just don't think there's more variables than this to predict. There's more. We're super focused on this, but there's a ton of other variables to kind of predict the success or failure of human society.
well,
Yeah,
I'll just say then that I agree with you and that I misunderstood you to be making the causality claim, which like what I was talking with Adam about. So, I take back then my disagreement with you.
Well, I think my point is that it does appear that this ratio is checked at the beginning of the Bronze Age, which is the emergence of Abrahamic religion. I mean, this is
It,
specific to the Middle East or the Near East.
so I just want to add some context. So when we talked, for example, let's talk if we're gonna talk about the continent Africa. Yeah, in ancient Egypt, there was polygamous relationships, but on the everyday Egyptian was definitely practicing monogamous. It was more so like the elites in Egypt that were practicing polygamous relationships. Ramses II is a famous one, obviously, but we had different ones as well. When we talk about Bantu speaking people in West Africa, for example, among the Bantu speaking groups across sub Saharan Africa, polygamous relationships or marriages were very prevalent.
And men's ability to take multiple wives was often tied to his status and his culture, society, and cattle and land ownership, which determined how much he can support his large family, right? But an example would be like the Zulu people, which is in South Africa, and long before external influences, they practiced polygamy. So before before these Abrahamic religions, right? They were practicing Christianity, and like for example, King Shaka Zulu, the famous King Shaka Zulu lineage arose from this tradition. So this practice is supported by agriculture and communal life, and also you have the Niger Congo cultures in West Africa, again, such as the Akan and the Yoruba. The Yoruba are mainly found in Nigeria, but they also span throughout West Africa, right? But for instance, Yoruba leaders, they take multiple wives to strengthen political ties. So sometimes it's political ties, a lot of times, and within their community, and their wives played a vital role in managing household and economic activities. And another one would be like in East Africa, which would be the Nilotic tribes. So Nilotic tribes would be the Maasai, the Dinka, the Nuer, the Anuak. They're found. Some of them found in South Sudan. They're found in Kenya. They're also some of them found in Ethiopia and also in Uganda. And so these groups, they practice polygamy as well, and they view marriage as a communal and economic arrangement. So it could be a man's like wealth, and it's often measured in cattle and wives. So like a diary. So both of which are contribute to the community's prosperity. And yeah, so we also have monogamous relationships in the continent too. So it's not a monolith. Africa's humongous with thousands of cultures and languages. So I mean, we just couldn't finish it, but it would just take we just would never be able to so much. But yeah, but the Nubian cultures, for example, predominantly, which is more so in southern Egypt and Sudan, they're they were predominantly they were part of the Egyptian Empire and also the Kush Empire, and those the archaeological evidence that they suggest that they had monogamous relationships, and that was the norm within their space, which was common, and while their elites occasionally engage in polygamy. So when you guys mentioned, I think it was Jason, somebody else mentioned about polygamy being amongst the higher elites or people with money. Yeah, this showed up in the Nubian culture and also within the Pharaoh in Egypt. But then also but in the same case, like I mentioned, other examples where you didn't have to be amongst the elites or had money to be in polygamy. It's just straight up the culture, amongst their societies and their way of life. I can keep going, but just give you guys some examples.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, especially about the Nubians. Like if you take the
And
Nubians versus,
this is pre-religion, by the way. This is
yeah,
pre-Abrahamic. Yeah.
if you look at if you look at Y haplogroup diversity amongst the Nubians versus West Africans, like it's quite stark, right? And it kind of points to what you're saying about the Nubians being culturally more monogamous versus West Africans. West African Y haplogroup diversity is quite low. The Nubians is markedly high in Y haplogroup diversity. Now, part of that will be just the happenstance of geography and the greater frequency of migration of peoples and the admixture events as a result. But still, when you look at that Y haplogroup diversity, that does lend to your point about the variation between monogamous and polygamous cultural standards practices.
Yeah, and for example, like if you take a case like Ethiopia. Ethiopia's an interesting case because it's one of these countries that they say one of the cradle of civilization. They say civilization and specifically human origin comes from East Africa, Tanzania, Ethiopia, that area, right? But then now recently they found an older one in Morocco that was older than Lucy, but they're still scientists are still saying, hey, East Africa is the point of origin, right? Tanzania, Ethiopia area. But if you look at for example, the Omatic Valley in Ethiopia, they're older. They have older what's called their DNA spans older than the as you guys call the Sand people, which they're found in South Africa, right? So the Omotic people, they're even older than them as far as they've been able to practice their, let's just say, their culture and their tribe much longer than the Sand people, and they're found in southern Ethiopia. But then you have Semitic, and so there you have the Semitic and the Cushitic tribes. They're more they've been historically monogamous. But then we also have if you go to the south in Ethiopia, they also have polygamous relationships. So it depends because they have Omotic tribes, they have Semitic, Cushitic, and they also have Nilotic tribes. So it really can vary, even within a country, because Africa is so diverse. But Ethiopia is one of those countries where they have different, haplogroups within one country. You know, so it's very interesting. So it can vary.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, I mean, the genetic variety in West Africans is among the highest in the world. So they have a lot of genetic diversity. Now, what they
Yeah,
don't have is a lot of external admixture.
they
So
don't. Yeah.
and the Nubians, on the other hand, have significant admixture with Middle Eastern and with North African admixture as well.
Right.
Yeah,
Especially when
yes, but
when the expansion of the Arab caliphates, that definitely made that happen. But then you have people like the Nilotics they're considered the Nilotics because they're the Nile Valley. They were accustomed by the Nile Valley. That's where they got their name because they settled and they made their culture and their living system amongst the Nile River, which is a 30 million over 30 million year old river, right? So that those Nilotics, for example, they have very little, if not very little admixture. I mean, they actually within their culture they don't like to mix, right? So within East Africa, because there were tribes like the Nilotic tribes they fought very aggressively against the Arabs, and they were successful, right? But sometimes when some like people like the Nubians, they were successful sometimes, but sometimes they weren't. So it really depended on conquest, different empires coming and expanding. The Arabs, as you guys know, the Byzantines, the Persians. Like the Persians, they were Zoroastrians, but because of the Arab caliphates, that's when they had their Islamic era in the Persian Empire. But when the Arabs started expanding into North Africa and all that, everything changed. North Africa, and even East Africa, Ethiopia, they were always fighting Islam for the longest, because Ethiopia was, after Armenia, is the second oldest Christian country as far as it, accepting as a straight religion. So yeah, I mean, Abrahamic religions definitely have something to play with a lot of these reasons why things change. But I just wanted to give context pre-Islam, pre-Abrahamic Islamic Judaism and Christianity, because then we can kind of see a more of a kind of like I say a non-bias, more like a natural flow. You can say a natural flow of evolution of their culture without certain admixtures of belief systems.
um, there is great genetic diversity in West Africa, but not Y haplogroup diversity, right? And I mean it is high relative to non-African populations, but I mean non-African populations basically all source from a single population group of maybe 20,000 in the Iranian plateau 75,000 years ago. Um, and so most people of West African descent do not have that same relatively recent population bottleneck as a whole, from which they all derive from ancestrally, and that is a big indicator of that genetic diversity you speak about, Euro. But if you look at the Y haplogroup diversity, it's not there. Um, it's overwhelmingly E. There's variations on E, and E is fairly old, but Yeah.
No, I will say the West. You have to understand, West Africa was kind of isolated, right, for in a lot of times throughout history. Like I would argue, like North Africa and East Africa, for example. Um, if you look at like civilizations interacting, right, and when you look at the I was saying Great Migration from the Horn of Africa is like 70 something thousand years ago into Eurasia, right, and then them coming back into the Horn, right, right. So and that creates its own type of identity, right? But West Africa was isolated in a lot of sense because they were kind of doing their own thing for a while, and then you also had the Bantu expansion, and it was the Bantus kind of came from the Niger Congo and moved down to the south, Africa, which is currently South Africa and Namibia, right? But I would say that proximity to the Horn in North Africa. If you guys have been in Morocco, you can literally see Spain. Spain's right there in front of your face. North Africa and especially the Horn of Africa and more so East Africa is especially by the Red Sea. There's more proximity to the Middle East, to Eurasia, to Europe. And then if you later on during the empires like the Egyptian Empire or the Aksumite Empire with the Ethiopians, they have extensive trade. Like the Axumites had
Yeah.
extensive trade with the Romans, with the Greeks. Actually, you can find Aksumite coins in Greece, and Greek coins in Aksumite. They had a very good relationship. And if you pass the Ethiopians to the east, there's the Indian Ocean, which Ethiopians had extensive trade for over 2,000 years with the Indians as well.
Or
Well,
or the Swahili, for example, right?
or
More
the Swahili
recently.
nations,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
With the
Swahili nations, yeah.
Persian and Oman and India. Yeah.
Yeah, but remember, Swahili is a mix of Arabic and Bantu, mixture. It's not holistically. It's like I would say a hybrid language. It's not, that's why there's pushback a lot of days now. People are like, well, this is kind of Arabic. So when you hear from like let's make this one East African federation, like, well, it's kind of mixed in. So, it depends who you ask. But
Well, genetically, they found now that was David Reich in Harvard, which actually reinforces the oral tradition and refutes the external European anthropology theories of the 20th century. That, in fact, like when you look at the Y haplogroups of the Swahili, they're like 75+% Oman, Iran, and minor Indian uh, admixture, right? Which is what the Swahili have always claimed. But
remember,
the
Swahili came from the not to cut you off. Remember the trans-Saharan slave trade. That's what made that happen, right? So you remember the Arabs were going into the Mozambique and those ports and there was slavery going on, right? And so when they're and they enslaved white people too. That's where Salvik, the Salvik people came from the term slave, right? So they were enslaved white people too, right? But that's where that mixture of indigenous languages and Arabic came. Obviously, you're going to share, languages over time, right? Just by contact, obviously. So that's what birthed that.
but there is a unique quality of the Swahili versus the surrounding populations more in the interior, right? And
Some
it's
of
the
their
it's
indigenous
the
languages. Yeah.
I mean languages and genetics both, and it's the port of entry being on the coast and the practice of trade and marriage, right? This is what happened, and it was fairly unique to the Swahili. It wasn't as much a admixture event, progressively through the interior of Africa to the coast, but rather from the coast in this case. And
Yeah.
that's why you find a distinction genetically in the Swahili versus other, regional populations.
Well, yeah. Like I said, they had closer contact to your Eurasian populations.
Exactly. Yeah.
So of course, I mean, that's why I say people like, you can't. People like to like say, what a Like when anybody, if you ever guys get a chance to really visit Africa, and just whether you study it from from afar and actually go there and just just go, it's just very interesting how different the people really are and how really diverse the languages, the genetics, and also the I mean the ways of life. I mean they even have, there's even matriarchal societies, like in Kenya there's a matriarchal society where no men are allowed. It's just women. So it was very interesting. And like so like it's like you just can't put one like marker on it, because you just see different things sprouting, and even now.
Oh yeah,
um
Africa's the most diverse place on earth.
yeah, period. Yeah, like so that
Yeah, period.
that's why I was just like, man, I mean, it just, even amongst the Amazigh in North Africa, you know, because the Amazigh, they're the inhabitants to North Africa, right? But remember, it was uh, Levantines came, and then what was the so Phoenicians and the Syrians, right? And then what was it? The Greeks, the Romans, was Macedonians, was then after was the Byzantines, was that Persians, Arab Caliphates, Ottomans, British, everybody came. The Spanish came. I mean, it's like so North Africa has been re-engineered so many times just by proximity to Europe, colonization, conquest, and over time it's changed its population. But the Amazigh are still there. They're the indigenous people of North Africa, right? Nobody's disputing that. But it's even the Amazigh, and if you compare ancient tribes like the Khoisan, the San people, and the Twa people, it's very interesting. And like when you really study them, it just creates a whole nother meaning, and we can still learn from these cultures. I mean, because it tells something about our past, right? That
Yeah.
right. So
You mentioned the West African populations being relatively isolated over a period of time, but I wonder how long that actually was, because if you the current kind of West African population is sourced primarily through migration events and admixture events in relatively recent times. The Bantu expansion and
yeah,
the
that's
the
only five
loss of
thousand years ago. That's
yeah,
only five
5,000,
thousand years ago.
exactly, 5,000 years ago, because before that you had the Green Sahara, right? You had a period of several thousand years, maybe 8 to 4,000 years ago, of the Green Sahara, where this was easily navigated. And what you find, you do find inflows and outflows. Actually, the expansion of haplogroup E into West Africa and South Africa is corresponds with the end of, primarily with the end of the Green Sahara, say 4,000 BC or so. A and B would have been the primary. We think. I mean, we don't have, the problem is for Africa right now is the Western centric concentration of genetic samples of ancient peoples, not in Africa, but also the geography, the acidic soil and stuff, making it harder for samples to be preserved. But they're out there, and the technology is getting to the point where they can just vacuum the dirt around what they know was a buried individual, and acquire the DNA that way, or through jewelry and other things like this. So hopefully there's a lot more work done there, because that's way more important information and understanding people, I think, than say Europe. But the part of the Green Sahara, I mean, you see haplogroup R, which is derives from Central Asia, which is the overwhelming haplogroup of modern day male Europeans. There's a really old haplogroup R um, that predates the mass expansion of haplogroup R into Europe. This is maybe 8,000, kind of at the beginning of the Green Sahara. West Chad and Ireland have the highest percentages of haplogroup R in the world. And so that's an example of Eurasian migration into essentially Central Africa, Central North Africa during the Green Sahara period. So, there was while the rivers tended to flow to the Mediterranean, there's no doubt that for North Africa, for example, there were because people have legs, there was migration and admixture as well from West Africa, haplogroup E, especially into North Africa. But even A, like there's an A00 haplogroup, which is kind of OG haplogroup
That's
that's
the
found in
oldest.
an
Yeah.
that's the oldest. In the ancient, there's an ancient sample of it in central Bulgaria, dated 8,000 BC. So people were definitely getting around. Um,
No, yeah, people were getting from Europe. I saw that with Chad and Ireland. You mentioned I had seen that before. That's interesting. When it comes to you mentioned about studies, a lot of the anthropological and a lot of the let's just say the funding is just not there, unfortunately, and it would have to do because it would tell more about the human story just on a broader timeline if we just because obviously we do know. I think most scientists can agree that humans did start in Africa, right. So but the thing is how are we going to be able to understand more of that story if we know there's more genetic diversity there and there's more identifiers and markers there. Well, we already have done some research there, but it's like you know part of working with African governments and working with actually making funding available, budget available for that is something that that needs to be. I mean, if we really want to
yeah,
understand it, because
exactly. It's woefully
I mean, it's
inadequate at
very
the moment.
it's underfunded, very underfunded.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, and they are doing some. There's been some really interesting studies. I mean, there's some wild theories going on now. I mean, the oldest Homo sapiens sample we have is a woman, a female sample in South Morocco, dated
yeah, that's the
to
new
like
one. Yeah,
I don't know, it's like 300,000, 200, 300,000 years ago,
three hundred
300,000, I
thousand,
think.
300,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's the oldest example we have. But David Reich, and I'm not going to say I completely understand this. I'm not sure he does, but he's working on a new paper about non-African populations. He thinks now that instead of Eurasian populations being Homo sapien with minor Neanderthal admixture, that they're rather Neanderthals with heavy Homo sapien admixture.
interesting. That's his new theory.
Yeah, that's the new thing. That's what David Reich is quite certain that this is what happened, which is kind of throws everything on his head. Some of the other new deep genetic studies, and it involves a lot of African samplings of modern populations and what ancient samples we do have. That there were multiple lines that diverge and exist independent of each other with admixture events over over 150,000 years. But it isn't necessarily just a clean tree, right, with things branching off.
Yeah, of course,
Um,
it's not black and white, right?
mhm.
But
So it's
what
getting
I'm
a lot
saying
more
is,
complicated.
what makes you think he got to that premise? Like, what made you think he led him to that? Did you go deeper?
Well, it's only he's been dropping hints in interviews of late, and so it is something he's looking into right now. So there isn't any formal papers. I think that he's in the process of building that at the moment. But he's been suggesting this as as he thinks is likely. He doesn't go into great detail. I mean, he'll spend 5 minutes on it because he's talking about other things. But he is teasing it out there, and apparently they're working on it at Harvard at the moment. So and there's other archaic human. I mean, it was like Lord of the Rings back in the day. There was obviously hominoids that were spread out around the world. There's a lot of evidence now to suggest that there were hominoids in the Western Hemisphere pre Bering Strait crossing. They have hominoid footprints in New Mexico that they discovered that date at least to 24,000 years ago, that predate the Ice Age, right, in the Bering Strait crossing. So um, and there's evidence, there's Neanderthal and Denisovan. There's a new archaic humanoid they've recently discovered in China, and like actual bones. And they haven't mapped the genome yet, but they're working on that. And then there's also quote unquote ghost population that they measure in African, sub-Saharan African populations as well. And so there was obviously various hominoids that we admixed with, different populations admixed with at different times, at different concentrations. Like he makes the point, like when you take a DNA test, if you're Asian, for example, if you're of Eurasian descent, you'll find, in East Asia, it's, about 2% Denisovan. In Western Eurasia, it is about 2% Neanderthal. And so the assumption would be, oh, well, there was this minor um, admixture event. We have just a little bit of Neanderthal. So we had a little bit of Neanderthal ancestry. But actually, what Reich is saying is like, no, actually, it like 20, maybe even more than 20% of all Eurasian ancestors were archaic humanoids. It's just that through genetic selection, in subsequent generations after admixture events between Homo sapiens and archaic humanoids, the traits and the genes were shed, and so we're left with 2%, which nature has deemed advantageous to keep. But in fact, it wasn't that 2% of our ancestry is Neanderthal. It's actually more like 20-30%. And in other populations, it's higher, like the Denisovan admixture in some northern Filipino populations and Papua New Guinea are much, much higher than that 2% that they still have. There are populations in West Africa where, in some Yoruba tribes, where the ghost archaic human population admixture is more to the tune of 19%, not 2%. So yeah, there's a lot of question marks, but they got to do the research. I think Africa and the subcontinent, kind of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, that's where there's like huge gaps, and a lot of the most compelling questions involve these regions. So if anyone has got money and has is tapped into genetic research,
And has a rich
please,
family member that can fund it.
yeah, please allocate your resources in those places, please, because that's where we desperately need more information, especially Africa, because it is the granddaddy. It's the OG. It's going to give
I would
us
even argue
the most relevant.
it's still I would even argue it's almost like a virgin. We haven't even really touched the surface, like of how much thing we can really study. We haven't really, because remember I told you how I noticed it was very underfunded when I was talking to this anthropologist. Like this was like 2 years ago, and he was telling me how the amount of money we get, right? Even if governments spent like 1% of their GDP, right, or 0.5%, he said, we'd be able to do massive, cover massive, of developments. But he said it's just the laziness and the, some of the political, uneasiness amongst governments, and obviously other geopolitical reasons why they don't do it. But I mean, if people would put their egos aside, and and just kind of like actually be, you know well invested into the human condition, I think we could get farther. I mean, it's just it would help us from human civilization point of perspective. I don't see why not.
Oh yeah, and like how there's the health benefits, and I mean there's all sorts of stuff. And I think we have a yearning as people to understand where we came from. You know, it's just built into us to I know a lot of people there are people that are dismissive of this, like they're like, why does it matter, who cares,
Especially like
this
the
sort of
religious
stuff.
folks, yeah.
Well, and some of the social constructionists, like people who think it's all nurture and no nature. A lot of
uh
these people tend to become defensive and sort of dismissive of the idea of like, why should we even care about any of this? You hear it from those folks as well. But also, yeah, religious people who I think are some religious people who may be sensitive to um, origin myths and being questioned and proven wrong or whatever.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there are some people like, let's focus on the here and now. Yesterday doesn't matter. You're right. There's those type of people. And there's people like, listen, I'm worried about my economic conditions today. I'm not worried about yesterday. Like today, like these bills are
Right.
high. Like my kid needs to go to school. Like this and that. There was just a mass shooting here. No, the CEO just got killed. Like they're thinking about like, let's talk about this.
Yeah,
It's like,
they're also the type of people that are like, why are we spending any money on space, right? Like there's
yeah,
all,
yeah.
it's so
He's like,
they don't it's myopic. I would consider it myopic. I don't mean to be a derogatory thing because I think there's a lot of value and there's potency to their argument, but I think they're missing uh maybe the spirit of like the undiscovered country and the possibilities, of the unforeseen thing and stuff like I don't know stuff like that. But I mean, there's the odd person, I guess, that is about like leaving the group and going to the next valley to see what is there, and those that are saying let us not leave this place. Like why should we?
and there's a like historically there has been a consistent, let's just say, human behavior that consists of people being comfortable where they are. People don't like the unknown, right? People. We see humans are scared of, like, you see the everyday person scared of like death, right? Death. Why, that's why we're so infatuated by death, because like it's the unknown, right? That's why God is so interesting as well, because it's the unknown. I can't touch it. I can't. Well, people say they can feel it. I guess spiritually, that's what people say. But I can't taste it. I can't smell it. So now people say that, yeah, hey, there's some. They try to make, well, science doesn't say God is not real. But I guess you can say, all the universe can be God. People like to make different type of theories, their whatever their hypothesis may be, but I will say this, regardless, we like to, ponder in the unknown, but then we also like to be, like, kind of like have a stick in the pond, like sort of say, like just far enough, not get too close. People are unfortunately fearful of the unknown, and they feel like, well, this is what I know, right? So this is my human
Yeah,
condition,
the
right?
assuredness of yeah,
Exactly.
putting the existential dread to bed and
Right. Exactly.
creating some sort of framework of certainty for
Yeah.
comfort, because we love our comfort.
Right.
What do the ladies think? I mean, I've been here for, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes. I haven't heard uh from the ladies. I guess we've moved on from Luigi, the Dark Triad, Chad. But what do y'all think? Or don't, whatever. Don't let
Well,
Thing.
excuse me, I missed a lot of this last part. I was unloading the car and doing some things, but generally speaking, when it comes to uh, like our history through genetics, like I find it really interesting. I haven't gotten nearly as into it as you have, Adam, but I always like listening to it. But the there must have been something specific that you guys were talking about in terms of countries investing their GDP into this kind of thing, and I missed that part, so I can't speak to that.
Well, Kelly, what we do know is that being saved from Irish admixture is a great benefit.
Oh, I don't think that you know this. Some really bad news.
I know you're
Um,
not Irish. You're right.
no, no, I recently the 2% recently like came back to my profile, so
welcome,
pretty
welcome
pretty
back to the
upset about
tribe.
this.
La Fela Podrick live, Kelly.
Listen, but it may be true that 2% of it's there, but I think that 2% was definitely Protestant.
A gin drinker, not a Guinness drinker. I gotcha. I gotcha. Though forced conversion, Kelly, sure, assuredly. Like, I mean, Catholic at heart, Protestant
Listen, I think
by force.
we can all acknowledge that everyone can imagine me throwing some kind of Molotov cocktail over a wall. So, it is what it is.
Well, do you like the cranberries?
I feel like this is a really unfair question to ask someone.
Is that a group or actually the fruit,
No,
I mean,
no, not the not
I'm
like the like linger.
yeah, like I'm
The
Gen
the
X. Like
band.
it's just you can't. I'm Gen X. Like I'm obviously already generationally predisposed to liking them.
Oh, so this is a nurture argument. Okay. I thought you were better than this, Kelly.
Hey, I'm not. I'm just saying that it's true that that 2% could make me like them a little more, but God damn it.
that's what she said. I can't believe it. God damn it.
No, I mean, I think most people probably understand that this is mostly a troll on my part, uh, because I mean, because of the story of like grandmother uh, telling me I was Irish, but then also talking about how much she hated our people. No, I was always very proud to be Irish, although I did wear orange, not green, on St. Patrick's Day.
All right, we've heard from the women. Now we can move on.
Just because it was one woman doesn't mean we've heard from them all.
Are you sure? Are you sure you wanted? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
She might speak for a lot of them, but that doesn't mean.
I don't know about that. I think most, I don't know that most women would always agree with me on a lot of this.
Uh, we could talk about P's genetic predisposition to corn, being a loyal resident of Iowa.
Why do you
Someone
want
I
to
ring?
think
know about that?
I'm just trolling. I'm sorry.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
fine.
hear. I just heard Iowa, and then I was on
Exactly. I was going to say
TikTok.
we could discuss P's genetic predisposition to corn as a loyal resident of Iowa.
No, come on. This is a kind of show Canadian chauvinism. So Paige, I sent you photos of food from my trip. I don't know if you can see them. I don't even know if my
Yeah,
Instagram account is like visible. So
yeah.
yeah,
No, I
but
saw them. I liked them actually,
yeah,
and
the salad is good. The salad was really good, even though it's just like the set menu at the hotel.
oh, nice. And some steak and fries.
Yeah, and
Looks
then yeah, and
delicious.
that was the set menu was steak freaked with, the German red cabbage thing that they like. So, which I like too.
So, how was your first day?
Oh, it was a long day, right? It was a
Yeah,
very
you're
long
still up.
day.
So, did you sleep a little bit?
Yes, I slept a little bit, and then I went to dinner. So, yeah, but I got to the airport, and then I just got right on the train and got the hell out of the airport, So I
Wait,
didn't
Jason,
stay.
are you in the old world now?
Yeah, I'm in the old world, yeah. So, and pretty soon I'll be in the very old world, Jerusalem.
Mazel
Just,
tov.
yeah, Mazel Tov, thanks. So that will be very old. Um, yep. But I'm gonna post food photos, and I'll probably get rid of all
Fuck.
of them. But for a few like weeks, for a few weeks, you guys will be able to follow my trip and see various snacks that I'm eating on my Instagram. But then my Instagram, then it will all get deleted.
You're not driving, are you, Jason? Because when I heard about the terrorist attack in Germany, I thought for a moment that you may have just made a wrong turn and forgot which pedal was brake and which was
Oh no.
gas.
Yeah, I guess actually I can drive in Israel, but I don't know that I can drive in Germany. Apparently, with an American license, you can just drive in Israel. It's fine. Doesn't matter. So,
Based.
okay, everybody, time for me to go to bed. See you around.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Night night.
Jason is like the only responsible uh like a clubhouse user when it comes to sleep patterns.
He practices Clubhouse in moderation.
What else we got here, guys? I think we've run its course. Polygamy seems miserable. We got people in the chat saying polygamy is healthy and not miserable. To each their own, I
I
guess.
just said it seems miserable. It was more of a joke that wasn't explained, but um I don't know. I feel like having one wife would probably suck, and having many would just suck that many times over.
Well, there's definitely more sucking going on, Kelly. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
I guess to each their own, man. Let people live the way you want to be. I guess they're gonna
It
do it
was a
anyway.
good discussion.
Yeah, it was really good, especially once we got past the differences between promiscuity and
Yeah,
like social engineering. Yeah.
yeah, they're really very different things.
I'm not gonna lie, that was funny, Kelly, earlier when he said what was that guy's name, Mumia? Well, he was like cursing is a masculine trait, and you just let it off on him. That was hilarious. That was funny.
Yeah. I like I don't know. I mean, I'm the first to be okay with these kinds of conversations about stereotypes and expectations, whatever, but uh it just that was just it was just weird. Uh but I think we were pretty cordial after that.
Yeah, yeah, it got back on track. It was just kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, this is a
Ro-
good conversation. Oh, go ahead.
Rohan, Rohan.
Good day.
Um,
Hi, good
how
to
how
see
are
you
the
again.
orgies in Australia down under?
Never better. Bit of Captain Kangaroo oil. Yeah, and we're just banging away. That's the way it is.
Captain Kangaroo oil. Now,
Yeah,
does
yeah,
that have a
yeah.
distinct musk? Like, is there a kangaroo scent or something?
Dude, that's really weird that you're asking about kangaroo musk. Oh, but that's okay. Hey, Cal. Hey, P. Adam. Geez,
What's up,
Jason.
bro?
He's gone. Okay, you're.
Are you just now awake? You have to be.
No, been away for a while. I'm gearing up to head away again. It was my third trip in the last week and a half. I've had lots on.
Does it ever get normal that like the holiday season is like it's like 30 degrees and you're out avoiding sharks in the ocean? Like, does that ever get weird?
That's no. This is life for us. Like the end of the year is when the summer, the sun comes out and we're out enjoying ourselves. And yeah, absolutely. It's not a bit like it's never been about having snow or things being freezing cold.
So does like Santa Claus
Yeah.
is Santa Claus in a Speedo and the children are sitting on his lap? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. Look, Santa Claus, where I come from, is in a mankini. Okay, so he's gone a step further over here. It's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
like
No,
how wide is the reach, or how pervasive is like the kind of American marketing for Christmas narrative? Like do you guys still have things where it's like a fireplace and like like snow capped, like I don't know, eaves on
yeah, it's
homes? I mean, do you get
stupid.
any of that?
It's like, yeah, we still get the red clad white beard, big fat man. Um,
Do you
sort of
have
Yeah,
down the
only the
chimney side sort
children
of
are
thing.
fat in
We've got,
Australia.
yeah, pretty
Rowan? Do you
much.
have Christmas
It's true.
trees?
Yeah. Well, I don't. It's not
No,
something
but
I
I
do.
mean,
But
people
I've got
people have.
friends who do, and yeah, people have got
Wow.
Christmas trees. Absolutely. But the whole thing about, like, I don't know, it's been fully imported from America. But I don't know. It's for me. It look. I mean, it's a great opportunity for people to be able to get together with family and eat, and then eat again, then eat again, then buy lots of goodies and presents, what have you.
You feel like
Um,
America imposed it on you?
hey.
You feel like America imposed their culture on you?
Look, I mean, I don't know whether it's being Australia, whether it's being Jewish. It's like, look, the carols have got like slightly better, and like it used to be, the carols used to be on radio and TV and commercials and stuff like that all the time, which drive me absolutely freaking nuts. But I get it. It's a great time of the year for everybody else to, you know, to be able to gather around and get family around. I know, look,
Christmas
and it's
bonuses, all that.
very different, like in America, in general, compared to that of Australia. Like when families, well, I hear of situations in America where the kids literally they leave home at the age of 17, 18. They go off to college, and you've got one, you've got parents living in one state and another child in another state, another child in another state, and so forth. Um, in Australia, we don't sort of get that. So fun, I think, probably find it's probably worthwhile having. I don't know, finding out really what the facts are on this. But families in Australia sort of tend to be a lot closer geographically, in any case, and less dispersed than that in America. So, I can see that, you know, the celebration for or a time of the year is, a very strong part of the time of the year for families get together in America is around about Christmas time and Thanksgiving and what have you.
Well, they
And
let us leave the country here in America. So
come on, Cal, bring it on. You can do better than that, for Christ's sake. That's amateur. We're all just waiting for the next COVID 22, whatever it's going to be called, 25. It's got to be coming out next year for sure. Come on.
You know it's 2025, right?
Yeah, I know, but like COVID-19, mostly happened
Right, because it
during
started in
2020 in
2019.
any case. Yeah,
Yeah, but it
Monkeypox 20
started in 2019.
yeah, well,
or
wasn't
bird flu.
really thing.
Bird flu is catching on.
Hello, guys. Is it popcorn style here, or can I engage with the topic here?
Yeah, we're talking about popcorn, whichever type of popcorn you prefer. Let's go.
yeah, you could jump in with whatever you were going to say.
Nah, I mean it's like I just want to engage with the topic here. It's like there was a guy in the chat. It's like he said, "Polygamy it is healthy." Well, polygamy is associated with mental health problems and social problems, lower academic achievement, low self-esteem, and higher rates of anxiety and depression for the children. Uh, I mean, it's like I really don't understand the culture that allow men to marry multiple wives, which is lead to very high level of crime, violence, and sexism and sexual racism. So which parts like is healthy? I really don't get it.
I think it all depends on the society, because what works in one area what might not work in another, right? So, like for example, when you look at polygamous relationships in East Africa, or we talk about West Africa, right, and just the whole continent. Some of the higher prevalence of crime you're talking about in some of these tribes, they don't really have that issue. So depending on the environment, the culture, and how they go about things, it's just not all one size fits all. So I usually don't try to paint a broad brush on polygamous or monogamous, because it really depends on the culture, the tradition of the society, and the landscape and the geographical location they're at. All these make differential reasons why they would do something and then why they wouldn't do something. So you know.
And if I may ask, it's like where the hell is like polygamy came from in the first to begin with? I mean, the religion perspective.
Well, they've both kind of always been here. There wasn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, it all depends. You know what you're talking about.
And in which society polygamy is like succeed? If you don't.
Well, I mentioned. Oh, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I mentioned some cultures. So we talked about Africa, but Africa. If you want to talk about Africa, we mentioned some Bantu tribes, which in West Africa, for example. I mean, it works well for them. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really, it's when we try to say, well, this is wrong, this is right. It's all a matter of the lifestyle of the people, right? I mean, ethics is it can be, what's the word? It can be subjective, right? Depending on the society, you know, well, whichever you think is morally the right compass might be different in other societies, right? So I mentioned, like, specifically about when you talk about polygamous relationships, for example, I mentioned, like I said, Bantu tribes, or there was, and this is pre, Abrahamic, right? But even within Abrahamic, that had the Mali and Songhai Empire, but these two were like Muslim empires, right, in West Africa. But then before that they also still had that context where I mentioned the Bantu-speaking populations, sub-Saharan Africa, and they this is the ability to make multiple wives, which is often connected to wealth and status and dowry, like cattle and land ownership, and it's determined by their capacity to support larger families, and this is supported. But one example would be, like, for example, the Zulu tribe, the Zulu people. Long before external influences, they did practice polygamy, and matter of fact, King Shaka Zulu's lineage arose from this tradition, right? So, and this practice is supported by agricultural and communal life. We mentioned I mentioned Niger Congo cultures, such as the Akan and the Yoruba, which do have polygamy, which is common. They also, I mean, even amongst the Igbo as well, and they have chiefs and leaders often having multiple wives to expand familial networks and alliances and family structures. For example, like Yoruba leaders and Yoruba men, they'll take multiple wives to strengthen political ties amongst each other, amongst their subclans within their community, and these wives played vital roles in managing, basically the household and economic activities, right, in their human condition. So, and I mentioned, Nilotic tribes, and these are predominant. This is found in East Africa. Nilotic coming from the Nile Valley people who settle along the Nile Valley, and so these are indigenous to East Africa, and groups like the Maasai. You probably heard of Maasai. They're the ones who can jump really high, and they're found in Kenya for the most part. A little bit in Ethiopia, mostly in Kenya. The Dinka found in South Sudan. The newer Anuak found in Ethiopia and South Sudan, and a little bit of Uganda. And so, viewing marriage as a communal and economic arrangement, as they view this polygamous relationship being practiced. And the man's wealth, is often measured by cattle's and cattle and wives, which both contribute to the community's prosperity and longevity. So they and that's how they structured their society, and it's worked for them. But it doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody, right? So that's what I'm saying. It all depends on the culture, the society, and what they want to do. So me, I don't say monogamous or polygamous is wrong. It really depends on the society and how they go about it, and and if they choose to. I mean, and if it works for them, it works for. If it does it? I mean, there's no right or wrong answer in this. Is what I'm trying to say. You know, we do both in the human condition.
Look, from what I've read and understood, the word polygamy is in a lot of circles been replaced with ethical non-monogamy. Is that your experience as well?
Say it again. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
So the experience that I'm having more recently, in more recent years, is that polygamy has been replaced with the terminology ethical non-monogamy. Is that something that you've come across as well?
Ethical mon. I mean, I think I've seen something about that, but I don't know. I think that must be something more new. I think for most people do wholeheartedly just accept these two phrases, right? I think people can like sugar down, water it down or whatever as much as they can, but it is what it is. I think the better we are to like accept it, because people are gonna do what they're gonna do anyway, even in Western society, just because it's certain institutions. Like I think somebody mentioned earlier, just because the state, or just because the government, for example, in the United States, they will have just because the Senate and the House, they don't pass a bill, about a polygamous relationship being, or the Supreme Court making it the land of the law, doesn't mean it's not going to be that it's not going to happen. People are going to do polygamous relationships regardless. And I think what was that one guy who was in here saying, well, if during the Obama presidency, if they were to allow gay marriage, why not allow polygamous relationships? So, I mean, I mean, people are still going to do what they're going to do. So, I guess the argument would be, why not legalize it if people are going to still do it anyway, right? I'm not, I'm.
Well, no, there's this, but I hear what you're saying, but let's just we like if we're gonna discuss this
Mhm.
in the kind of way that like acknowledges the suggestions that people are making or the claims, like Melissa's point about um, the outcomes with certain societies. Like we can acknowledge that you have like polycules, polygamy, whatever you want to refer to it, outside of like government sanction, but there's a difference between having things occur because they naturally occur versus like the social engineering in a place and the benefits of that. Um, and we can also say that, sure, culturally, polygamy may be successful in some places where it might not be in others, but it doesn't mean that we have to pretend like the downsides don't still exist. Like, I think that there are like pretty negative correlations with polygamy. I think we can be honest and say that. Now, does do some of these things are some of these issues maybe hand in hand with like how do I put this? Maybe it's cultural and it's not about the polygamy, but certain cultures that prefer polygamy over monogamy, just are more likely to have, I don't know, certain situations for women occur, whatever. Like we can acknowledge that it doesn't all have to come down to the kinds of families that we have, but I do think that we're ignoring what it means for a state to incentivize a certain type of family if we pretend like because polygamous relationships occur outside of that, that somehow there's just nothing negative or positive about any particular type of relationship. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the cultural and like the cultural normative is meaningful.
My
Plus,
question
I
here
mean,
is the
Yeah.
Mormon community and Toby, who's I think his name's Toby. He's on like the channel on like TV, AMC or something, or one of those learning channel things with his polygamy family, and each of the wives has their own house with their own kids. but four of them were together. There was a fifth property. The one moved out of the property, and like her sons don't want to be in it, but he's raised the family, and they've all have their different houses and all that right there in the compound. He goes between one wife and everything. I believe his name is Toby. I can't remember, but the
But who
Mormons are
cares about
famous for
Toby?
that.
What's the broad? What's your
Well,
like?
I'm
Tie
saying it's the
Toby
one
into
thing.
the broad
I
conversation.
think it's Washington State kind of. I thought allowed it. I might be wrong. I forget what state they live um, in the U.S. But they're the ones kind of promoting this on TV and to allow this to continue to go on TV and have these things. We're talking about polygamy and being normalized, and there it is for people to watch how these families get along or these wives get
No, that's
along
what
and
that.
do
So,
their
I
thing.
mean, that's a different context in terms of what's normalized. I guess I get your point, but anyways.
anyways, I have
So
to
the
say
way
I agree with what Kelly said earlier, and also I don't think there's very many people doing this. I mean, people keep saying people are going to do it anyways. Very few people in the U.S. do this. I mean, it's like incredibly small numbers. So I don't think people are going to keep doing it. I think there's a small number of people that might be interested in this lifestyle, but it's very small. And where we see it, it's what many people would call a cult, and you have the religious head, or the leader is practicing it for
Uh,
himself.
I'll
And
agree. That's kind of the Mormon church, sort of. They promote that stuff.
Why don't we
so
just
the
lift the
fact that
ban
you're
and
showing Toby
not
is proven.
let the not have the government decide how many people can be married in a let's say a marriage, and let people decide and choose and decide for
Yeah,
Okay,
themselves.
exactly. Let
so
people do them.
so let's discuss this a second. First of all, the fact that Toby is being called Toby and you're talking about him
It's
is
sister
proving
wives.
Euro's point. But to Hanson's point, the way our laws are written today, there is no law against. I mean, there might be laws on the books, but no one will stop you from having a polygamous relationship. And the way our laws are written of the ones that do affect marriage, there is no methodology of multiple marriages. You can't file a tax return with three people. There's only married filing jointly and single or married filing. Like there is no such concept. You can't have there are no dying interstate, which means you die without a will of multiple wives. So they're just the laws are just not there to sanction it by the state. So whatever you want to talk about a Bergerfeld or first of all, there's no legal justification to say that your constitutional rights are being violated by not allowing you to marry two people, as
Well,
opposed
he's
to
married to five sister wives. It's
but that's
called
Okay,
sister
irrelevant.
cool,
The point
cool.
wives.
is,
Please stop. Yeah, just let
the point is
people finish.
there is no methodology to get to where you want to go. And if you just say it should be legal, it pretty much is legal already. It's just not accepted in the culture.
Well, that's different, right? And tax wise, you can have the spouse, multiple spouses getting the same tax treatment. So
You
you
can
basically
write
you are
those laws, but they
uh,
don't exist today.
what? Say again?
You can write new laws, but today there is no such law.
That's
So
what I'm
if you
saying. That's what I'm
okay, so
saying.
you're
We need to
saying is
change the law to treat them equally.
no, but that's not changing law treatment. That's writing new laws. I mean, the way the tax code
Yeah,
is written today, there's multiple examples. But if you live in a home for 2 out of the last 5 years, if you're single, you get a $250,000 tax deduction when you sell the home. If you're married, you get a 500,000. There's no law to have three people that get 750. Just the law's
that's
just not there.
exactly what I'm saying. They
But
should
you're
be
not
treated equally.
suggesting. No, it shouldn't. But you're
Yeah,
but you're suggesting
why not?
rewriting the entire because it's not good for society. So this
How is it
so
not good for society?
we'll get to that in a second. It's not good for society. Therefore, there's no reason why Congress should sit down and rewrite the laws because someone might want to marry a third person. Now, if your argument is the state shouldn't come in and break up that marriage, we're already there in our society. But you want Congress to write laws that give an advantage tax wise that they end up paying less taxes as a
No, I'm
community.
not saying that they
And
should
why?
get an advantage. I mean, I'm saying that the one man, one woman marriage should not get extra advantage. That's what I'm saying. They should be
So,
treated equally.
as of today, there is a tax advantage to being married. Those laws may change. We're rewriting the tax code this year. that may change to some degree. But the point is, if you want to add a third person into the mix, that's a new code. You have to rewrite the tax code,
Yeah,
and there's no
but
reason to do that.
Why
yeah,
when you
exactly.
Wait,
can
That's
write
hold,
what
off
you
cool,
guys are
cool,
five?
equals.
cool. Stop. Hold on. Cool. Stop. Hold on. Hanson here. So to the point you just made about tax law, there is not a disadvantage to polygamous relationships as long as the that there is a marriage within this family unit, because they're going to be able to have the same $500,000 write-off as any other married group. They just don't get additional advantages for having an additional spouse.
What about if you have a kid as a dependent? Do you get the extra and then the just
You already
the
only allow one parent to take the
couple?
dependency.
Sorry, say again.
You already only allow one parent to take the dependency,
Yeah, I mean,
and there's
this is the
No.
thing.
tiebreaker
Like,
laws.
if you if wives that aren't like, if their marriage is not sanctioned by the state, like you have a polygamous relationship, you have one wife that is like married in the courts, and then you have additional women that you see as wives. I mean, I imagine that you can even have circumstances where they're at an advantage in terms of benefits because they don't have a husband, because depending on who claims these children, things like that. But children, yeah, like the children are claimed regardless. It doesn't, like, the structure of the family is not going to change the fact that one person can claim them.
So I don't quite understand. You're saying that the you can choose one of your wives to be the legal wife and then the other to be the whatever legal dependent. Is that what you're saying? And then they're
Usually the
treated the same.
guardians of the other children. That's how it goes. But polygamy just won't work in the West because the culture is not applicable for these type of things. I'll just say
Well,
that.
culture, I mean, culture changes, and
I
I don't
know
see
because I
the
come from a
legal, at
polygamous
least I don't
culture.
see the
That's why.
logical
That's why I'm
argument.
just saying in point blank period. It wouldn't work out that well. That's what all I'm really trying to say. The
I
laws
mean,
make it where it's very difficult for it to work out in a full way that actually makes sense for all parties involved.
No,
It
I don't,
can to an
yeah,
extent.
what's
so
the
so
difficulty?
cultures can change when people want to do it, but there's no mass demand for polygamy in the
Exactly.
West. So
But what if it's like, if we look to polygamy negatively, and it seems like polygamy negatively is like impacts the family unit, and constrains children to have weak and less objective coping strategies than the counterparts living monogamous families. I mean, it's like the study finding uh, the experience of monogamous families lead to negative outcomes such as poor family communication, lack of family and cohesion, and culture of conflict, and feelings of
Musa, I want to ask you.
deprivation.
I want to ask you a
Go on,
question.
man.
Whereabouts are these surveys being taken? Where's the research being done? Is it in Western society in general, or those surveys that you're talking about, like from specific areas where polygamy is actually something that is culturally more acceptable?
This research is like taken from Middle East, to be honest here, and
Well, I mean,
there's
if
there's the whole shit where they started the whole shit.
so, if we can accept uh, two men into marriage and two women into marriage, why not one man and two women, or M men, W women?
Okay, I tried this
it's not the
myself,
It's
same
Hanson,
gonna.
thing.
because
Can
two.
I say my point of view on it? Really, what's gonna happen? It's gonna be happening where a lot of these women are gonna probably go towards men who have a lot of resources, and a lot more men are not gonna be able to have spouses. The same with vice versa. So that's what's gonna probably happen. It's gonna shrink down the dating pool massively, and that's why I think it's one of the reasons as well. It would contribute to that.
Well, to answer Hanson's question, I tried before. You two can equal two no matter how you break up those two. So without getting into what we think of Obergefell, if a man can marry a woman, the laws will slide straight into two men or two women. Once you add a third person into the mix, you got to rewrite all the laws. That's a very different thing. That can't be done by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, well,
And there's no
we
legal structure
will.
for it because there's no constitutional problem with it. So the argument of Obergefell was a guy's husband died, and he said, I should get to inherit it without paying the inheritance tax like other spouses. So I'm being penalized. And the court agreed with him. There is no place to say you're being penalized because no one can have a third spouse, no matter what the sex makeup of the three are.
Why
So
not? I
there's
mean,
no
we've
mechanism.
rewritten laws for gay marriages. Why not
No, we
rewrite the laws
didn't.
for the
because it's
Okay, I don't
against
know
the
why you're
law.
not
marriages?
I don't know
But
why you're not
Hanson,
understanding this.
Hanson,
So
Hanson, I
Hanson,
think you're missing the point of the, and I'm going to hand this right to you, Euro. I
yeah,
think what you're missing here is that like social engineering is meant to have a purpose. It's meant to incentivize certain behaviors that are seen as good for a society, a culture, a state, whatever. And I think one would have to make a case for introducing polygamy as a state sanctioned like way to make a family and be able to show that it would be advantageous. And that's what I think the difference is here. But you came in later, so I wanted to like kind of backtrack a little bit to make that point. But Euro, go ahead.
no, I was going to say the same thing. So I don't know why there's people keep saying that, because there's gay marriage, then it follows that there should be polygamous marriages. I don't think it follows at all. There's a big difference between two people and three or four or five people. And the argument that was made and was accepted by the courts is that a gay person, if you deny them of marriage, then you are denying them the equal rights that other people have to marry. And marriage is still understood as between two people. So
Well,
yes, it's
it
different.
changed. Originally, it's for one man and one woman. Now you could become they change it to two people. So
Yeah,
if
Right.
you
Yes,
change
but
but
to
here's the
from
Hanson,
point.
one man and
Hanson,
one woman to two people, then we can change it to three.
Okay,
What's the
So
Hanson,
it's
difference?
there is
possible to
Hanson,
change.
Hanson. It's also
Yeah.
Hanson. It's also property rights, and it's how property rights are defined. So one of the things, and if you look at trending, is how most states are turning towards community property as their law, which will split the marital estate evenly and 50-50 as opposed to what was equitable distribution prior that some states still have, and then the old law which was by necessity, which really pretty much gave the man more of the chunk of the estate. So now we're looking at a 50-50 property split, and I think you're going to see probably the trends that less people actually do marital commitment because of the property entanglement that happens unless you prenup and you do commutations of property, etc. You're going to see more and more people lose half their marital estate, and that's affecting that, coupled with some other actual penalties that you can find. There was some issues with people with student loans, and where one party had bigger commitments than the other, and you might pick up the obligation of those commitments. So there's actually reasons people are tending not to marry. But I would tell you to look at what went down in southern Utah if you want to understand trends towards polygamy in the United States, because it is not a reality. It trended the other way with respect to, and the last big case was the Warren Jeffs case. I put that in the chat a while ago.
the
Yeah.
law
So
seems to
but
be
there's
trending
two
away
things
from.
going
Well,
on
yeah.
here.
I mean that
So one is
the
there isn't
trend
the
to
pop
not to
Hanson.
marry.
Hanson,
That is
hold on,
the okay.
Hanson, hold on a second. Just let you're trying to make a point here. Let him make it.
Okay. So there's two things going on. One is there's no popular demand for this. So there's no great interest or upswell of people saying, well, we
Well,
want to
you
be
say so
polygamous. But well,
because
where
just
where
because more
Hanson,
people.
Hanson, listen, here's the thing, Hanson. I know that like on occasion people are going to overtalk one another to try and clarify something, whatever, but let's not make it a habit. Let's allow Euro to make the point because you're coming in very late to a discussion that's been going on for a very, very long time. And I think that Euro is just trying to like make clear what the broad discussion was about because I think that you're misunderstanding the points that people are making.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
one thing is I'm not familiar with any upswell and interest in polygamy as a formal marriage relationship in the United States or in the West. If you have some data to the contrary, I would love to see it. The second point is there's just no legal basis or claim for it, unlike there was with gay marriage. So it's just a totally different situation. And yes, to your point about is it theoretically possible to change all these laws? Of course there is, but why would that take place? Like those laws would only change if there was some sort of social and political pressure to make those changes, and we don't see that, and at least not in the West.
Well,
It's
just
not.
because you
I,
haven't heard the demand,
well,
that
just
doesn't mean there's no demand. And also to
Wait,
Abby's point, yes, I mean there's less marriage because the laws of dividing the asset are very unfair. But that's not to
I didn't
say the
say they're
polygamy.
unfair. I just said the community property is what's trending in the United States. I didn't comment on the
Okay, but
fairness
then
of it.
that doesn't specifically
Matters what
say
side you're on
anything
that.
against the polygamy. It applies equally to
Well, then
the
define the
marriage.
community, Hanson. How would you define the
no,
community?
How do you define community?
Hanson,
I mean,
you're
you said the
misunderstanding the
50.
points. I'm
Can
sorry.
I finish? I'll let you guys go, right? And now I just get the chance, a little bit of a chance. So you said the 50-50. Well, then just do a one third, one third, one third. What's the difference?
Okay, Hanson,
And
you're
so
misunderstanding. I don't know how to explain this to you. There,
because you're not
the
making
claim.
sense.
Okay, so no, try to listen because everyone's getting it besides you. The claim for the courts to switch gay marriage was that there is an advantage to a group of people that other people are missing out on. The court accepted that claim. There's no one that can claim other people get the advantage of polygamy because no one gets polygamy. So you're not talking about a legal claim in a court. Now you're talking about Congress rewriting laws from the ground up. If you know people that have this demand, that's irrelevant. There's not a strong enough demand that's going to get Congress to rewrite all those laws. And the trend is moving away from advantages to marriage completely. One side is on communal property, and even tax laws are moving towards treating everyone more like an individual. Mostly because the laws that were written when the tax code was written was when typically the man would work and the woman would stay home, and it was advantageous for a married man to split the burden with his wife. That is no longer true. Today we have mostly dual income. So the trends are moving towards treating married couples like two people as opposed to two halves of a whole. So the entire place where you're going is not where society is going. There's no demand for it. There's no legal framework for it.
Actually, I cannot disagree more. I mean, I know I cannot agree more with your uh, the uh, the latter point that I do think that we should not treat marriage as special status. If you, we should just the tax law should be written to take each individual as individuals, not as groups, and they should be taxed just equally, no matter how you sign a contract with other people. That's your business. You should be just taxed the same. A couple should not be taxed differently from an individual. I completely agree with that, actually. So the if you want to, and I think we should just abolish the state-sanctioned marriage completely. If you want to have a union with somebody, be it with N men and W women and C cats and D dogs, be be happy and go ahead and be happy and just write up a contract and specify your how you divide up your assets, prenuptial, postnuptial, whatever you have, and write up a contract. That's it. The
Okay,
state should not
that
be
sounds very
should
easy.
not yeah, okay, let me finish. Should not interfere in the affair. That's what I'm hoping for. And the
Okay, very cool. The
and
tax law.
so long as we have this marriage thing, just make it equal opportunity for other people. Either you just completely abolish it, which I think that
Oh,
would be the
Hanson,
optimum.
okay, go ahead and land. You're
Okay,
just repeating
Yeah.
Hanson.
yourself.
So
Okay,
yeah,
you're repeating yourself and you're oversimplifying. So
I'm
tax law
not
is relative.
oversimplifying because
Okay,
you're
I'll tell you why you are.
overcomplicating
Hanson.
the matter.
Okay, I'll tell you why you are. Tax law is relatively simple to rewrite in a legal framework. There's just not a strong enough demand, and people and congressmen are afraid to touch the tax code for multiple reasons. But that is the trend where it's going. So tax law is pretty easy. The other stuff you get to, like communal property, gets much more complicated. When someone dies interstate, that means they die without a will. Someone has to decide how those assets are divided. So if you just abolish marital law, so now you get into cohabitation. How long did you live together? What does that mean? So if there's a medical decision to be made, who makes the medical decision? Does the child make the medical decision, or the spouse? If you want to get rid of marital law, then there's no more spouses. So you get into all these issues, and then there's no divorce. So if you had a child with someone, and now you want to write that person out, you have no marriage, you have no divorce. There's no way to say this person. I mean, you could, if you're make a power of attorney, you could write yourself a will. But the point is, there's multiple pieces that need to be picked up. So I know it's a great talking point to say, let's just get rid of marriage, but you're oversimplifying it. There's many laws that have to be rewritten and redecided and renegotiated
Yeah,
among
well, I mean,
society.
these are just easy to deal with. I mean, you're just presenting cases, the moving pieces that's easy to fix, and then you have like two people, and then you just make it N. So it's easy to
Yeah.
fix.
So Hanson, so when you challenged me the first time on the lack of demand, I was the one that acknowledged that this lack of demand is, as far as I know, and I said if you have evidence to the contrary that there is demand, to feel free feel free to provide it. And then you responded to that by repeating what I had just said, that I'm not familiar with the demand, and then you provided no evidence for it. You just keep asserting that there's this great demand or growing demand or demand for it. Where's the evidence of this demand?
Well, there are people who want to do the polygamous, to be in a
There's
polygamous marriage,
the
and
fundamental the
what is the
fundamentalists.
threshold that you want to allow this? Just as before the gay marriages, people, and you can before they're allowed admitted, you can also say there's no sufficient demand until
Hanson,
there
it's a
is.
No,
fringe
that's
of
ridiculous.
LDS. The
Yeah, I mean,
LDS
just
has
because it's
no.
you're in
Hanson, don't
minority
Hold on,
doesn't
Hanson,
suppress their
you've
right.
been saying Hanson, you've like you've said a lot. Let some other people push back because regardless of how many people have tried to like walk you through this, you're still missing the
Well,
broad
because
point
they're
of
not
this.
logical.
no.
But
I'm
Hanson,
being.
hold on just a second. Hanson, let me just say this. It's not about logic. The conversation was about specifically like social engineering and the long-term impacts of it. And we went all over the place. But now that you've come in, and I can appreciate your point of view because frankly, like I get it, but it's we're not having a discussion about like the possibilities in Hanson's libertarian minded world. We're talking about why states incentivize certain things and the outcomes that they promote. So I hear you. I think we all hear you, but repeatedly making the same point isn't driving the conversation forward. So let some other people add to this.
So let me just say that it is strictly prohibited by the Church of the Latter-day Saints. There are, sorry, someone's at my door. There are fringe groups in southern Utah, and Warren Jeffs was one of those fringe groups. It's called FLDS, and they were pushing for legalizing it. It does have a lesser penalty level in the state of Utah than it does in other states. That I will acknowledge, but there is not a push for this fringe. The fringe exists. It has existed in southern Utah. It's not like it's a growing fringe, and a lot of them got put in jail because they were abusing minors.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
FLDS, just to put this in perspective, they have about 1,000 members. So I mean, if
So
you're
just
saying
because they're in minority, I mean, you can say the same thing for gays and trans and all
no,
that. Just
there's more
because
than
you're
a
minority,
thousand
you
gays in
should
the U.S.
not grant them the equal rights.
No,
That is
not about
such
equal
a
rights.
such
See,
a
see,
the
yeah. So this is where you're mistaken. So there's two different issues here. One is equal rights, and we already talked about how the equal rights argument doesn't apply to polygamists.
why
Two,
does it
the
not equal? I
argument.
mean, it just you just said
Well,
it doesn't
we
apply,
already
and I don't
discussed it.
see any
Well,
logical
you don't see
foundation
it,
for
but
your
I mean,
reasoning.
I've already described it. Mayor's already described it. Abby's touched on it. Maybe you
Yeah,
don't
but
buy it.
they don't stand. I mean, you're
You,
just not
yeah, you don't
giving
agree with it.
sufficient
That's fine.
argument.
People are entitled to different opinions, but you don't have a legal basis for that argument. Number two
Well,
was the
that's your
demand.
opinion.
The number. Well, that is my opinion. And the second issue was demand. So there's not this strong demand. There's not growing demand. It's not a significant
I mean,
demand.
how
But if you
much
want
do
to talk,
you classify as strong
I mean,
enough?
Hanson, please, for the
well,
love of fucking God,
a
shut
thousand.
up.
Because
1,000 people.
Hanson, it's
I
against
think it's
public
pretty insignificant.
policy. It's against the public policy. To
Well,
the same
status quo,
extent,
yes, the
Hanson, just
gangster
listen.
is status quo in the
Hanson,
current
sweetheart,
legal
just listen.
structure.
To the same extent, you could have a whole religious cult that wants to fucking dance with snakes and pray with snakes. And it's illegal because it's against public policy in the country. And the courts have ruled that they don't want that kind of practice of religion to exist because it is very dangerous, and it's dangerous for children and it's dangerous for society. So they outlawed it. They outlawed polygamy. It's against public policy in the United States. End of story. So
Well,
you can
yes,
have
you're
these,
talking
but
about the
okay, so
status
you can
quo. We're
have the
talking
same
about we
fringe
should
group that
change the
wants
law.
to dance with snakes and the same fringe group that wants to have polygamy, but it's against the public policy of the United States. Like, what else do you need to hear? We have lots of things that are against our public policy that are not legal or our courts have ruled are not legal. Like, what part of that is
Well,
not connecting for you?
hold on. So Hanson, here's the thing. Like, I'm going to bring you back up, but this is what this is the this is honestly what will like make you participate in the conversation in a meaningful way that'll separate you from what you're doing now. The conversation is not about the kinds of rights that Hanson, as someone who's more libertarian minded, thinks are being deprived, et cetera. The conversation is about, again, I feel like I'm wasting my time, social engineering. So maybe if you can take the argument that you have that is in favor of polygamy and apply to it the benefits to society by promoting it through government, you will be able to participate in the conversation and not just keep repeating yourself. We all appreciate that you're talking about individual rights and how you think that they're somehow compromised here. But that doesn't really matter for all the reasons people keep repeatedly telling you. And again, the broad conversation is not about what should or shouldn't be. The conversation is about the the incentive the government has to, again, socially engineer people. Now, the most salient point you've made is that social engineering shouldn't be in the purview of the government. So if you could stick to that, it would be great because you'd be more on topic.
I just want to add something real quick. Just so when we're talking about polygamy, now despite its illegality, certain groups, particularly in some religious sects, obviously they continue to practice polygamy, and I think you guys mentioned Utah. So in like 1998, about 40,000 people were living in Utah, which were part of this polygamous family, and it represented approximately about 1.4% of the state population, which is very small. But research from 2021 suggests that roughly about 4 to 5% of people in the United States are currently in romantic, non-monogamous, polygamous relationships. So approximately 11% of Americans have engaged in polyamorous relationship at some point in their lives. And as far as instant polygamy, a study from the Kinsey Institute found that about 1 in 6 Americans would likely engage in polygamous relationships, indicating a significant interest in consensual non-monogamy. And as far as public opinion is concerned, acceptance of polygamy has increased over time, which, for example, like a Gallup poll found that the percentage of young people who find polygamy morally acceptable rose from 9% to 34% between 2003 to 2006 and 2018 to 2020. So obviously it's illegal, remains illegal, and it's uncommon in the U.S., which is true. But polygamy and other forms of consensual non-monogamy are practiced by obviously a minority, but the interest and the acceptance of these relationships and structures appear to be growing, reflecting evolving, which is societal attitudes and the social human condition of the society. So towards non-traditional romantic arrangements. I just want to add that. I'm not,
Right, which is all fair, but there's a distinct difference between relationships that have multiple people within them. There's a difference between that and the state creating a way in which like that is like acknowledged legally as in a relationship. There's a big difference. And I have no idea what these studies were asking, but I imagine, I feel like we can all acknowledge that people can be in polygamous relationships. But I'm just interested for those who are advocating for this to be somehow sanctioned by the state, like what would be the advantage to the state incentivizing them in the same way they incentivize like two-person marriages, relationships? I do, like I said before, I think Hansen, the main point that he made that like contributes to this conversation is why social engineering is to our benefit at all at this point. I think an argument can be made on either side of this. But just because people accept a thing in society doesn't mean that the state or even the people in that society that accept it see an advantage to creating like a path for that to be legally recognized.
You make
Well, the
such a good
state's
point, Kelly,
duty is to
because
protect
I doubt they
liberty
asked
and
that
freedom
question.
of the people, right?
I
And
think in that survey, Kelly, I doubt they asked that question. If you go back to property rights, if they ask the question, would you prefer a polygamous relationship? And they then ask, would you prefer to give up 2/3 of your marital estate versus one half? It would be a very different answer to it.
well, you can ask the same question as in the marriage, so that a lot of people choose not to have marriage, and it's the same thing. And I think Pan Africa just provided the data that Euro was asking for. And then previously, Abby was talking about basically she's talking about the status quo. Yes, it is illegal, but right now, but that is precisely the point we're discussing, whether we should change the law or not.
Well, I
No,
think the
Hanson,
big,
Hanson, this is so Hanson, this is the thing. You think that's what we're discussing because that's what you're discussing, but that's literally not what we were discussing. Um, I think that if you want to turn it around, the directionality of that statement is what would be the advantages to change the law, then yes, that would be closer to what we're discussing. But
Okay,
we're
maybe I
not,
should
there
yeah.
is,
state what the
Hanson, to
thesis
your
of the
credit,
discussion
I will
is.
tell you something you touched on and you don't realize you touched on. The only real, to me, significant legal question is actually states' rights and whether, if this trended up in the LDS community and Utah, which again, Utah has a lesser penalty than other states for it. It's more parking ticket like as opposed to years in jail. If Utah ultimately decriminalized this to the point where it gets questioned versus federal law and it went up the legal food chain, that actually is an interesting legal question as to whether there would be a states' rights on this. That I do see.
Well, Abby, I think you raise an interesting legal point there because if Utah or some other state were to make it a legal practice in their state, then there would become a question, I would suspect, under the equal protection of the laws, and people would start demanding that their marriage be recognized in other states. What do you think about that?
Yes, yes. I mean, I think, but if it's fundamentally something that's violative of federal law, which this is, then it would get shut down by the Supreme Court as, under supremacy. I do think, though, it raises an interesting legal question ultimately if there was a big push in the state. I just don't see the push, although the statistics are interesting. They're not telling us there people would choose to be in a marital relationship and distribute property that way. I think Kelly's point was what questions were actually asked is a very good point. But I don't know. There is an interesting legal question, but I don't know if it's ever gone to the courts recently. Someone could research that. I could look it up.
You mean recently, if it went to the courts about polygamy?
Whether the law in Utah ever got questioned to go up into the federal, because it is a lesser. It's still illegal there, but it's a lesser crime. That's it. The only thing I could think of that would have an interesting legal significance down the road. If it picked up steam, that's where it would pick up steam, or at least that's where it lives and breathes or did live and breathe in the United States. So that would be the question. I don't know. I'm gonna take a minute and look and see if it ever went that way. So it's in the Utah Constitution that it's prohibited. So it's illegal there. So someone would try to have to change the state law first.
Yeah, and I see the legislative change you talked about, or it looks like from 2020, where it was changed from a third degree felony to an infraction.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's that you need to change.
However, they kept it a felony if there are aggravating circumstances.
But know
Um,
why? I mean, the whole point of the law there and why I kept saying it's public policy is because so many young girls were victimized by this, and hence the Warren Jeffs case that was what, like 10 years ago, at least? And how many young girls were raped and it's against public policy because it was protecting a class of people. And that
oh,
was that was the spirit of why.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, polygamy has a long history of it being a very unequal relationship.
Well, that is just so. How should I say it? Just because I mean the young girls are exploited under monogamy as well. You have sex trafficking, and should we also abolish monogamy? And you have domestic violence in monogamous relationships. Should we abolish that? And then the most
No, but we have
this
fetters
is
on it,
ridiculous. I
Hanson.
mean,
Hanson,
the most
Hanson, Hanson, we have fetters.
the
We have
hold on.
ages
Can I
of
just finish?
consent.
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
So the most preying or the violators of these young girls are men. Should we also just abolish men totally? This is a ridiculous
No, Hanson,
argument.
but we have an age of consent. And if you want to marry and
Yes,
you're
you have the
under,
age of
and you
consent
want
for
to, let
marriage,
me let me answer. And if you
monogamous
want to marry
relationship as well.
if you want to marry under the age of consent or under the age of majority, it matters what
Well,
state.
you're just putting
Sometimes
in
you have to have a
irrelevant
court.
factors.
Whoa, I'll get this out. Sometimes you have to have a court, a judge from a family court give approval. There are specific guidelines and guardrails to protect younger people in society with
Exactly.
respect
I completely
to
agree with that.
marriage. Okay.
Yes. So
So
you
so
have
you're
consenting
asking, like,
adults.
should you outlaw it entirely? No, but we've created as a society some protections
But
around
Abby,
it.
to Steelman
You're
Hanson's
just
argument
you're
here,
putting
to
in
steel
relevant factors. You
to
have consenting
Steelman are
ages for the monogamous
Hanson,
relationship as well.
Hanson,
It's just
Hanson,
irrelevant. I mean, you have
let
the
Adam
consenting
Stillman you. It
adults.
will be to your benefit.
I'm gonna Steelman Hanson's argument here that Abby, you used the example of young girls being victims of this. If there are parameters by which minimum age is required for monogamous marriage, surely you could just apply the same to polygamous marriage. And your point about young girls being victimized is mute because the
Yeah,
same
No,
can
it's
occur
not
in
mute
monogamous
because
it's
marriages.
it would have
irrelevant
a
factors.
historical basis statistically on on behavior and what's happened historically in those polygamous communities. There's criminal data, there's historical data that would then come into play. So to argue back to your steel man, I see it in theory, but in practice, that's not how it works. And if you look at the intent behind any legislation, you always have to look at the legislative intent. What were they protecting? What statistics, what data did they have to come in to present the law that then gets passed? So
Yeah,
that would be
basically, you
my
can use the
argument back.
same argument for abolishing the monogamous relationship or putting the man behind bars just because they're men. And the porn saying, I mean, banning porns because that leads to rapes and just as
But we
ridiculous
we
all these
we did do
arguments.
with porn. We absolutely have those guardrails on porn. The specific law is applying contemporary community standards. Does it appeal to the
Yeah, you can
prurient
put the
interest? We have
guardrails
very,
all along.
very specific
That's fine.
laws
Just as
with
you put the
respect
guardrails
to
on the monogamy as
pornography.
well.
Jesus,
Well,
Hanson. We have laws on this. Like go read it yourself.
Yes, we
Do you
have
want to
laws.
know the
I completely
cases?
agree with you.
Like
Just put
like
on the
you
laws
can't
on
have
the guardrails
porn
on
if you want to go
polygamy
into
as well.
southern Utah and set up porn.
Okay.
You can't do it the
I got
same way that you could do it across the border in Nevada and Vegas. There are different kinds of porn laws because you're applying contemporary community standards. We did do that. Specifically did that.
Cool.
Can
Yes,
I
just
hang
do
on?
that.
Wait, Hanson,
Put guardrails
Hanson,
on
Hanson, Hanson. Hang on for a second, just a half a
polygamy as
second.
well.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Hanson. All right, just some general feedback. Hanson, usually, okay, I hear some really sound and great conversation coming from you. I really appreciate your perspective on a number of different things. You're usually actually very constructive at the moment, and for the last half an hour, for some reason, you've chosen more of a destructive path, through part of this conversation that has really just involved having a lot of pushback. And I don't know whether it's the reason why you're actually in part of the conversation is to be able to have pushback, or it's to be able to push, some type of agenda. I don't know, but just can you check in with yourself? Appreciate it. Thanks.
Wait a second. What's wrong with what I said? I just said the argument doesn't stand.
So
I'm
here's
giving you
the
some
here.
I'm giving you some
Yeah.
general feedback, right, for what I've heard over the last half an hour. I'm not interested in going into specifics. I don't think there's actually any point, because that'd actually probably fall into some type of either conscious or subconscious deliberate way of you being at the moment. I don't know what it is, but what I'm finding is that for some reason, look, put it this way, I'd love to hear more conversation that is constructive coming from you. And I'm not being instructive, but I'm just making that as a request for maybe everybody else's sake as well. Thanks.
So Hanson, here's one thing. Maybe like I think that Adam Steelman was worthwhile in acknowledging a point you're making, but it's still a point in the wrong direction. And what I mean by that is the discussion is not about how you can have negative outcomes with the system that's currently incentivized by the government. If in fact we're going to bring polygamy into the broad conversation about social engineering, it would require like how it is that a society would find benefit in doing that. And so just speaking about the downsides to the current circumstances and how they're similar to the downsides to something like polygamy is not a great answer when the question is what would be the reason for